Dark Destiny. Dark Series, Book 13. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. She woke to the knowledge that she was a murderess and that she would kill again. It was the only reason she continued her existence. It was what she lived for. To kill. Pain and hunger crawled through her body endlessly, relentlessly. She lay very still with the earth surrounding her, staring up at the star-studded night sky. It was bitterly cold. She was bitterly cold, the blood flowing in her veins like ice water, like acid that burned. It was so cold. Call me to you. I will warm you. She closed her eyes as the voice slipped into her head. He called to her on every rising now. The voice of an angel. The heart of the demon. Her savior. Her mortal enemy. Very slowly she allowed breath to seep into her lungs, her heart to take up its steady beating. Another endless night. There had been so many, and all she wanted was rest. She floated out of the ground, clothing herself with the ease of long practice, her body clean, where her soul was damned. The sounds and smells of the night were all around her, whispers and scents that flooded her senses with information. She was hungry. She needed to go into the city. As hard as she tried, she could not overcome the need for rich, hot blood. It beckoned and called to her as nothing else could. Destiny found herself in a familiar part of the city. Her body traveled the accustomed path before she had even thought where she was going. The small church tucked among the rising buildings and maze of narrow streets and alleyways beckoned to her. She knew this neighborhood, this small city within the larger city. The buildings were stacked on top of each other, some touching, others with narrow pathways between them. She was familiar with each and every apartment and office building. She knew the occupants and she knew their secrets. She watched over them, watched over their lives, yet she was always alone, always apart. Reluctantly, Destiny climbed the steps to the church and stood at the entrance as she had so many times in the past. With her acute hearing, she knew the building was occupied, that the priest was finishing his duties and would soon be leaving. He was much later than usual. She heard the rustle of the priest's robes as he moved through the church to the double doors. He would lock them, he always locked them before he left, but it wouldn't matter. Destiny could open them easily enough. She waited in the darkness, deep in the shadows where she belonged, watching the priest in silence, nearly holding her breath. There was an urgency inside her, a desperation. She returned again and again to the beauty of the small church. Something drew her, called to her, nearly as strongly as the call for blood. Sometimes she believed this was where she was supposed to die, other times she thought repentance might be enough. She always went to the church when she knew she had no choice but to feed. The priest stood for a moment just outside the doors, looking around him, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. He actually looked right at her, but she knew she was invisible to him. He started to speak, hesitated, and made the sign of the cross in her direction. Destiny held her breath, waited for a lightning bolt to strike her. "Find peace, my child," the priest murmured softly and made his way down the stairs with his slow, measured tread. She remained in the shadows, as still as the mountains rising above the city. How had he sensed her presence? She waited until long after he had gone down the block and turned into the narrow alley leading to the garden behind his rectory. Only then did she dare to let her breath out slowly, to breathe again. Destiny went to the ornate double doors, but this time they weren't locked. She looked back to the street where the priest had disappeared around the corner. He knew then. He knew she needed his church, and he had silently given his permission for her to enter the sacred, hallowed place. He didn't know what she was, but he was a good man and he believed all souls could be saved. She pushed open the doors with a trembling hand. Destiny stood in the doorway of the empty church, wrapped in darkness, her only ally. She shivered, not from the cold air surrounding her, but from the ice deep within her soul. Despite the pitch-black interior, Destiny could easily see every detail of the church's beauty. She stared at the crucifix over the altar for a long time, her mind in turmoil. Pain crawled through her as it did every moment of her existence. Hunger was sharp and ravenous. Shame was her constant companion. Destiny had come to this sacred place to confess her sins. She was a murderess, and she would kill again and again. It would be her way of life until she found the courage to destroy the evil thing that she had become. She dared not enter, dared not ask for sanctuary. She stood for a long moment in silence, with a terrible unfamiliar burning behind her eyes. It took her a few moments to realize the sensation was tears. She wanted to weep, but what was the use of it? She had learned that tears brought the echo of ugly, demonic laughter, and she had taught herself not to cry. Never to cry. Why do you insist on suffering? The voice was deceptively beautiful. Male. Gentle. A soothing blend of masculine exasperation and charm. I feel your pain. It is sharp and terrible and pierces my heart like an arrow. Call me to your side. I will come to you at once. You know I can do no other. Call out to me. There was an underlying whisper of power, of compulsion. You know me. You have always known me. The voice brushed at the walls of her mind like the flutter of butterfly wings. It whispered over her skin, seeped into her pores, and wrapped itself around her heart. She breathed the voice into her lungs until she needed to answer, to hear it again. To call out. To obey. She needed that voice. It had kept her alive. It had kept her sane. It had also taught her things, hideous, murderous things, but necessary. I feel your need. Why do you insist on silence? You hear me, just as I feel you when your pain becomes too much to be borne. Destiny shook her head, a firm denial against the temptation of that voice. The movement sent her thick mane of rich dark hair flying in all directions. She wanted to rid her mind of the deceptive purity of that voice. Nothing could induce her to answer. She would not ever be trapped by a beguiling voice again. She had learned that lesson the hard way, sentenced to a living hell she dared not think about. Destiny forced air into her lungs, controlling her emotions, knowing that there was a chance the hunter could trace her through the sharpness of her despair. A movement in the nearby shadows had her whirling around, crouching low, a dangerous predator ready to attack. There was a silence, and then once again movement. A woman moved up the steps of the church slowly, coming into Destiny's line of vision. She was tall and elegant, with flawless coffee cream skin and hair the color of bittersweet chocolate. Her hair curled in every direction, a riot of shiny spirals spilling down to her neck, framing her oval face. Her large brown eyes probed the darker shadows, searching for signs that she was not alone. Destiny used preternatural speed, slipping deep into the recesses of the corner alcove, back away from the church doors, using stillness to her advantage. She froze in place, hardly daring to breathe. The woman walked to the double doors, stood for a moment, one hand resting on the edge of the open door. She sighed softly. I came here looking for you. My name is Mary and Delaney. I know you know who I am. I know you come here sometimes, I've seen you. I saw you tonight, and I know you're here. She waited a heartbeat. 2. Somewhere, she whispered aloud, as if talking to herself. Destiny pressed her body so tightly against the side of the church, her skin hurt. They were both in terrible danger, but only one of them was aware of it. I know you're here. Please don't run away again, Mary Ann said softly. Despite her thick jacket, she rubbed her arms to ward off the cold. Just talk with me. I have so much to say to you, so much to thank you for. Her voice was low, gentle, as if she were speaking to a wild thing, coaxing it to trust her. There was a terrible tightness in Destiny's chest. She was choking, suffocating, hardly able to breathe. She waited a heartbeat. 2. Drew deeper into the shadows. She could hear the sound of her own heart beating. She could hear Mary Ann's heart following the rhythm of hers. She could hear the beckoning invitation of the ebb and flow of blood rushing through veins, calling to her, intensifying her terrible hunger. Her tongue felt the sharpness of her lengthening incisors. She trembled with the effort to control herself, to stop the inevitable. This woman was everything that she was not. Mary Ann Delaney. Destiny knew her well. She was compassionate and brave, her life dedicated to helping others. A light seemed to shine from her very soul. Destiny listened to her often, her lectures, her group discussions, even her one-on-one counseling sessions. Destiny had appointed herself Mary Ann's unofficial protector. You saved my life. A few weeks ago, when that man broke into my home and attacked me, you came in and saved me. I know you were hurt. There was blood on your clothes, but when the paramedics came, you were gone." Marianne closed her eyes for a moment, reliving the terror of waking up to find a furious man standing over her bed. He had dragged her up from under the covers by her hair, punching her so hard and so fast she had no time to defend herself. He was the husband of a woman she had helped escape into a sanctuary, and he was determined to get the address from her. He had pounded her into a bloody heap on the floor, kicking her and then stabbing at her with a large knife. She had the raw scars on her arms where she had tried to protect herself. "I didn't tell anyone you were there. I didn't say a word about you to the police. They thought he must have tripped over the overturned furniture and fallen awkwardly and broken his neck. I didn't betray you. There's no need to worry. The police aren't looking for you. They don't know anything about you." Destiny bit down hard on her lip and stubbornly remained silent. Fortunately, the incisors had receded. She had enough sins on her soul without adding Marianne to the list of her victims. "Please answer me." Marianne opened her arms wide. "I don't understand why you won't talk to me. What harm could there be in telling me if you were hurt that night? There was blood all over you, and it wasn't from me, and it wasn't his blood." Destiny felt tears burning in her eyes, clogging her throat. Her hands clenched into two tight fists. "It wasn't my blood. You don't owe me anything." The words were strangled, barely making it past the lump in her throat. It was partially the truth. Marianne's attacker had not put a scratch on her. "I'm just sorry I wasn't there earlier, before he hurt you. He would have killed me. We both know that. My life isn't the only thing I have you to thank for. You're the one who leaves me the money for our safe houses, aren't you?" Marianne pursued. "And our women's recovery programs." Destiny leaned against the wall, tired of pain, tired of being so alone. There was something incredibly warming and soothing about Marianne. "It's no big deal. It's just money. You do all the work. I'm happy to help in some small way. Come home with me," Marianne said. "I'll make us tea and we can talk." When Destiny remained silent, Marianne sighed softly. "At least tell me your name. I feel your presence often and think of you as a friend. What would it hurt to tell me your name?" "I don't want the ugliness of my life to touch you," Destiny admitted softly. The night was enfolding her as it always did, gently whispering to her so that she saw its beauty despite her determination not to see anything good in it. "I'm not afraid of ugliness," Marianne persisted. "I've seen ugliness before, I will again. No one is meant to be alone in the world. We all need someone, even you. You aren't making this easy." The words were wrenched from Destiny, almost a sob. "You don't know how evil I am. There is no redemption for me. I should never have allowed our lives to touch, not even for a moment. I'm very grateful that you did. I wouldn't be here otherwise, and I have much to live for." Destiny pressed her palm to her mouth, ashamed that her hand was trembling. "You're different from me. You're good. You help so many people." Marianne nodded her agreement. "Yes, I do, and without you, I would never have been able to help another woman or child. You've done that, not me. I couldn't have saved myself. I'd be dead right now." "That's twisted logic," Destiny pointed out, but she found a small smile hovering on her lips in spite of the pain knifing through her. She had heard Marianne talk with other women many times, her voice always gentle and understanding. Marianne always knew the right thing to say to set her clients at ease. She was using that same gift on Destiny. "My name is Destiny." Her name sounded strange to her own ears. It had been so long since she had heard it. Saying it aloud was almost frightening. Marianne smiled, her teeth very pretty, her smile contagious. "I'm so pleased to meet you. I'm Marianne." She stepped forward and held out her hand. Before she could stop herself, Destiny gripped the outstretched hand. It was the first time in a very long while that she had touched a human being. Her heart slammed painfully in her chest, and she jerked away, sliding back into the shadows. "I can't do this," she whispered. It was too painful to look into those clear eyes, to feel Marianne's warmth. It was easier to be alone, to hide in the shadows, forever a night creature. Marianne stood quietly, faintly shocked by the extraordinary beauty of the young woman hiding in the shadows. She was smaller than Mary and had first thought not short, but not tall either. She had lush curves, but her body was sculpted by muscle. Her hair was thick, wild, a mass of dark silk. Her face was arresting, her eyes enormous, haunted, long-lashed, and mesmerizing. They were a vivid, brilliant blue-green, holding shadows and secrets and unimaginable pain. Even her mouth was sculpted and inviting. But she had much more than physical beauty. There was a subtle allure that Mary had never seen before in a woman. The voice was musical, mysterious, compelling, mystical. Everything about Destiny was different, unexpected. Of course you can do this. We're only talking, Destiny. What's the harm in talking? I was feeling a little lonely tonight, and I knew I had to see you. Mary took a step toward the shadows that held Destiny, wanting to ease the terrible despair on that beautiful face. She had seen trauma many times, but those enormous aquamarine eyes were haunted beyond anything Mary had ever known. Those eyes had seen things that should never have been seen. Monstrous things. Destiny allowed her breath to leave her lungs in a little rush. Do you know how many times I've watched you wield your magic on a woman in need? You have a gift for giving hope to someone who has stopped believing there is hope. If you think you owe me, you don't. You've saved my life many times over. You just haven't been aware of it. I listen to you often, and your words are the only thing in this world that make sense to me anymore. I'm glad then. Mary pulled gloves from her jacket pocket and drew them over her delicate hands to protect them from the biting cold. You know, at times everyone feels alone and hopeless. Even I do. We all need friends. If you are uncomfortable coming to my home, perhaps we could get a drink at the midnight marathon. It's always a bit noisy in there. Would it really be so terrible to come and have a cup of tea with me? It isn't as if you're committing to a long-term relationship. There was an edge of humor to her voice, an invitation to join her in shared amusement. Tea? I haven't had a cup of tea in years. Destiny pressed a hand to her stomach. Her entire being wanted to bask in Mary-Ann's company, but her stomach rolled at the idea of forcing herself to appear normal. She could only imagine the disgust and horror in Mary-Ann's eyes if she learned the truth. Then I would say it's time. Come home with me, Mary-Ann invited softly, obviously pleased. The wind rushed over the steps toward the doors of the church, flinging up leaves and twigs. Above their heads the clouds began to spin dark threads. There was something more, something in the wind that tugged gently at their clothes and hair, while it rustled alarmingly in the trees and bushes. It was almost like a voice softly murmuring to them. Calling, whispering, just out of reach. Mary-Ann strained to listen, turning her head this way and that to catch the sound. Destiny leapt at her, her breath coming out in a slow hiss of warning. She caught Mary-Ann's thick jacket by the lapel, at the same time jerking the doors of the church open wider. She thrust Mary-Ann inside. Listen to me. Destiny stared directly into the other woman's eyes. You will not leave this church until morning. No matter what you hear or see, you will not leave this church. She spoke the command firmly, burying in the other woman's subconscious a compulsion to obey. Destiny sensed the danger behind her and whirled, going low, attempting to jerk her shoulder out of harm's way. She had spent precious seconds ensuring that Mary-Ann was safe, and despite her incredible speed, long, razor-sharp nails ripped her arm open from shoulder to elbow. She was already moving, sweeping with her leg as she did so, scoring a solid hit. From far away came the soft, familiar voice that so often summoned her in an ancient tongue. Call me to you now. It was a command, nothing less, as if he had felt her physical pain and knew she was in danger. Destiny firmly closed off her mind to everything but the coming battle. She focused completely, watching the undead with an unblinking, predatory stare. She was still, balanced on the balls of her feet, her breath moving evenly in and out of her lungs. Vampire. Creature of the night. Hideous monster. Mortal enemy. Her assailant was tall and slender with gray-white skin and black hair. His teeth gleamed at her as he faced her. Call the other woman to us. The voice was low, musical, gentle, a subtle invitation. Destiny rushed at him, straight as an arrow, whipping a dagger from a sheath between her shoulder blades, going straight for his heart. The move was totally unexpected. He thought his voice had enthralled her, that she would obey. And she was a woman. The last thing expected of a woman was for her to attack. It was usually the element of surprise that enabled destiny to be victorious. The blade sank into his chest, yet he managed to slam his talons into her injured shoulder, raking deep furrows into her flesh as he leapt backward. He dissolved instantly into a greenish vapor and streamed through the night away from the city. Droplets of red mixed with the green, leaving a toxic, venomous trail for destiny to follow. Deliberately, she inhaled the noxious scent so she would know him anywhere. She heard the echo of that familiar male voice deep inside her mind, her soul. A cry of denial followed immediately by a strange warmth. The wounds in her shoulder burned, but she was used to pain and shut it out. The strange melodic chanting of words in an ancient tongue shimmered in her mind and provided her with some solace. Still, she couldn't ignore the blood streaming from her body. She had not fed in several days and needed sustenance. Mixing the rich soil from the priest's garden with her own healing saliva, she packed the gaping lacerations. Very carefully, deliberately, she braided her hair in preparation for battle. Before she followed the undead to his lair, she needed to feed. The city was filled with the homeless, with unfortunate creatures who would have no chance to escape her, even in her weakened condition. Nicolae Von Shrieder hunkered down atop the massive cliff overlooking the city. He was closer this time than he had ever been. He was certain of it. She was out there somewhere, tired and hurt and vulnerable, fighting her war alone. He felt her pain every moment of his waking hours. When he closed his eyes on the rising sun, he felt gut-wrenching agony crawling through her body, through his body. Patience. He had learned patience in a hard school. Centuries of living had taught him discipline and patience above all else. He was an ancient with powerful gifts, yet he could not bend her to his will. He could not summon her to him. He had taught her well. Too well. Far off, he heard the cry of a raptor, a high keening alerting him, and he lifted his face toward the stars. Very slowly he straightened, rising to his full height. "I thank you, my brother," he murmured softly. The wind caught his voice and whipped it out, carrying the soft sound through the dense treetops and taking it further, over the city. Our hunt begins then. He would never forget the shocking moment when she had first connected with him. A child in sheer terror. Her pain and agony had been so sharp, so acute and overwhelming, her young mind had reached across time and space to merge with him. Mind to mind. Even as a child, she had been a powerful psychic. The images he received from her had been so vivid, so detailed. He had lived the nightmare with her, through her. The brutal slaying of her parents, the monster draining their blood in front of the child. He closed his eyes against the memories, but they flooded his mind as she so often had. He had been continents away, with no way of tracking her, finding her. Yet he lived with her through the repeated cruelties, the beatings, through the countless rapes and murders she had been forced to witness. She had crawled into her mind, seeking refuge, and found him there. He whispered to her, distracted her, shared his knowledge with her. A mere child taught to kill. He had no other gift to give her. No other way of saving her. Those were hideous years, years of hopeless seeking. The world was a very large place when one was looking for one small child. He was an ancient, sworn to protect mortals and immortals alike. A powerful being, a hunter and destroyer of the vampire, sent out centuries earlier by his prince, sworn to rid the world of such evil. He had tried to tell her there was a difference between vampire and hunter, but in his mind, she saw his battles, his kills. She saw the darkness in him, spreading like a stain over his soul. And she was afraid to put her trust in him. Nicolae stood completely still, raw power clinging to his muscular frame as he presented his leather-clad arm to his traveling companion. The large owl circled overhead once, a lazy spiral, then plummeted fast, talons outstretched. The raptor landed on Nicolae's forearm, and Nicolae bent his head toward its wicked beak. "You've picked up the scent of our prey." The round, beady eyes that stared back at him were filled with intelligence. The bird flapped its wings once, twice, as if in answer, then launched itself into the air. Nicolae stared after it, a faint smile in no way softening the hard edge of his mouth. She was hurt. She was chasing a vampire and she was injured. There was no denying the connection between them, yet she refused to acknowledge him, to answer him. He had no idea how she could be so strong when she lived with such constant pain, but he could do no other than find her. He had never seen her, nor had she spoken to him, mind to mind or otherwise, yet he felt he would know her the moment he laid eyes on her. He turned slowly, his body tall and muscular, a blend of elegance and sinew. The wind tugged at his long hair, black as a raven's wing, so that he drew it to the nape of his neck and secured it with a leather thong. There was a fluid, animal quality to his movements as he stretched, lifted his nose to scent the wind. It had been many long centuries since Vladimir Dobrinsky, the prince of Nicolae's people, had sent his warriors into the world to hunt the vampire. Nicolae, like so many others, had been sent far from his homeland without comfort of native soil or brethren. He had accepted that he would have no hope of finding a life mate, but his duty to his people in those dire days had been clear. That bleak time had been filled with battles, with killing. The darkness had spread slowly, Nicolae fighting it every inch of the way. A new prince had taken Vladimir's place and still Nicolae fought on. Alone. Enduring. Deep within him, the inevitable darkness had spread, consuming him until he knew he could wait no longer. He would have to seek the dawn, to end his own existence, or he would become the very thing he had hunted. And then she had entered his life. Back then, she had been a terrified child in desperate need. Now she was a lethal fighting machine. Nicolae stood above the city and stared down at the lights twinkling like so many stars. "Where are you?" he murmured aloud. "I am close to you. I feel you near to me this time. Finally I am in the vicinity of your lair, I know I am." She had entered his life so many long years ago. They had lived in each other's minds while a depraved monster had tortured a helpless little girl. Nicolae had forced himself to feel what she felt, refusing to leave her alone in her living hell. He had made the decision to train her when he could not find a way to get her to speak with him. And he had succeeded, all too well, in teaching her to kill. Where once violence had been his world, now his entire existence was dedicated to finding her. In a way, she had been his salvation. Nicolae stepped off the edge of the cliff. Easily. Casually. Dissolving into mist as he did so. He streaked through the sky on the trail of the vampire, following the owl as it moved quickly through the night. Nicolae had formulated a loose plan of action. When he found the young woman, he would take her to his homeland, take her before the prince, Vladimir's son, Mikhail Dobrinsky. Surely the healers would find a way to help her. A vampire had converted her, made her a creature of the night, and the tainted blood flowing in her veins was an acid that burned her day and night. The young child had grown into a woman, honed in the fires of hell, filled with the battle experience of an ancient. Nicolae had imparted that knowledge to her, techniques only one of his kind should have. He had helped to create her, he needed to find a way to heal her. The scent of the undead was a foul stench to Nicolae, even as the vampire tried desperately to mask his presence from the hunters. The trail led through the city itself, deep in its underbelly where there were no streetlights and no nice homes. Dogs barked as Nicolae passed overhead, but no one took notice. And then he caught the other scent. Drops of blood mingled with the vampire's spore. It was the woman, he was certain of it. His woman. He had come to think of her as belonging to him, and he'd found, over the years, he was possessive of her. Like other males of his kind, he had long since become accustomed to feeling no emotion, yet at times he felt little flares of unexpected jealousy and fear on her behalf. He wondered if he was feeling her emotions as he shared her mind, but he had no answers. In truth, it didn't matter to him. The only thing that mattered was finding her. He had no other choice. She had become his savior, even as he was attempting to save her. He noticed where the huntress had broken away from the vampire's trail and veered off into the city. Nicolae knew immediately she was seeking blood. She had wounds, and she probably had not fed in several days. He found her prey in an alley between two buildings. The man was young and muscular, half sitting against the wall, a small smile on his face. His head lolled slightly when Nicolae bent to examine him, but his lashes fluttered. The man was alive. Nicolae knew he should be relieved to see she had not killed her prey, only taken what was necessary from him as he had so painstakingly drilled into her. But in truth, he wanted to throttle the man. Entering his mind, Nicolae learned she had lured him to her with a promise of paradise, with a sexy, enticing smile, and her victim had willingly followed her. The owl called to him impatiently from the roof of a building to his left. They were hunting, it reminded him. Nicolae was alarmed by his own lack of discipline. Initially, he had wondered if the female child might be his life mate when they had connected so strongly, but over the years, when she steadfastly refused to speak to him, he had decided it must not be so. Yet now, considering his odd reaction to her male prey, he wondered again. Carpathian males lost all emotions and the ability to see in color by the time they turned 200, and so it had been for him. It was a bleak existence, relying on one's integrity to live honorably until a life mate could be found. Only a true life mate, the other half of each male's soul, could restore emotion and color to him. All the while the insidious temptation to feel for just one moment beckoned the males. If they succumbed and chose to kill while feeding, they became the very thing they hunted, the vampire. Nicolae took to the air, streaking away from temptation. Away from the young man who had been close to her. The young man who had felt her body against his body. Felt the warmth of her breath on his throat. Her lips moving sensuously over his skin. The erotic, white-hot bite of pleasure/pain. A red haze, treacherous and blazing out of control, slipped into his head, making it nearly impossible to think clearly. Nicolae had the sudden urge to go back and rip out the man's throat. The desire burned hot and bright, his gut clenching and a strange roaring filling his ears, his mind. He turned in midair. The owl changed direction, flying toward his face, preventing him from continuing in that direction, beak open wide and eyes staring directly into his. "You said it was forbidden to kill any but the vampire." The feminine voice was frightened, a soft denial, almost pleading. "You said never to kill when feeding and never to feed when killing." At the long-awaited sound of that voice, Nicolae's world turned upside down. He tumbled through the sky while the gray and dark of the night were replaced with shimmering, dazzling silver and brilliant colors. It was like a fireworks display, bursting all around him, robbing him of his ability to breathe, even to see. He closed his eyes against the assault on his senses, struggling to regain control. The owl struck him hard just as she called to him a second time. "Pull up, you're falling. Pull up now." There was terror in her voice. Warmth spread, calmed him, and he righted himself. She had given him life again. Saved him from eternal darkness. His life mate. The only woman capable of preventing him from turning vampire. At long last she had spoken to him. Years of silence had conditioned him to believe she would never voluntarily speak to him, but when he was in danger from the raging beast within, she had leapt to save him in spite of her every resolve not to. She had filled the bleakness of his gray existence with colors and life. "Where are you? How badly are you hurt?" he asked, praying she would continue to communicate with him. "Leave this place. I vowed if you ever came here, if you found me, I would not hunt you because you saved me. Go away from here. I don't want to have to kill you, but I will if you force me. I am not vampire. I am Carpathian. There is a difference." Her sigh was soft in his mind. "So you say, but I know nothing of Carpathians. I have only met the undead, with their voices so sweet and compelling. Voices such as yours. Why would I teach you not to kill your prey if I were vampire?" He was patient. He could afford to be patient. She was his world now, the only thing that mattered to him. He had found her, and he would find a way to make her see the difference between a dangerous creature who had chosen to lose his soul and a warrior fighting to maintain his honor. "I will give you no other warning. If you wish to live, leave this place and never come back." Again he heard the soft, pleading note in her voice, felt it in his mind. She probably didn't even know it was there, but he heard and it filled him with elation. Nicolae believed that she would try to destroy him. She was strong and well-disciplined. He had taught her well, and she was a fast, apt pupil. They were connected, mind to mind, so Nicolae felt the sudden stillness in her. Instinctively, he knew that she had reached the lair of the vampire. The undead was wounded, doubly dangerous, and in his own lair he would have numerous safeguards and traps. Get out of there. I am close, I will destroy the vampire. It is unnecessary for you to take chances with your life. This is my city, my home. My people under my protection. I don't share with the undead. Leave. She closed herself off to him, slamming a mind block in place, a strong barrier he didn't bother attempting to penetrate. Nicolae sped through the sky, the owl keeping pace with him, eyes searching for signs, senses flaring out to test the air for the noxious trail. He didn't bother to attempt to track Destiny, he had taught her too well. Her trail was nearly non-existent. Without the wound, he would never have caught her scent, and she had already dealt with the laceration so that there was no more telltale spoor for him to follow. Nicolae glanced at his traveling companion, the large owl flying so strongly beside him as it had done for years. They were traveling companions. Hunters. Brothers. Watching each other's backs. I will go into the lair of the vampire and destroy him. It is not safe for you to do so, but should something happen to me, I ask that you take this woman to the prince. His brother could no longer battle the vampire. He was too close to the beast to resist the call of blood. There was a heartbeat of silence. 2. Nicolae felt the wind rushing past them as they moved together through the sky. For a moment he thought the other would not speak. He so seldom did these days, preferring to remain in the form of an animal. You give me a task I am uncertain I can fulfill. You can do no other than see to it she is safely returned to our homeland. She is my life mate, although as yet unbound. Again there was only the silence of the night. Nicolae, I am older by several hundred years. My time is waning. You feel the crouching of the beast. I am the beast. How can you trust my word? For a moment Nicolae felt his heart jump. Vikarnov had long battled the bleakness of a colorless existence. He had hunted the vampire for hundreds of years, destroying old friends. With each kill it became harder and harder to resist the need to feel something. If Vikarnov made a kill while feeding, he would be lost for all time. Nicolae closed his mind to the possibility. Vikarnov was strong and he would endure as long as there was need. I trust you, Vikarnov, because I know you. You are a warrior without equal and your honor is everything. You are my brother, the one who came to guard my back in my darkest days, as I have done for you. Give me your word you will do this if I should fail. You would never go back on your word. Not even the beast is stronger than your word. She is one of us, though converted by a vampire. A female capable of producing female children for our race. You must perform this one last task, and then you can go to ground, only to awaken if you feel the call of your life mate. Nicolae was firm, dealing warrior to warrior. There was no other choice for either of them. They had stood for centuries against the vampire, alone in their territories until both were near the end. Until Nicolae had been connected with a child being physically and emotionally abused. His brother Vikarnov, centuries older, had rushed to his side to ensure that Nicolae would not succumb to despair when he couldn't prevent the continued assaults. Chapter 2. Destiny looked around herself carefully at the cave to which she had followed the vampire. His lair was close. She had already encountered 2 of his traps and had slowly, meticulously unraveled them. Her chest was inexplicably tight, her lungs laboring to draw air. There was an anxiety in her that had never been there before when she was hunting. He was here at last. Nicolae. She whispered his name softly in her mind. He had told it to her often, the sound blending with his accent to form something beautiful, but she had never dared repeat it. Now the strange name tugged at her heartstrings. She had known the day would come when he would find her. He had been getting closer month by month, day by day. He was relentless in his pursuit of her, and all along, she had known she would have to face him one day. She thought she had been prepared, but in truth, she was terrified. She relied on him, on his concern for her, his companionship, strange though it might be. Nicolae had come to her in her darkest hour, had shared her torment, the depraved tortures of an evil mind. His voice had been sheer magic, transporting her to distant lands and places where her captor had not been able to follow. She had left her body behind, but her heart and her very soul had soared free. Nicolae, so far away, had been her salvation. He had saved her life, saved her sanity. But Destiny had learned the hard way not to trust an alluring voice. She had once responded to one, and that monster had killed her family. Since that time, so long ago, she had heard sweet voices over and over, and all those voices had belonged to liars, depraved monsters who thrived on the pain of others. She thought of Nicolae as her only family, yet she knew better than to trust him. He had saved her with his beautiful voice, but he had also taught her other things. He had taught her to kill her captors, taught her to kill the monsters preying on other families, other children. He had taught her to be as he was, a master killer. Destiny ran her hand carefully along the rock wall, knowing there was an entrance, knowing the vampire had to be hiding somewhere behind what appeared to be a solid rock wall. Water was steadily dripping, the sound loud in the small confines of the cave. She tilted her head, examining the heavy rock above her head. It seemed solid enough, but there was a distinct uneasiness roiling in her stomach, a warning she had learned from vast experience to heed. The cave felt like a trap. She took her time surveying the floor. It was uneven, damp in spots from water leaking continually from the walls. Lightly passing her hand over the rock, she nearly missed the subtle movement beneath her palm. Blinking to try to focus on what she couldn't see, Destiny pulled her hand quickly from the surface of the rock. Something lay there, waiting for an unsuspecting victim. Something microscopic, but deadly. Destiny took a cautious step away from the rock wall. Immediately, she felt the floor beneath her sink, as if she had stepped onto a sponge. Or a bog. She sank ankle-deep into the strange mire. The mud clung to her ankle, sucked at her shoe, tightened around her skin like a vice. Her heart jumped, her breath leaving her lungs in a small rush. She forced her mind to stillness, keeping panic at bay. Rather than fight the black goo sucking at her foot, Destiny chose to dissolve. She shimmered for a moment in the darkness of the cave, then there was only a mist of colors glowing in the cavern, moving cautiously just above ground. The colors spun, bright droplets of water weaving together just over the largest damp spot where the water dripped steadily. Suddenly the mist bored into the heart of the spot, penetrating the wet soil and disappearing completely from the chamber. Destiny found herself in a much larger cavern deep beneath the mountain. The smell of sulfur was nearly overpowering, the air thick and hot. Noxious gas seeped and swirled from the green pools that dotted the earth. Yellow vapor hung heavily in the air. She took great care to examine the ground before she took her true form, placing her feet on solid ground, her knees slightly bent, her body relaxed, ready to spring into action should there be need. Destiny had the feeling the need would be great and would come soon. Very soon. She studied the chamber, not moving, hardly breathing, not wanting to disturb the flow of air, not wanting to trigger a dangerous trap. There were 2 openings leading deeper beneath the mountain. She could catch glimpses of subterranean passages, which probably extended for miles. Sharp natural spears hung from the ceiling of the cave, great columns of mineral built up to form a legion of armaments, poised over her head. The stalactites made Destiny nervous. The enemy was close by, and in his lair he had the advantage. Cautiously, she scanned the chamber, using more than her physical vision. The stench of evil permeated the area, burning her eyes so that tears welled up. Destiny was careful not to rub her eyes. It was likely that the thick vapor filling the chamber was dangerous. A hunter must presume that everything in the vampire's lair is a lethal trap. You cannot overlook the smallest detail, especially anything that appears to be natural. Nicolae had taught her that. Her savior. Her mortal enemy. He had prepared her with painstaking care for her battles with the undead. She lived because of him, yet she would be forced to face him in battle. Impatient with her thoughts, Destiny shook her head. She couldn't afford to have her attention divided. Determinately, she pushed him out of her mind and turned her complete concentration to the problem at hand. She scanned the chamber, noting the position of each rock, of the dark, gleaming pools, of the vents of steam rising from them. She paid attention to the holes in the floor, the uneven ground, committing the layout to memory before she ever took a step. Very cautiously she moved to her left, wishing she dared to be out in the open, away from the walls, but the risk was too great. Something moved just out of her line of vision. She felt the stir of air, the subtle difference in the swirl of vapor as it rose from the pool. A tendril of yellowish mist broke off from the vents of steam and floated idly toward her. Something brushed her leg, tugged at the tightly woven material of her leggings. Destiny resisted looking. Instead, she leapt upwards, kicking out with the edge of her foot, shattering 2 stalactites and sending the remains plummeting into the bubbling pools. She landed lightly in a crouched position on the other side of the chamber. Her hands were up, ready for defense, as she surveyed the results of her handiwork. The ceiling over her head was alive with movement for a moment, the natural-looking formations swaying slightly with the vibrations of violence. One cracked along its length, exposing briefly a dark interior and a whisper of movement before the crack faded into a seamless formation of minerals. Without hesitation, Destiny launched her attack, running along the walls of the chamber with long, light strides, her soles barely touching the wall's surface as she raced around the circumference, climbing higher with each step until she had reached the ceiling once again. There, she exploded into action, driving both feet into the one stalactite that had remained perfectly still. Dagger in hand, she attacked as the force of her blow broke open the cocoon, exposing the vampire. Her momentum carried her past the creature, but she whipped around in midair and plunged the sharp blade deep into the chest of the undead. The vampire's scream was hideous, resonating throughout the chamber as he fell to earth. His cries were a command, and instantly the stalactites overhead rocked, then erupted with great winged predators. Miniature pteranodons burst from the cocoons, wings spread and flapping fiercely, great beaks opened wide. Vapor swirled and spread as the wings fanned the air. The dinosaur birds had bodies much the size of an eagle, but their wingspans were shorter than either the eagles or the extinct pteranodons. Engineered by the vampire, the carnivores were designed to guard the chamber and keep out enemies. They flew at Destiny's face, snapping at her body with their fierce beaks. She had landed near a bubbling pool. Carefully, she stayed close to the walls of the chamber, knowing she would be easy prey for the screaming birds out in the open. The noise was an assault on her ears, yet she made no attempt to control the volume with her preternatural senses. She needed to hear the slightest whisper of sound in the cave. She punched one bird hard in the neck, knocking it from the sky as she leapt over the pool to reach the vampire, which was crawling away from her. She landed on her feet, but something hit her left leg hard, knocking it out from under her so that she lurched sideways. In that instant, the vampire reversed directions and was on her, his face a vicious mask of hatred, his breath fetid, the bloody dagger he had pulled from his chest in his fist. Destiny spun to face him, her hand going for his wrist. He was wounded, had suffered severe blood loss, so she was confident she was the stronger of the two. She trapped his wrist and wrenched his hand back toward him. Ducking to avoid talons coming at her face from above, she drove the knife into his chest a second time. The vampire roared with hatred, tearing at the dagger. Destiny whirled to face a second attack from behind. A monstrous lizard was climbing up out of the bubbling pool, saliva dripping from its formidable jaws. Its long tail, which had already scored a hit against her leg, knocking her aside earlier, was swinging ominously. The creature looked much like a Komodo dragon, with clawed feet and a peculiar swinging gait. Its speed was incredible as it rushed her. Destiny had no time to seize the heart from the vampire. She had to dissolve and scatter her molecules through the noxious vapor in order to save herself. The vapor in the chamber was heavy and carried in it some kind of trap she had never encountered before. Immediately, it seemed to latch onto the molecules of mist, soaking them up like a thirsty sponge. Panic flared in her, a sudden realization that she had been careless and was now caught in a trap. Shapeshift into one of the birds. Nicolae's magical voice was calm, steadying. Close by. Destiny did so instantly, taking the image from his mind rather than from her own. Not realizing she had automatically reached for him, shared with him her peril, allowing him to see the trap and the chamber through her. She flapped and screeched right along with the rest of the strange creatures, all the while eyeing the vampire below her. To her horror, the giant reptile shifted into human form, becoming a tall, thin man with a beaked nose and graying hair. He reached out casually to the other vampire, helping him to his feet. In Destiny's mind, Nicolae went very still. Vampires traveled together at times, but they used one another, sacrificed one another. In all the long centuries of his battles, Nicolae had never witnessed one vampire helping another. "Come, my dear, I grow tired of this little charade," the taller vampire said. He clapped his hands and the birds fell from the air, plummeting into the bubbling pools to scream impotently as they disappeared under the surface. "Vernon needs blood. I think you had best supply him, since you were the one to cause his distress." Destiny settled to earth, shape-shifting to her true form as she did so. Well, it's old friend week, I see," she said, smiling coolly at the two vampires. She kept her eyes fixed on the taller one. He was strong and without a single wound and very, very dangerous. "I'm surprised a big bad vampire such as you would associate with a weakling like Vernon. He seems a bit out of your league. 3 times I scored a hit on him, a bit much, don't you think?" There was taunting amusement in her voice. Her face was a pleasant mask, confident and serene, while inside, her brain was working out a way to escape. The hunter was now the hunted, but she would never, ever allow herself to be taken alive by such monsters. Vernon snarled at her, exposing his long fangs. "You won't be smiling when I drain the blood from your veins." Spittle ran down the side of his mouth and he coughed, holding his hands over his wounds. Now, Vernon, she does have a point. A mere woman, and she stuck you like a pig." The taller vampire smiled, exposing his sharp incisors. "No need to get nasty with her over your own incompetence. Look for something more. Another perhaps. It seems unreasonable that they would be in the same lair, but he is drawing your attention for a reason. They are afraid of you. You have twice plunged a dagger into one of the undead, and you are a woman, a puzzle to them. Look with more than your eyes, but do not turn away from him." Destiny sensed Nicolae at the cave's entrance, and her heart began to beat much faster. "Do not show fear, even if it is of me. They will think you weak, and you want them worried. They have never encountered a female hunter before." She had to trust Nicolae. She had no choice. He had hunted her for years, wanting her for himself or for some plan she could not fathom. She couldn't imagine him betraying her to other vampires at this late date. And she knew from experience that he was right. Vampires did not share lairs. The situation was unusual and highly dangerous. She scanned the chamber, utilizing all her senses. She scented the third adversary immediately. She couldn't locate him, but she knew he was there. She shared the information with Nicolae. Destiny laughed softly, feigning unconcern while Vernon snarled his hatred of her. She turned to the more powerful vampire. "I don't understand. Usually when one so powerful as yourself enters my home territory, I hear rumors." Deliberately she flattered him, managing to sound breathless and slightly flirtatious. The tall vampire bowed low. "I am called Peter. And you are?" "Not fooled." Destiny whirled around, crouching low, and extracted a dagger from her boot and drove it up into the newest attacker's soft belly. As he shrieked, she drove her fist hard through bone and muscle, straight to the heart. Her fingers closed around it, and she jerked hard as she leapt backward to avoid as much of the poisonous blood as possible. Flinging the heart as far from the flopping vampire as she could, she struck a spark off the rock wall, fanning the embers as she raced up the wall, then tossing the flames at the pulsating blackened organ so that it incinerated immediately to a fine ash. Vernon waved his arms recklessly, forgetting for a moment his terrible injuries. Destiny had destroyed the third vampire who had waited so patiently to attack her from behind while Peter distracted her. She dropped to the ground, ever conscious of the damp spots and the yellow vapor swirling thickly. "I hope he wasn't a friend of yours, Peter," she said, smirking a little. Her leg, where the reptile's tail had struck her with such force, was beginning to throb and burn. I certainly hope you aren't calling yourself father. You're much too young, you know. She focused on the tall vampire, knowing Vernon posed little threat unless she was close to him. His strength was waning rapidly from loss of blood and the terrible wounds she had inflicted upon him. The tall vampire merely smiled at her. He inhaled deeply, his eyes widening as he took in her scent. You are one of us, the blood of our people flows in your veins. He looked slightly puzzled. Haven't you heard the whispers of the movement? We are banding together, one by one, growing strong within our ranks. One piece of straw can blow away in the wind, but a bundle is solid. Too long our power has been hidden. We've been forced to fear while lesser creatures, beings no more than cattle to us, rule the earth. Why? Because we have never joined forces. Together we can defeat the hunters. They're few and most are close to joining our ranks. We have eyes in the hunters' camps and we have been growing in our dominion over the cattle, infiltrating into positions of influence and power. Join with us. A strange tingling had begun in her calf muscle, alarming because it radiated up her leg toward her thigh and also down to her foot. She tilted her chin, suddenly afraid of what he was going to say. Was this why Nicolae had hunted her for so long? To convince her to join the ranks of the undead in some new bid for power? The idea was chilling. Could she possibly stop such a movement on her own? Who would believe her? If she told anyone what she was, they would destroy her. You belong with us. She winced at his words. She couldn't help the shudder that ran through her body, the sudden memories that sickened her. She slammed the door on them hard, terrified of what they would do to her. Sensing her vulnerability, Pater took a gliding step toward her, barely skimming the ground. Destiny stepped to the side, not wanting to back into the wall of the chamber. She was certain there was something there. Unexpectedly, her leg went out from under her. She went down hard, a shocked look on her face. The strange tingling was a paralysis creeping up from the bruising on her calf muscle toward her thigh. Her foot was rigid, unable to move. Snarling triumphantly, Vernon pushed past Pater, rushing her, greedy for blood. He stumbled in his haste, lunging forward. She saw his foot lashing out and she rolled awkwardly, the blow catching her on the temple, but without most of its original force. In retaliation, Destiny launched a rock straight at one of the wounds on his chest. She could see Pater gliding toward her with his unhurried stride, that same smile on his face. The heavy rock smashed solidly into Vernon's mangled chest. He howled, spittle and blood spraying from his mouth as he nearly collapsed. I'll kill her, he vowed, so incensed he could barely get the words out. His hatred manifested itself in the chamber. The yellow vapor swirled closer to Destiny, circling her as Vernon approached. Destiny waited, watching his every move. Vernon was severely injured, his blood loss great. Despite her inability to move her leg, she was certain she was still the stronger of the two. She could take his heart if he was close enough. She would have to kill at least one of them before she found a way to destroy herself. She was determined she would not be taken alive by either of them. Something in her stillness made the vampire pause. Even Pater stopped moving to regard her uneasily. Vernon's hate-filled gaze narrowed, and he lunged at her. The chamber exploded with fireworks, bursts of flame, and a shower of sparks. A tall, powerfully built man landed solidly in the midst of the pyrotechnics. It was far too late for Vernon to retreat. The newcomer's hands caught his bullet-shaped head and wrenched hard, snapping bones. The attacker moved so fast he was a blurred image, his fist driving deep through the undead's chest cavity and extracting the heart from the screaming vampire. As Vernon fell, Destiny caught the glint of a dagger. It dropped from the vampire's nerveless fingers and landed a short distance from her. Destiny stared up at the stranger. She knew him. She would know him anywhere. He was raw power and pure elegance with his long hair and strong face and piercing eyes. Eyes of death. Whirlwind of death. He took her breath away. She couldn't think of him as anything but her mortal enemy. A dangerous vampire who had killed again and again. How badly are you injured? Nicolae demanded tersely, his brilliant gaze slashing through the heavy yellow vapor that was gathering around them. This entire chamber is a death trap. We have to get out of here. He took a step toward her, leaned close, reaching for her to gather her into the safety of his arms. Pater had disappeared, and the feel of the chamber was alarming. The very air vibrated with tension and something far more sinister. Destiny flung herself forward to meet him, a dagger concealed along her inner wrist. She would have only one chance to save herself. As Nicolae loomed over her, all muscle and sinew and flowing grace, her stomach lurched alarmingly, her resolve weakening for just a moment. Then she saw his eyes. Dark. Dangerous. Flames flickering in the depths. She thrust the knife at his heart. Hands clamped around both of her wrists in a vice-like grip, pinning the flat of the blade against her skin. Someone caught her from behind, jerking her backward against a hard chest. Her captor was enormously strong, his grip unbreakable. Destiny threw her head back, attempting to make contact with her captor, hoping to smash his nose. The back of her head hit a chest so hard that pain exploded behind her eyes and in her temples. She could only watch helplessly as Nicolae bent ever closer toward her. Destiny brought up her one good leg, attempting to kick him. "We have to get out of here," said a voice behind her. Low. Musical. Compelling. "You were careless, Nicolae. She nearly did you in." Her unseen captor twisted the dagger from her hand, and just that quickly slit her wrist. The action was swift and unexpected, the cut deep and extremely painful. Blood poured from her wrist. Destiny scowled, unable to understand why they would do such a thing. Vampires craved blood and the power of feeling their prey die. They needed the rush of adrenaline in their victim's blood as much as the blood itself. Damn it, Baikarnoff, it wasn't necessary to hurt her. The low murmur of the voice registered even as she felt the combined power of the two men merge, thrust deep, and hold her in their thrall. Completely helpless, unable to move or to deny them anything, Destiny could only watch in horror as Nicolae gathered her to him, opening his chest with a single slash. He pressed her close, offering his ancient blood she knew would bind them together for eternity. She struggled in her own mind, heard the scream of fear and panic wrenched from her soul, a scream that never made it past her throat. But she drank because she had no choice. They were far too powerful together. It is necessary to remove the tainted blood from your system. Relax, we have to do this fast. We need to leave this place, and the vampire has poisoned your body with something new to us. Go inside yourself, analyze the compound, break it down and push it out of your body. As always, Nicolae's voice was gentle and steady. She heard her captor chanting, words Nicolae had used in her mind before, a rhythm of soft, soothing music that somehow took the pain from her calf and her wrist, from her shoulder and arm where the vampire had managed to mark her. Strangely, as Nicolae's blood poured into her, the terrible burning that was with her day and night seemed to ease. She became aware of Nicolae's hand at the nape of her neck, cradling her head, massaging her neck gently. Destiny closed her eyes to shut out what was happening to her, the helpless feeling of being utterly and completely vulnerable. The ground beneath them shivered, a forewarning. They couldn't dissolve into mist with the poisonous vapor surrounding them, and she couldn't run with the poison in her body paralyzing her. She had no idea why they were forcing her blood to run in a steady stream onto the ground and filling her with the powerful blood of an ancient, but it occurred to her that they were risking their lives by staying in the chamber with her. A part of her brain was working furiously, considering her options, testing her strengths, determined to find a way to escape. Another part of her was relaxing into Nicolae's hold, sinking deeper into his compulsion, accepting his strange connection to her. "You will have to do it for her, Nicolae." The voice floated up from behind her, sounding far away. "She is not capable. We will have to take her from this place ourselves. The trap is closing, and the one who escaped hopes to keep us locked here." That pricked her pride. She could do anything they could do. She was strong, and Nicolae had taught her well, perhaps far better than he realized. Destiny sought inside herself, past the pain and fear, past the knowledge of what and who she was. She simply dropped away, finding pure energy, finding a place of power and healing. Her blood was fascinating, and she could clearly see the difference between the blood pouring onto the ground and the blood being forced into her body. She could see the ancient blood at war with her own, driving it from her body, a battle fought in her veins for her heart and soul. There were thick dark spots spreading up from her calf, invading her muscles and multiplying at a rapid rate. She turned her attention to those spots, the dark bacteria that had invaded her bloodstream to do the vampire's bidding. Hurry. We must go now. I will carry you as close to the surface as possible, but you will have to be able to shapeshift in order to get out of here safely. As always, the melodic voice was unhurried and unconcerned. But Destiny was aware of the urgency of their situation. She knew the vampire Pater had escaped. His lair would be a dangerous trap designed to ensnare them. The shifts in the earth were all the warning she needed. Destiny concentrated on the spots of bacteria, breaking them down, pushing most of them out of her pores, pushing the threads that had rushed toward her heart back to the huge gash in her wrist. The terrible paralysis was gone, along with the bacteria. Strength poured into her body with the ancient blood. Nicolae brought her wrist to the warmth of his mouth. Her heart stilled, skipped a beat, began to pound heavily. The fiery pain of the laceration eased, was replaced by a curious throbbing, a sudden heat creeping into her bloodstream. The two hunters loosened their mental hold on her, allowing her mind and body freedom from their compulsion. She snatched her hand out of Nicolae's possession, held it against her heart. She became aware she was cradled in Nicolae's arms as he rushed through the maze of subterranean chambers. Destiny swept her tongue across the gash in his chest, an automatic gesture to close the wound. Deliberately, she stayed limp in his arms, gathering her energy, waiting for her opportunity. She turned her attention to the grim-faced man running close to Nicolae's side. He was an inch or so taller than Nicolae, with the same flowing black hair and piercing eyes. He glanced at her, turning those flat, emotionless eyes in her direction, and a shiver went down her spine. She recognized death when she saw it. The chamber they had fled boomed, and there was a loud crash that reverberated throughout the subterranean maze as the walls and ceiling collapsed in on the cave. They were moving with preternatural speed, yet the thick yellow vapor was only a pace behind them. "I'm much stronger," Destiny pointed out. "Put me down, and we'll get out of here faster." Nicolae shifted her in his arms without slowing his pace, allowing her feet to drop toward the floor until she was running with him. Nicolae immediately took up a position behind her, protecting her back while his brother set a grueling pace in front of them. Destiny couldn't help admiring the flowing grace of her enemy as he ran, shifting shape as the opening loomed just ahead, a narrow crack none of them would be able to fit through. She had never imagined anyone could shift that fast, the large, elegant form compressing to that of a bat. "Now, hurry, shift." It was the first time she'd detected urgency in Nicolae's voice. Destiny didn't waste time glancing behind her to see what was following them. The urgency in his command was enough of a warning. She held the image of the bat uppermost in her mind, feeling the change take hold of her, move through her, consume her. Her bones wrenched and contracted, reshaped and compressed. She skimmed through the narrow opening, nearly ripping the tip of one wing. She felt Nicolae crowding close behind her. A wall of fire closed in behind them, reaching for them, moving nearly as quickly as they were, pushing the terrible yellow vapor before the greedy orange flames. This new chamber was smaller, but held a chimney. Destiny followed the lead bat up through the narrow opening, her small body cringing from the blast of heat. "Faster." She whispered the word in her mind, anxious that Nicolae was going to get caught in the inferno. She didn't realize she had sent the word into his mind, that she had betrayed her anxiety to him. That behind her, even in the form of a bat, rushing in front of a firestorm, he smiled. "We will make it." He was calmly reassuring. That annoyed her. She heard his soft, very irritating male amusement echo through her mind as she burst through the chimney and into the next chamber. It was small and dark, and there was an eerie heaviness in the air. The heat was stifling. Nicolae swore under his breath, but the words were still a warning in her mind. At once she shifted back to her own shape, examining the thick walls of layered rock, the swirling patterns. This strange little cave had once been part of a lava flow, but now was a lethal trap devised by a cunning monster. The yellow vapor poured into the small space, quickly filling every crevice. Nicolae and his brother were also feeling along the walls of the cave, judging the heat with their palms as they quickly covered as much surface as possible. Over here, Baikonov. Destiny watched as Nicolae stepped back to allow his brother to run his hands over the same spot. She moved closer, wondering what exactly they had found. Nicolae caught her arm and thrust her smaller body behind the protection of his just as Baikonov slammed the flat of his palm through the rock. The ground shuddered, the walls wavered and began to crumble. Great chunks of rock fell in a shower above their heads. Nicolae turned, dragged her into the protection of his arms, bent his body over hers as he pushed her as close to the hole Baikonov had created as possible. Baikonov slammed his palm a second time to enlarge the hole. The yellow vapor, tangled around their necks like nooses, began to pull tight. The ground trembled again, then buckled, a hard jolt that threw them both against the red-hot rock. Destiny swallowed a scream of pain, fear choking her. She dared not open her mouth or breathe the terrible venomous fog ensnaring them. Baikonov leapt through the jagged opening as the next tremor shook the earth. Nicolae caught Destiny around the waist and tossed her after his brother. She landed hard on the other side, automatically scanning her surroundings. Behind her, the wall collapsed in on itself, dust and debris mingling with the yellow vapor that had poured through the hole in an attempt to keep them in the smaller cave. Destiny jumped back toward the wall, digging at the rocks, throwing them haphazardly out of the way. "He's trapped," she yelled, clawing at the rocks. They were hot and felt almost sticky. "Are you all right?" She called out to Nicolae, unable to stop herself, her heart nearly stopping. He couldn't be dead. Her one companion. Her savior. "Talk to me. Say something." Baikonov physically dragged her away from the wall. "Go," he ordered gruffly. "Do not take this poison into your body. Go while you can. I will get him out." Destiny hesitated, watched as Baikonov began to work at a ferocious pace, working against time while the earth bucked and caved in. "Go." The voice was as steady as ever. Unconcerned. Without worry. She spun around, leapt over an opening crevice and raced toward the upper chambers. Every step she took away from him added to the terrible weight pressing against her chest like a stone. She didn't understand it. She didn't want to understand it. She only knew that she could barely breathe, so strong was her need to turn back and go to his aid. She raced away from the remaining tendrils of vapor, shapeshifting as she did so, streaking through the caves and chambers, climbing steadily toward the surface. She was a comet of mist, staying well ahead of the trailing poison, but something of her was left behind. Not blood this time, but something far more important. It was her soul that seemed to be left behind with him in that collapsed chamber. She burst into the open, into the cool, refreshing air. Destiny shifted into the form of an owl, winging her way across the sky. Normally she enjoyed the sensation. The ability to take on this form was a benefit of what she had become. Now her mind was consumed with the need to know that Nicolae was alive and well. It was all she could think of, all that mattered. "Nice to know I matter to you." There was that inevitable male amusement, designed to set her teeth on edge, but this time she only felt relief. "We are clear of the chamber and fighting our way out of the vapor. We will join you soon." Destiny broke the connection abruptly. They would not be joining her. She needed the solace of the earth. Her wounds burned and throbbed, reminding her that she could feel pain when she wasn't making a continuous effort to block it out. Weary, she still made every effort to cover her trail. She could not take a chance of being found. She knew Nicolae, knew how skillful a hunter he was. He had given her access to his memories, and he had such a wide range of experiences, century after century of battles. She was in no shape to fight him, especially as he had a traveling companion with him. Destiny deliberately doubled back several times, watching her back trail. She was determined to pick the time and place of her battle, to make certain the advantages were all on her side. She would never allow herself to be a captive again. Bone-weary, she settled in a small grove of trees halfway up the mountainside in a national park. The wind was blowing hard, intensifying a biting cold that seeped into her body all the way to her bones. Shivering, she wove her safeguards, a maze of traps that would deter humans and slow vampires, as well as alerting her to their presence. As she opened the earth, felt the rejuvenating soil beckoning to her, she thought about what Nicolae had done. He had saved her life, shoved her clear of the collapsing wall, acted the savior over and over again. Was that the work of a true vampire? All that she had ever seen of vampires argued against his being one. True, their voices were fair and sweet and lured even the wary to them. They could appear handsome and sensual, but they couldn't mask their evil natures. They were selfish and spiteful and gloried in the pain of their victims. They would never willingly help anyone or save anyone. Yet there was Pater and his plan to unite vampires in a grand scheme to take over the world. No matter how far-fetched, the idea truly terrified her. Vampires had incredible powers, tremendous influence over humans, creating puppets to do their bidding, evil minions to carry out their orders even while their masters rested below the earth out of the sun. Nicolae had never shown those traits, not even in his battles. During his fights, Destiny had felt the wildness in him rise, a demon crouched and poised ready to destroy, but it was always leashed, always under control. She sighed softly. She needed to find out much more about him before she destroyed him, her only companion. She could admit to herself she would miss Nicolae if he never again merged his mind with hers. She counted on him. So many times while she was learning to kill the vampire who'd tormented her, she had drawn heavily on his memories. More than that, Destiny had relied on him for emotional support. Through even the most degrading, frightening times of her life, Nicolae had been with her, sheltering her, distracting her, keeping her alive. Destiny settled deeper into the soothing arms of the earth. Nicolae had often told her fairy stories of a race of beings, Carpathians. He had said he was one, that he hunted those of his kind who betrayed their race by becoming the most evil of all beings. In the beginning, she'd thought he had made up the tales to distract her from the terror of her existence. Later, she thought he was attempting to lure her to him, to make her believe he was something other than vampire. In all the time she hunted the undead, she had never run across any being such as he had described. As she closed her eyes and the soil poured in over her, as the breath left her body and her heart ceased to beat, her last thought was that she must find out more about this species. She prayed they truly existed. Chapter 3. Destiny opened her eyes and waited for the terrible rush of pain to sweep through her body. Agony upon awakening had always robbed her of breath and all thought until she could find a way to simply breathe, to function. It was always then that Nicolae merged with her. Destiny's pain drew him to her, allowed him to find her in the broad expanse of the universe. This rising was different. The pain was there in her blood and bones, a burning acid that pulsed and throbbed, but without the terrible torment that had been such torture over the last years. Nicolae had given her some relief with the infusion of his ancient blood. Although it is less on this rising, I still feel your pain. Come to me. My blood runs in your veins, it will be easy for you to find me. Come to me, and I will do my best to heal you. It was the softest of whispers, a sweet seduction. Destiny stared up at the night sky, entranced by its natural beauty. Over her head tree branches swayed gently, the leaves glittering a strange silver. She was enthralled by Nicolae's beautiful, musical voice. It wasn't simply that she found herself wanting to just listen to it, she needed to hear him speaking to her. She couldn't count the times she had crawled into the refuge of her mind to avoid the atrocities of her life, and found him there waiting where she could just listen to the magic of his incredible voice. The strength of her need for him seemed to be growing, not diminishing, as she aged. While you think to find reasons to fear me, you might remember I could have taken your blood, tied you to me for all time, but I did not. Why would I want a woman unwilling to come to me on her own? If I were attempting to ensnare you, I would have taken your blood, not given you mine. You have power over me now. You know I speak the truth. Destiny lifted her chin in a kind of rebellion. She did not need him to state the obvious. I will work things out for myself, Nicolae. I have no need or one of your unsolicited advice. He laughed softly, the notes joyous and pure, slipping into her mind to twine unexpectedly around her heart. Destiny sucked in her breath, her eyes widening with shock, with realization. A part of her wanted him close to her. She had awakened expectantly, eager for the sound of his voice, for the connection between them. Crimson color crept up her neck and into her face as she floated from her resting place. She considered herself well-disciplined, took a certain pride in it, yet she could feel butterfly wings brushing at her stomach and warmth spreading treacherously through her body at the mere sound of his voice, at the knowledge of his nearness. "I don't want you here." She said it with a certain fire. Shocked at herself. Shocked at the way she felt toward him. His answering laughter was pure male amusement, sliding into her mind, under her skin, dissolving her bones. He had been too long in her mind not to recognize her confusion for what it was. Destiny hissed out a slow breath. Emotions betray one. Nicolae, I learned that lesson from a master. It's a truth I accept. Emotions had allowed Nicolae to find her. If Destiny hadn't heard Mary and speaking to one of her clients, if her words hadn't been the very thing Destiny had been starving to hear, she would have continued her nomad existence and Nicolae would not have found her. I would have found you. There was complete confidence in his infuriating, beautiful voice. You know I would have found you. Then there will be a battle between us. Now there was a smoky edge to his laughter. There has never been a war to fight between us. There never will be. We are two halves of the same whole. She winced at his words. To her, they were an accusation. She had seen his kills. She had touched that dark, crouching beast deep within him. As hard as she wished it otherwise, she was still what a monster had made her. For a moment she pressed her fingertips to her temples, closing her eyes, shutting out the beauty of the night, the beauty of his voice, the magic of the things she had become aware of. Shape-shifting, soaring through the sky, running on four legs like a well-oiled machine, stars glittering like a shower of diamonds overhead, the sheer power of what she was. Destiny found it impossible to hate her existence. That realization only added to the weight of her guilt. She had always had choices, and she had chosen to live. Chosen to hunt and kill monsters. Chosen to stay close to Mary and Delaney. And she had chosen to listen to a depraved monster. He had murdered her family and turned her childhood into a living hell. Stop it. Nicolae said sharply, a command from an ancient accustomed to instant obedience. You were a child, a little girl, with no knowledge of such evil creatures. You could not possibly have prevented what that vampire did to your family, nor were you responsible. You have rare gifts. There are others in the world such as you, other young women, possibly young men, who inadvertently draw the monster through their incredible gifts. They are in no way responsible for what a vampire does. The vampire chose his way of life. At one time he walked in the light and had honor and respect. At some point in his life, he knew he was risking his soul if he continued. He knew what to do but chose to become the undead. Look into my memories, I offer them freely to you. You cannot believe you are responsible. Destiny was silent a moment, wanting to believe him, wanting to be absolved, wanting the magic of his voice to wrap her up and take her away from all that had ever happened to her. Your voice is a weapon. She whispered the words to him aloud as well as in his mind. She needed the sound of her voice to believe it. You are afraid. It is natural to fear what you do not understand, little one. His voice was so gentle she wanted to cry. She wanted to reach out to him and be held. Her reaction was so strong, so foreign to her nature, it shocked her, frightened her even more. She felt off balance and indecisive, and she didn't like it. He hadn't called her little one in a long while. She tried to tell herself the endearment had thrown her, but she knew better. She might be afraid, but she was no coward. She could at least be truthful with herself. With him. Her chin went up and she straightened her shoulders. Yes, I am afraid. I don't know how to trust anyone. I don't know that I even trust myself. I trusted the beauty of a voice and I was deceived. You were a child. His very gentleness caught at her, turned her inside out. Does that excuse me? You did nothing wrong. And yet you blame yourself for surviving. You were meant to survive. Let me help you. She raked her hand through her hair so that it fell in a dark cloud around her face. Hunger was burning through her body, gnawing and crawling. She tried to ignore it, tried to ignore the knowledge that feeding was no longer as repulsive to her as it should be. Just as she tried to ignore how easy it was to control her prey. She winced. Prey. Did you hear me? I thought of them as prey, not people. That's what I've become. That's what he made me. How can you help me? How can I trust you? I know what you are. You helped me to kill him. You taught me to be what I am. I see the darkness in you. Do you deny it? Of course I do not deny it. The beast is a part of me. It is my strength as well as my weakness. But there is much more to me than a mindless beast bent on death and the torment and pain of others. Just as there is more to you than what he tried to make you. There is darkness in me. She wouldn't lie. Not to him. Or to herself, not anymore. My love. He said the two words softly, wrapped her up in his magic. His blood flows in your veins, haunting you, tormenting and whispering, but it is his. Darkness you feel, not your own. Carpathians are great healers. The soil here is adequate, but the soil of our homeland is like no other. His tainted blood can be removed. His shadowing can be dealt with by our healers and the soil of our homeland. How can I trust anything you say to me? She repeated her question almost desperately, wanting something from him he could never give her. Reassurance. She wanted reassurance, yet she didn't dare believe ever again. That is something only you can answer. There was no impatience in his voice, no anger, only a soft gentleness that threatened to fragment her heart. You have to find that answer for yourself. If you truly cannot see a difference between me and that unholy monster who dragged you from the safety of your home and subjected both of us, to his depraved tortures, then I have nothing with which to defend myself. And I never will. You have to see into my heart and soul. Look past the beast and see the man. See what you are to me. My heart and my soul. My everything. See me, all of me, not just fragments, and you will have your answers. She hated him for whispering the words in her mind. For tempting her. His touch was featherlight, brushing the words against her hideous memories with the caressing stroke of an artist's brush. He was luring her deeper into his web. She was mesmerized by him. By everything he said. Everything he promised. By what he left unsaid. The strength and power he possessed. His knowledge. The way he had sheltered a helpless child. Even the way he had given her his blood and had not taken a single sip of hers. Blood was power. Connection. He had cradled her to him as no other ever had. Held her as if she mattered to him. He said things that pierced her armor like arrows. Beautiful things she needed, she craved. Beautiful things that terrified her. Strangely, as she filled in the earth where she had rested, restoring it to its original state, a slight tremor in her legs caught her attention. Alarmed, Destiny lifted her hand in front of her face. It was shaking. Damn you, I don't want you here. What if she had to kill him? What if he gave her no choice? He was making her so weak, her body trembled. She couldn't afford him. She wouldn't have him in her territory. You are worth the risk to my life. You always have been worth the risk. Nicolae spoke sincerely, as if he meant every word. Destiny shook her head in denial. He wasn't going to leave, and as hard as she tried, she could not believe him evil. He wasn't going to make it simple for her by disappearing. Did she really want him to? The thought came unbidden, sneaking in and tugging at her conscience. I'm fragmented. She said it aloud as she looked up at the sky. She wished she were truly friends with Mary and could talk to her about Nicolae. A part of me would be disappointed in him if he didn't stay. If he didn't want me. There, she had admitted it to herself and she hadn't used the word. Devastated. The word might have floated for 1 second in her brain, but she hadn't acknowledged it aloud. Given it life. How could she survive without him? She had lived with him for years. Shared his mind on every rising. Listened to the magic of his voice. She hadn't known when he had begun invading her heart. She had known she needed him for the continual battles with the undead. She hadn't realized she needed him to be alive. Destiny could find him now, anytime, anywhere. There was a blood tie between them. She could monitor him at will, touch his mind to see what he was doing. It gave her an advantage over him. She would know when he was hunting her. And she would know if he made a kill. Resolutely, she turned toward the city teeming with life. She had left her business with Mary, and for too long. She preferred to get it over with. 3 running steps, and she launched herself skyward, spreading her arms as feathers sprouted, and the wind took her higher. The earth fell away, taking her fears with it. She blocked out all thoughts of Nicolae and Vikernoff and allowed herself to indulge in the sheer joy of flight. She would never tire of taking on the form of an owl and used it often when she traveled. The world was a thing of beauty when she soared through the sky, when the air washed her body clean and she felt whole and pure and alive. She cut through the clouds, not taking the time to play. She had business. She searched familiar places, looking for traces of Mary Ann. Her scent, the sound of her voice, her soft laughter. She found what she was looking for in a small bar where the locals hung out to exchange the latest gossip. Destiny sat on the roof of the deli across the street from the bar and surveyed the street. Despite the lateness of the hour, Velda Hans and her sister Inez sat in their chairs on the sidewalk in front of their apartment building, watching the world go by. Both in their 70s, they were permanent fixtures on the street, greeting each passerby by name and yelling out friendly advice or motherly admonishment if the situation warranted. It was impossible to miss either of them, dressed as they were in their favorite colors of fluorescent pink and chartreuse green. Velda's pink-tipped gray hair was in its usual artsy windblown style, while Inez's rich purple dew was swept up on top of her head. They both wore the latest running shoes, which they carefully scuffed as they sat in their chairs. Destiny found the sisters oddly endearing. More than once she had allowed them to see her, and always they called out friendly greetings and waved her over for a quick interrogation. Knees drawn up, her chin propped in her hand, Destiny watched the 2 women, unaware of the smile on her face. She had moved often from city to city, state to state, always hunting the undead. Always staying ahead of Nicolae and his relentless pursuit of her. She knew the way his mind worked. He had given her access to his battles, his strategies, his very thought process. She had soaked up his knowledge, knowing her life depended on it, knowing other lives would depend on it. That had enabled her to stay ahead of him. Until she had heard Mary and Delaney speaking, counseling a young woman whose life was a shambles. That soft, clear voice, the things Mary Ann had said, kept Destiny chained to Seattle. To these streets. Eventually, she had come to secretly think of all the people in the neighborhood as her responsibility. Destiny sighed and straightened very slowly. She had made a conscious choice to stop running and allow this city to become her home, to allow herself to care about its inhabitants. It gave her a semblance of normalcy she desperately needed, a purpose to continue her life when she knew she was evil. Not evil. Carpathian. You carry the tainted blood of the vampire, but you are not vampire. I have explained this on more than one occasion. There was a patient note in Nicolae's velvet soft voice. What is troubling you? Destiny sighed softly, blew at a strand of hair that fell across her face. Don't you have anything better to do than harass me? Are all men as annoying as you? There was a brief silence. She could feel him struggling not to laugh. No one ever spoke to him the way she did, and he was shocked as well as amused. It made her feel all the closer to him. Connected to him. Good God. You are going to give me more trouble than I ever thought possible. You have no idea. There was a certain feminine satisfaction in having the last word, delivering her lines smartly and breaking the connection between them quickly and decisively. Just that brief communication between them had given her the courage necessary to do what had to be done. She forced herself to leave the safety of the rooftops. The sounds of music and people talking seemed to burst from the walls of the tavern. Destiny stood outside the bar, as she had so many times before. Her small teeth tugged nervously at her bottom lip. She never entered but perched instead on the roof, just listening to all the conversations. She always found it comforting, as if she were really a part of the neighborhood. Tonight Mary Ann was inside the bar. Destiny was certain of it. And Mary Ann would have questions. Lots of questions. Destiny would have to remove the woman's memories, something she was reluctant to do. She liked and respected Mary Ann, and the idea of deliberately removing her memories disturbed Destiny. She had avoided the issue for 2 risings, preferring to stay hidden in the solace of the earth, healing the wounds on her body and hiding from the ancient warrior hunting her. Hiding her dark soul from Mary Ann. Now she had no choice but to face her. The door to the bar swung open and 2 men emerged, laughing, talking together as they walked past her without seeing her. She recognized them. Tim Salvador and Martin Wright. She whispered their names under her breath, as if greeting them. They lived in a small apartment over the little grocery store on the corner. For business reasons, they tried to hide the fact that they were a couple, but everyone in the neighborhood knew they were more than roommates. No one cared. Most liked the 2 men. Still, no one alluded to the relationship out of respect and courtesy. Destiny bit her lip harder as she watched the 2 walk down the street. She enjoyed watching their lives unfold. They were nice, ordinary people who seemed genuinely devoted to one another. They were so much a part of the small community Destiny protected. Her gaze remained on the 2 men until they turned the corner and she lost sight of them. Then she looked back at the tavern with a frown on her face. She would have to go in and face Mary Ann. She was certain there would be revulsion and fear in Mary Ann's soft brown eyes after they spoke. Compassion and friendship would be replaced by the knowledge of what Destiny was. Destiny knew she could erase that knowledge from Mary Ann's mind, should she not be able to accept her as she was, but there would always be a barrier between them. Nothing would ever be the same again. Destiny would never be able to even pretend they were friends, and Mary Ann's friendship was important to her. She wanted Mary Ann's acceptance, but how could anyone accept her when she couldn't accept herself? For a moment she stood outside the tavern, her shoulders slumping, her heart heavy with dread. At once she felt him. Nicolae. He stirred in her mind, his touch gentle, inquiring, drawn by her deep sorrow. The ease of the connection surprised her. His gentleness warmed her. The way she craved his touch alarmed her. Destiny slammed her mind close to him. She couldn't afford to risk his finding out about Mary Ann. It would be a certain death sentence for the woman. He would not allow the continued existence of a human who knew about vampires. Lifting her chin, she squared her shoulders and decisively pulled open the door. At once the noise and smells assaulted her, jangling and jarring until she managed to turn down the volume in her mind. Nothing could stop the way her stomach knotted and twisted in protest of what she was about to do. Her gaze went unerringly to Mary Ann. Mary Ann, sitting on a bar stool, half turned toward the door. She was laughing at something the woman next to her was saying. Destiny knew Mary Ann so well, she could hear the forced notes of merriment. Destiny didn't look at the woman speaking with Mary Ann or try to identify anyone else in the bar. She focused on Mary and willed her to look up, bracing herself for the horror and knowledge she would find in the depths of those soft brown eyes. Mary Ann turned her head slowly until her dark gaze met Destiny's. Joy lit her face, banished the worry from her eyes. She jumped from the stool, leaving her companion in mid-sentence, and rushed to Destiny. Time stood still while Destiny watched her hurtle across the room like a small rocket. "You're alive. Thank God. I was so worried. I didn't have any idea whom to contact. I checked the hospitals, even the morgue." Mary Ann nearly flung her arms around Destiny, but checked herself when she saw how uncomfortable the younger woman was. Destiny stood staring at her, her mind numb, a perfect blank. Her carefully worded apology was wiped from her memory. She could only stare dumbly. Twice, she cleared her throat. "Come on, let's move away from the crowd," Mary Ann suggested gently, drawing Destiny a few steps out of the crush of people. "You don't have a single ounce of self-preservation," Destiny accused. "Why don't you ever try to protect yourself?" "I don't know." All I could hear was the sound of his voice. It was so melodic, hypnotizing almost. I couldn't see him clearly until he spoke to me. Then he sounded horrible and grating, and he looked. Her voice trailed off as she sought the right word. "A monster." His teeth, so jagged and sharp. His fingernails were something out of a horror film. But at first he looked handsome. "I would have gone to him if you hadn't pushed me into the church." "Thank you, Destiny." Destiny could only stare at her in a kind of shock. "I'm not talking about him. You wouldn't have had a chance with him anyway. He was a vampire." They aren't easy to defeat, and you don't have the necessary knowledge or skills. I'm talking about me. You're happy to see me. Of course I'm happy to see you. Mary and interrupted. I was so worried, Destiny. I looked for you every day, all the places you might go, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Don't ever scare me like that again. You should have come to my house. Didn't you think I'd be worried? Yes, I thought you'd be worried that I might kill you by draining every drop of your blood, Destiny said. She could hardly endure the conversation. Mary Ann was telling the truth. Destiny could read her anxiety. It made no sense, and Mary Ann's lack of fear, lack of self-preservation, angered her. That's silly. I saw your injuries. I wanted to take care of you. Destiny studied her hands. How can you say that? You must know what I am. What is it you think you are? Mary Ann asked softly, her voice as gentle as ever. There was no hint of condemnation, no hint of laughter. Just Mary Ann's quiet acceptance. Unconditional acceptance. You saw me. And you saw it. The vampire. You must know I'm one of them. Destiny couldn't look at her. She couldn't bear to see the revulsion looking back at her in those trusting eyes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have allowed our lives to touch. You won't remember, but I want you to know that I give you my word of honor I will never harm you. There was a small silence, and her stomach churned and knotted. She felt Mary Ann's touch. Light. Her fingers settled on Destiny's forearm. Why do you believe you're a vampire? Destiny stiffened as if she'd been struck. He took my blood. He forced me to drink his. I think that's the accepted way of making a human into a vampire. Mary Ann nodded. Well, of course, from what I've seen in movies. Is that where you're getting your information, too? The movies? You don't have to believe me. Destiny pulled her arm away from Mary Ann. She could hear hearts beating. She could hear the ebb and flow of blood. The whispers of private conversations. I'm not crazy. She said it firmly, more for her own benefit than for Mary Ann's. I know that. I couldn't leave the church, even though I knew you were in danger and I wanted to go help you. I sat there until morning, although I prayed for the strength to leave. But I couldn't. I saw him, Destiny. I saw and heard everything he said. Mary Ann shivered delicately. He wanted you to call me out of the church. Destiny nodded her head. Yes, to share your blood. She said it bluntly, wanting to conclude this conversation. She had forgotten how emotions could tie one up in painful knots. She preferred physical pain. Let's go back to why you believe you're a monster. What makes you think so, Destiny? Because this maniac, this vampire, exchanged blood with you. Mary Ann asked. I can only go by what I've read in books or seen in movies. I know little of vampires and didn't for a moment believe they existed until I witnessed that horrible man. Now I'm open to the possibility, but I still can't believe you are one. Garlic, for instance. Destiny shuddered. I never go near the stuff. I don't know what it would do to me, but I don't dare try it. She pushed an unsteady hand through her hair. I haven't looked in a mirror in years. I don't think I have a reflection, but I don't know for certain. I want so much to enter the church, but I can't take the chance. Sweetheart, Mary Ann caught her firmly and turned her. Your reflection is just as clear as mine in the mirror there. And you happen to be standing directly under a string of garlic. You haven't even noticed it. Destiny's brilliant gaze found herself in the oversized mirror above the bar. She looked pale, startled, frightened. Did that face really belong to her? The last time she had seen herself, she had been 8 years old. How long ago had that been? She didn't know. She didn't recognize the woman staring back at her. Hanging above the bar where deli sandwiches were advertised were various food items, including strings of garlic and nuts. Afraid that if she took her eyes from her image it would disappear, Destiny watched herself shake her head. I've never looked before. I was afraid of what I might see or not see. Honey, Mary Ann continued with great gentleness, when you pushed me into the church, you went inside with me. I was still struggling toward the man. I didn't have control of myself until you spoke. There was a small silence while they both turned her words over in their minds. I went into the church. Then. You had control of me, Mary Ann mused. Destiny, whatever you are, you're not evil. You're not anything like that monster. She shuddered, remembering the fangs, the jagged teeth stained with blood. She glanced around the bar, spotted a small empty table in a corner and steered Destiny toward it. She was beginning to understand why the young woman had such troubled eyes. How long had Destiny lived with the knowledge that such monsters inhabited the world? "Sit down, Destiny," Mary Ann used an authoritative voice. Destiny was so pale, so shocked, she looked as if she might fall over. When Destiny seated herself, Mary Ann took the chair across from her. "Did that man really take your blood and force you to take his?" It seemed a silly question to ask, something out of a Hollywood horror film, but Mary Ann had seen the creature, and she had known he was evil and that he was not human. She'd been a witness to the blurring speed Destiny had used in attacking the thing. Not him. Destiny's voice was so soft, Mary Ann strained to hear her. She sounded far away. "There was another. A long time ago. He." Destiny trailed off, one hand going to her throat defensively. She covered her pulse, pressing her palm to her skin as if covering a ragged wound. For a moment she looked so vulnerable, so young and fragile, Mary Ann had to force herself to remain silent. "I can't think about it. I don't dare think about it." "What do you think would happen if you did, Destiny?" Her voice was neutral. Burying bad things only allows them to surface when least expected. Sometimes it's the only way to survive. "Whom do I tell? The police? They'd lock me up in a mental institution." She met Mary Ann's gaze squarely. "How do you think I live now? You asked me to come home with you and have a cup of tea. For you that makes perfect sense. I'll never have a cup of tea again. Never." She pressed her fingertips to her temples. "My mother drank tea. I remember that now. I'd forgotten. Every morning she made tea in a little teapot and put a cozy over it to allow it to steep. She'd make mine with milk, more milk than tea really, but I felt so grown up and close to her when we shared it." She closed her eyes, wanting to keep forever in her mind the memory of her mother's face, her scent, and the way she smiled when she handed her the teacup. She looked across the table at Mary Ann. "Thank you. I haven't thought of that in years. The last memories I had of my family were bad, frightening. I made myself forget everything so I could forget that. My mother was such a beautiful woman." Mary Ann smiled. "I'm certain you must look a great deal like she did." "What a wonderful memory. Do you have brothers or sisters?" Destiny shook her head. "I was the only child." "Other family?" Nicolae popped into her head instantly when she should have said no. His voice, his presence. Destiny felt him strongly. What was he to her? Mortal enemy. No, never that. Destiny raked her hand through her hair, shaken by the depth of her attachment to him. Mary Ann was waiting for her answer, seeming comfortable with the silence. Destiny's life was silence. She hadn't talked so much with anyone in years. Other than Nicolae. "How do you know when you can trust someone?" Destiny asked softly. "How do you know they won't betray you?" "I think sometimes it's instinctive," Mary Ann answered carefully, "although it is always possible to make a mistake. Usually you reserve judgment until you've been around someone, until you've seen their true character." "Is that what you're doing now?" Destiny tilted her chin. "With you." Mary Ann's reply was mild. "You want something from me I can't give you. You want me to condemn you. You've saved my life at least twice. I like you as a person. I know you're troubled, but that doesn't make you the monster you want me to name you." Destiny heard the swell of conversation in the bar, the blare of music. Laughter erupted from a table only a few feet away. She waved her hand. "This isn't real. You think you live in reality, but this isn't real." "Of course it is. It's as real as your life has been, just completely different. You can't go back, I can't go back either, but we can go on." "That's not true," Destiny said softly, raising her vivid eyes to meet Mary Ann's gaze. "It isn't true that you can't go back." For the first time Mary Ann looked uncomfortable. She rubbed her fingertip along the tabletop as she composed her thoughts, weighing her words, thinking it through before she spoke. "I presume that means you can do something to my mind to alter my perception of reality." Destiny nodded slowly, hearing the sudden increase in Mary Ann's heart rate. "I can take away your memories of me, of everything you've learned about vampires. You won't remember and you won't ever have nightmares. You won't be in danger from anyone. You can do that?" Destiny smiled suddenly. There was no amusement in the depths of her eyes. You would be shocked at what I can do. Yes, easily. I'm one of them, Mary Ann. I'm one of them, and I've become comfortable being one of them. Mary Ann shook her head. You're something different, Destiny. I don't know what, but you aren't anything like that creature who wanted my blood. Destiny leaned across the table. What do you think I exist on? She placed her palms flat on the table, leaned closer still. Her voice was a soft hiss of warning. I can hear your heart beating. I hear the blood rushing in your veins. She ran her tongue over her small, perfect teeth. I have to fight to keep my incisors from lengthening. I haven't fed in 2 risings. I think about hunger every moment I'm awake. It crawls through me, an addiction I can't overcome. Don't make the mistake I did. Don't ignore the fact that something beautiful, something alluring, can be the most dangerous thing you will ever encounter. Mary Ann's frown slowly disappeared. She leaned closer still. It isn't going to work, you know. I know what you're doing. Of course the idea of vampires is frightening to me. I had no idea such things existed outside of movies and books, but I've had 2 days to think about that thing. He felt evil. I'm not scared of you, but you're deliberately trying to frighten me. You want to drive me away from you. I threaten you in some way, don't I? Why are you so afraid of me? Destiny pulled back as if Mary Ann had slapped her. She forced air through her lungs, forced the roaring in her head to a semblance of quiet. I can't breathe in here. How do you breathe inside a place like this? I have to get out of here. Destiny, don't. I don't want you to remove my memories, and I don't want you to try to drive me away from you. I just want to be your friend. Is that really such a difficult thing? Do you have so many friends that you can't use another? I can't breathe, Destiny repeated. It was a measure of her discomfort that she didn't realize someone was approaching their table. He moved in silence, a stalking predator, and was upon them before she had a chance to scent him. Nicolae laid his hand on her shoulder, his fingers curling almost possessively around the nape of her neck. Yes, you can, little one. I am here. Just inhale, and the air is there. If not, I will breathe for both of us. I will be your air. The words whispered in her mind. Soft. Sensuous. Robbing her of her ability to speak. Nicolae lifted his gaze from Destiny to the woman sitting across from her. His eyes were flat and cold as his gaze rested on Mary Ann. What are you doing to her? I warn you, she is under my protection, and if you have done anything to hurt her, you will answer to me. Chapter 4. Fear clawed at the pit of Destiny's stomach. Her first instinct was to turn and fight, but the pressure of his fingers at the nape of her neck was a clear warning, preventing her from moving. Without taking his censorious gaze from Mary Ann, Nicolae bent very close to Destiny, until his breath was warm against her ear and his lips skimmed her earlobe, a mere wisp of contact that set her heart pounding and sent heat rushing through her veins. You cannot call attention to our kind in this place, Destiny. It is the last thing you want. His hair brushed her skin like raw silk, and she felt a shiver all the way to her toes. His masculine scent enveloped her. Beckoned. Tempted. His arm, so casually draped over her shoulder, was hard with muscle and sinew, felt hot through her thin blouse. Destiny was so aware of Nicolae as a man, she couldn't think properly. Her world narrowed until it encompassed only the two of them. A strange roaring throbbed in her ears. Her body seemed heavy yet alive, every nerve ending shrieking at her, though whether in alarm or need, she wasn't certain. She didn't care. Destiny had spent most of her life alone, never touching another person unless she was feeding, rarely speaking to anyone. Yet now, here in this place, she was surrounded by people, overwhelmed by the smell of blood, the beating of hearts. Music pounded out a primitive rhythm. She was suffocated by perfume. Alcohol. The noise was deafening, the scents overpowering. This was too much. All of it. She never should have allowed the door to her past to crack open for even a moment. And here was Nicolae, coming to her when she was lost in the midst of hell. She wasn't prepared for her strange physical reaction to him. Why in the world would you think I'm doing something to her, Destiny? Mary Ann looked more shocked than intimidated. I would never do such a thing. Destiny is upset, and rightly so, but not at me. Are you a friend of hers? Destiny let her breath out slowly, forced herself to attempt to relax beneath those strong massaging fingers. Marianne's voice snapped her back to the reality of here and now. Pretend. She was a mistress of illusion when she had to be. The pat of his thumb lingered over the pulse beating so frantically in her throat, slid back and forth in a gentle, soothing caress. Nicolae could feel her body trembling. How could he not? He could hear her heart pounding loud and hard, and that telltale pulse told him much more than she wanted him to know. But she couldn't stop trembling. She, who was always so controlled, could not control her own pulse beneath his marauding thumb. Perhaps I misread the situation. I could feel Destiny's distress from across the room, and I thought you were upsetting her. Nicolae smiled at the woman, a show of elegant charm. He bowed slightly, his white teeth perfect, his sensual face without guile. He looked like a lord of old, at home in a palace. He leaned lower to brush a lingering kiss across the top of Destiny's dark head. Strands of her hair caught for a moment in the stubble along his jaw, connecting them. I cannot bear it when she is upset. Forgive me if I frightened you. I'm Nicolae Von Shrieder. Mary and Delaney. Mary couldn't take her eyes from Destiny's pale face. For just a moment, she thought there were dots of blood on Destiny's forehead, but Nicolae leaned over the younger woman, his head and shoulders blocking Mary Aim's view, and with exquisite care seemed to press a small kiss on the spot. When he straightened, the tiny dots were no longer there, and Mary was certain she had imagined them. The swirl of Nicolae's tongue was too much for Destiny to endure. In another minute she would lose control completely. She had no idea what she'd be capable of if she became hysterical, but control was everything to her. She was determined not to lose it. Destiny pushed her palms against the table, sliding her chair deliberately into Nicolae, and surged to her feet, certain she would catch him by surprise. As if he had choreographed her movement, Nicolae turned her neatly into his arms, drawing her body into the shelter of his. "Excuse us," he said to Mary, and without missing a beat he whirled Destiny out onto the dance floor. "What are you doing?" To her horror, her voice shook. Hunger was a craving now, a terrible, inevitable craving she couldn't ignore. Her face was pressed into the warmth of the hollow of his shoulder. She remembered the taste of him. With his blood on her tongue, the insatiable hunger had been appeased for once, and the continual torment inside her had lessened. She had never felt so sated by anything. "I'm dancing with you," he answered easily, pulling her closer to him. Their bodies were pressed together, their clothing the only bather between them. With each gliding step her breasts pushed into his chest, her nipples becoming sensitized from rubbing against his shirt. His muscles were taut and defined as he whisked her around the floor. More than anything, she was aware of the thick, hard part of him pressed against her stomach as they moved together. Floated together. It frightened her, yet fascinated her. Her own blood seemed to pool, low and thick, so that she throbbed and burned with an unfamiliar need. Their feet barely touched the ground. She had never danced in her life, yet her body followed every movement of his flawlessly, as if she had been born to partner him. "Close your eyes, give yourself up to the music." "To me," he whispered, the temptation in her ear, his hand moving over her back, tracing her spine. "You have not fed, Destiny. Why have you come to such a place hungry? Do you think to punish yourself?" It was too close to the truth. She had come to remove Marianne's memories, to violate the trust of a woman who was inherently good. "You are not evil." He whispered the words against her skin, even as they brushed in her mind. His tongue swirled over her pulse. Tasted. Lingered. Her entire body clenched in reaction. "You are Carpathian, a race in harmony with nature. A protector of mankind. You do not kill wantonly or lightly." He was killing her. With hope. With dreams. With things she dared not reach for. Trust was something she could never give one of his kind. He made her feel things she didn't want to feel. Made her long for things impossible for her to have. Every ounce of self-preservation shrieked at her to wrench herself out of his arms and run for her life. Instead, almost helplessly she nuzzled closer, found his beckoning pulse with her mouth. "I could kill you," she breathed. "Drain the blood from your body right here." She wanted him to know she was undecided. His fate was undecided. That her fingers curling in the silk of his shirt meant nothing. That her body molding itself to his didn't matter. That she had control. She had power. His voice was sheer magic. It washed over her, into her, wrapped itself around her heart and soul, but none of that mattered. It would never matter. Yes, you could. The words purred in her mind, a blend of heat and smoke. Take what you need, I offer freely. He nuzzled her hair again, his breath warm against her cheek as he switched to speaking, his voice low and soft. Each rising I wake with your pain crawling through my body. I wake with your sorrow in my mind. His hands found her hair, bunched silken strands in his fist. It is my right to care for you, to be your solace. If you seek my death, little one, if that is what you need for your own survival, so be it. I would give my life for yours and never look back. I am willing to give my life to you. There was intimacy in his voice. There was tenderness. There was honesty. Her eyes burned with her effort not to see him, not to hear him, not to trust him, not to need him. Heat beckoned. Seduced. Her tongue lapped at his pulse. She felt his reaction. Not fear. Hunger. Sharp and terrible. Erotic hunger so strong his muscular body shuddered. Hardened. Grew hotter. His breath left his lungs in a rush of anticipation. Nicolae whirled her into deeper shadows, away from prying eyes, blurring their images so that there seemed to be a veil of haze between the couple and the rest of the people in the place. She was in his arms at long last, fitting perfectly. Belonging. He willed her to feel it, feel their deep need of one another, even as he acknowledged her terrible struggle. She had survived the abomination of her childhood by choosing solitude. By never trusting. He knew what he was asking of her. Not even asking. Demanding. Trust. Such an easy word. Such an impossible quality. How could he ask or demand such a thing of destiny? She had been taught. Never. To trust. Her life had depended upon it. Her very soul had depended upon it. Nicolae allowed his lashes to drift down, his head to rest over hers. His heart fragmented. He knew his own power, his enormous strength. But he could would not force compliance from destiny. If they came together, it would be with her full consent. It couldn't be any other way. An evil monster had forced acts of humiliation and degradation upon her, along with years of unspeakable pain and horror. Nicolae could not force a relationship on her. How could he do anything that might resemble the actions of that depraved creature who had stolen her childhood, her family, and her innocence? Destiny moved restlessly in Nicolae's arms. You shouldn't tempt me, Nicolae. She hadn't meant to use his beautiful name. She wanted nothing intimate between them, and his name seemed musical to her. It came out sounding all wrong. Husky. Intimate. Aching. She breathed his name against his pulse while her body burned and pulsed and throbbed, while butterfly wings brushed at the pit of her stomach. Helplessly, she touched her mouth to the skin, tormenting herself, torturing him. Destiny. There was an ache in his voice. She made a sound of horror, wrenched her body away from his. Nicolae saw her eyes, the confusion and terror in their depths. Get away from me right now, she demanded, backing away. Fearing him. Fearing for him. Movement across the room caught his eye. Mary Ann had stood up, frowning. She took several steps toward Destiny, but halted as Destiny lifted her hand in warning. Then Destiny was gone, moving so quickly she was a blur. Nicolae was left standing alone on the dance floor, his body as hard as a rock, his heart aching for his lost life mate. Mary Ann made her way to Nicolae's side. Tell me what to do to help her. She touched his arm to draw his attention more fully to her. I can see the sorrow in her eyes, and it breaks my heart. I know I can help her. Nicolae stared down at the woman, seeing the compassion and determination written on her face. He had been slipping in and out of Destiny's mind for years, even though he had never taken her blood to seal the bond between them. It had been Destiny's horrendous pain, coupled with her tremendous psychic abilities, that had allowed her to connect so completely with Nicolae. He had caught glimpses of the woman before him many times in Destiny's mind, although Destiny had tried to shield her from him. This woman knew more than any human should. She knew things that could get her killed. I'm no threat to you, Mary Ann said softly. Nicolae's face was a mask. unreadable, handsome and compelling, dangerous. Instinctively, she knew he was the same as Destiny, not quite human. I want to help her. She saved my life twice. She has survived things so hideous you cannot even conceive of them. Why would you presume to think you can help her? Although his words were spoken in a low, beautiful timbre, something in that perfect tone made her shiver with apprehension. She was conversing with a powerful being, something she knew nothing of. Someone who made life-and-death decisions over others every day of his life. Mary Ann felt the impact of each of his words. She lifted her chin. Because she chose me. Nicolae studied her face for a long time. She had the feeling he was examining much more than her features. For one horrible moment, she felt him moving in her mind. He didn't bother to hide it from her, deliberately showing her his power, a not-so-subtle threat. A warning. Whatever he found must have satisfied him, because he withdrew from her mind, leaving her memories still intact. Do you have any idea what you are asking? Nicolae demanded in a low, compelling voice. You must be very certain this is what you want. You know what I am. You know what she is. And you have an inkling of the demon we hunt. There is one in this city, at least one, maybe more. He is out there now, killing the innocent. Maybe hunting a small female child with the amazing gifts Destiny has. The knowledge of our existence that you have right now constitutes a danger to all immortals, whether they are vampire or hunter. It is allowed only in rare instances. Mary Ann followed Nicolae across the room to a secluded table away from the crowds, knowing that whatever she said to him now would decide her fate. She thought of Destiny's eyes. Troubled. Filled with shadows and sorrows. I can't leave her to suffer. She won't find her way back, Nicolae. I know she won't. You think you'll be able to reach her, and you might on some level, but it won't be enough. She's suffered a terrible trauma. That won't just go away because you will it to do so. You are risking your life. He wanted her to know the truth. Destiny would not want you to risk your life for her. He pulled out a chair, stood courteously while Mary Ann slipped onto the seat. As he sat down across from her, he waved off the waitress. Think very carefully before you speak. I can remove your memories of all of this. Of Destiny. Of me. Of the creature that wanted to kill you. All of it. You will never worry about Destiny, because you will not remember that she exists. I don't want that. Mary Ann shook her head adamantly. She's important to me, and I think I'm important to her. She leaned across the table toward him. I can handle this. I really can. I'm afraid. I'd be silly not to be afraid, but you don't know what she did for me. Twice. She saved my life twice. She's given the sanctuary so much money we desperately needed to expand and to make sure the women had counseling and job opportunities. Destiny did that. She deserves a chance, too. Mary and his voice washed over her. Gentle. Compelling. I will take care of Destiny. I give you my word of honor. I honestly don't think she will get better. I think she'll try, but you won't be able to help her overcome what's happened to her. I lived through it with her. I know, she said quietly. I see the same things in your eyes that I see in hers. I understand her, understand what she needs. And we're meant to be together. Two halves of the same whole. She isn't whole, Nicolae. She's fragmented and lost. She can't go into a relationship that way and have it work. I think you know that, or you wouldn't be talking with me. You would have already removed my memories. If I leave you with this knowledge, I will have to be able to monitor you at will. I am responsible for the safety of my people. I have to know that you are capable of keeping our secret at all times, and I will have to make sure that the undead cannot use you to get to Destiny. Mary Ann swallowed her fear. I think that's fair enough. It entails my taking your blood, Mary Ann. Not converting you, simply taking a small amount of your blood so that I can touch your mind at any time. It wouldn't hurt and you wouldn't be in danger, but the idea of it is uncomfortable to humans. Mary Ann was silent, leaning her chin in her hand while she studied his face. Destiny wasn't given a choice, was she? Nicolae shook his head. She was converted by the vilest of creatures. The undead. A vampire lives for the pain of others. He made her suffer for years. He subjected her to every humiliating degradation he could think of. He murdered men, women, and children in front of her and forced her to drink their blood. He used her body for years in the most painful ways possible, although she was an innocent child. Mary and rubbed the heel of her hand over her face. And you want me to desert her because I might be uncomfortable for a moment or two? I owe her more than that. Take my blood if you feel it is necessary, Nicolae, and let's find a way to help her. Destiny rushed out into the night, dragging great gulps of air into her lungs. It was humiliating to be shaking like a child just because she was in such close proximity to so many people. She wouldn't admit her distress had been caused by anything else. How could she want to touch a man's skin? Be held in his arms? Breathe him into her body? She knew about men, what they did, what they wanted from a woman. A girl. A child. A scream welled up from her soul, the terror of a child trapped with a monster. She pressed the scream back with her hand, as if to shove it back down her throat and bury the terror where she would never have to look at it. See it. Think of it. The night is so beautiful, Destiny. Clear and cold and crisp. Look above you at the stars. His voice came like magic. Soothing. Gentle. Out of nowhere, simply there in her mind. Pushing away the memories of hurting hands, rivers of blood, the faces of the damned. There is nothing so beautiful as the night. Even the leaves are a shimmering silver. I did not remember that. Did you notice the color? Silver and gold tonight. The wind is whispering to us. Here? Just listen to it, little one. It speaks to us of the secrets of the earth. She closed her eyes, listened to his voice, found her heartbeat, knew she was alive and whole. Knew she could make it through another minute, another hour, even another night. Destiny knew the truth then, accepted the truth. If she were to survive, then so must Nicolae. The nightmares haunting her were far too strong to conquer on her own. She might fight and win every other battle, but not the one for her sanity. Not the one for her soul. That was Nicolae's battle. She took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, at the stars glittering like gems over her head. The tension was slowly draining out of her body, but the need was there, crawling through her with insistence. A craving she couldn't ever escape. Your craving is natural, Destiny, like breathing. We are of the earth. We do not eat the flesh of living things. Is it so terrible what we sustain ourselves on? We harm no one. We see to the protection of humans. We live among them, do business with them. Just as you have learned to care for the people who live along these blocks, so will you care for our people. Her first reaction was denial. More of them? Vampires? She shook her head, forcing herself to consider his words. Carpathians. A race of beings she now belonged to. Beings with special powers. Beings who could enter churches and stand under strings of garlic. She suddenly laughed, the sound flowing down the street like music. She had a reflection. She knew what she looked like. The tension began to drain out of her. Destiny inhaled deeply, thankful to be alone. A movement down the street caught her eye and she swung her gaze in that direction. Come here, girl. Velda was imperiously waving at her, beckoning her up the street. Destiny had forgotten to make herself invisible to the human eye. Velda shrieked again, waving so enthusiastically she nearly fell from her chair at Inez's side. Knowing she did not have it in her to deny the old lady, Destiny jogged along the sidewalk until she was a few feet from the two sisters. They were smiling at her with open, welcoming smiles, without guile, hiding nothing. At last. I've spotted you several times, Velda said with satisfaction. Haven't I, sister? Haven't I told you such a pretty young woman shouldn't be out by herself so late at night? You need a young man. Don't worry, Inez and I have been giving it some thought, figuring just what man you should be with. Destiny's eyebrow shot up and she blinked rapidly, trying to assimilate what Velda was saying. Were the two women looking to hook her up with someone? You don't even know me. I could be a horrible person. You wouldn't want to stick some poor unsuspecting man with me, now would you? Velda and Inez looked at each other, then beamed at her. Now, dearie, you're a nice little thing. You need a man and a place to stay. We've been thinking about the little apartment across the street there. We think it would suit you just fine. I'm Velda, and this is my sister Inez. Ask anyone, we have a reputation as matchmakers. Destiny had never thought of herself as being a little thing, and a reluctant smile found its way briefly to her eyes. There, dear, so much better when you smile. Velda's pink-tipped hair swung breezily as her head bobbed. I have the second sight, you know. I see a young man for you. Quite handsome, with nice manners. Rich, dear, Inez added. Velda told me he's rich and handsome. She beamed, her purple hair glowing in the dark. That should make you happy. Settle down, dear, have 2 or 3 children. You'll be happy. I wanted 10, but Velda stole my bow right out from under my nose. Destiny gaped at the 2 elderly women as they patted an empty lawn chair insistently. They clearly expected her to join them. Not knowing how to decline graciously, she slid gingerly into the chair. She was aware of Nicolae's amusement at her uncomfortable predicament. Aware of the warmth of his laughter brushing her mind. Turning her attention to the 2 sisters, she determinedly ignored him, wondering fleetingly how they could be so closely connected. How could he touch her mind when he had not taken her blood? Velda snorted, patting Destiny's arm. She didn't seem to notice Destiny wincing or drawing away. Inez was such a beauty. All the men wanted her. She wouldn't choose, you know. She liked having them chase her. She's making up a story about my stealing her bow. I'm a true spinster. I never wanted a man in my life, and she certainly didn't want 10 babies. Did you, Inez? You wanted to sing in a bar. I did sing in a bar, Inez returned haughtily. She patted Destiny's knee, unaware that Destiny was squirming to get out of reach. I was a raving beauty, dear, not unlike you. But I had a real figure. I was no stick like you girls now. And I had a voice like an angel. Didn't I, sister? An angel, Velda agreed solemnly. She leaned close to Destiny. Don't look at me, dearie. Pretend you're interested in the apartment over the dress shop there. She waved airily, so Destiny followed the direction of her pointing finger. Immediately Velda lowered her voice to a conspirator's whisper. We're thinking of hiring a private eye. We've been discussing it. I think we need someone hard-boiled like Mike Hammer, but Inez thinks an intellect like Perry Mason would be better. What do you think? Destiny gaped at her. She had no idea what or whom the sisters were referring to. Why do you think you need a private detective? It was the only thing she could think of to say. She had no idea how she had ended up sitting between these 2 eccentric women. The thought of 2 70-year-old women needing a hard-boiled detective was laughable. Destiny had watched the women for the last few months. They were open and honest and so much a part of the neighborhood, she couldn't imagine the streets without them. Velda looked around. Inez did the same. Simultaneously, they hitched closer to Destiny. There have been strange goings-on around here. Inez nodded solemnly. That's right, sister, you tell her. Listen to her, dear, it's mojo. Bad mojo. Laughter bubbled up in Destiny's throat, but she blinked rapidly, battling to stay solemn. The 2 women deserved respect. They were gossips, but they were sharp. Destiny settled back into her chair. I'm Destiny, by the way. She felt she owed them her name because they had spotted her on the streets often enough to recognize her. If they could see her as she moved rapidly along the streets at night, they had sharp eyes to go with their sharp minds. And more than that, they had restored a semblance of balance in her world. Please do tell me. No one believes us, Sister Inez cautioned. They think we have bats in the belfry. She parted her bright hair, and Destiny noticed that her nails matched the amazing shade of purple. So did her tennis shoes. The laces were coiled and metallic purple. I doubt that, Destiny answered decisively. You're very well respected by everyone. If you say something is going on, it probably is. I'd have to hear some details, though, before determining what sort of detective you'd need. The sisters exchanged a long, satisfied look. It was Velda who took up the challenge. It started a month or so ago. We began to notice small things, but at first we didn't connect them. Inez nodded wisely. Small things, you know, she echoed solemnly while her head glowed purple and red from the odd lighting of the street lamp. Velda shushed her. Sister, let me tell her. I was just verifying. An account must be verified or no one takes it seriously. Isn't that right, dear? Don't you want verification? 2 eyewitnesses are better than 1, don't you think? Destiny didn't know if she reached out or if Nicolae was already a shadow in her mind. Or maybe she was a shadow in his. All she knew for certain was that she wanted to share with someone the extraordinary relationship these 2 wonderful women had. They were everything she had always wanted in a grandmother. They made her smile inside and lightened the burden she always carried. She was pleased with Nicolae's reaction. Warmth flooded her, amusement, but not mocking laughter. He saw the sisters the way she saw them. It was the first time she could remember sharing something fun, light-hearted, a connection of warmth rather than pain and degradation. She knew that the moment would be etched in her memory forever. Destiny took in every detail of the two women, their open, honest faces, their eccentric hair and attire. Even the green and white striped lawn chairs. The way the wind was riffling the leaves in the bushes and blowing small bits of dust and debris along the streets. This was as close to happiness as she had ever come. Destiny? Inez prompted. Velda's right about this. She has the second sight, you know. Do you, Velda? Destiny asked curiously. She had never run across another person who had special gifts. Velda nodded sagely. I know things about people, she whispered. That's how I can match people up. And that's why I know something's wrong. The whisper was dramatic, the voice theatrical. Destiny automatically scanned the minds of the two sisters, even though she knew it was an invasion of privacy. Velda was worried, and so was her sister. They believed something had crept into their neighborhood, but no one would listen to them. They fully expected Destiny to laugh at them. I know things about people, too, she admitted, seeking to reassure the sisters. It can be frightening to have information and not know how to convey it so that others listen. Please tell me what you've observed, Velda. Velda patted her arm. Inez patted her knee. Neither seemed to notice that she squirmed uncomfortably, but Destiny knew them now. They were both good at reading people. They knew she didn't like to be touched, and they were determined to push past the protective barrier she erected around herself. You're a good girl, dearie, Velda said approvingly. You were right, sister. She's the one who will listen to us. Destiny considered screaming in frustration. Couldn't they get on with it? This close proximity to others was unnerving. Her head was beginning to throb, and she was afraid there was danger of it exploding. Male laughter echoed softly in her mind. Gentle. Teasing. So typical of Nicolae, amused by her self-inflicted predicament, but never malicious about it. Why was she softening toward him? Why was she noticing little things to love about his character? Vampires were deceivers, sweet-talking, cunning deceivers. I do not like your thinking I am the undead. My heart is very much alive and in your hands. Do your best not to destroy it. You are very lucky it isn't in my hands. She responded to him immediately, to his words that turned her heart over and left her helpless and vulnerable. The only thing I know to do with hearts is incinerate them. Ouch! His laughter swept through her mind, moved through her body with the heat of her blood, turned her to jelly right there in the silly lawn chair. His laughter should be outlawed. She'd thought that more than once over the years. It all started with Helena, Velda confided, dropping her voice and regaining Destiny's attention immediately. Have you seen little Helena? Nice young girl, with a real figure, not like the half-starved bodies we see so much now. Inez nodded. She has a woman's figure, meat on her bones for a man to snuggle up against. And she knows she's a prize. True, sister, Helena knows it. She has the confidence of a woman who can wait for the right man. Velda confirmed. The right man, Inez echoed, bobbing her purple head. Destiny knew the young woman they were speaking of. She was in her late 30s or early 40s, and was a bright spot on the street when she hurried along the walkways calling greetings to everyone. She had mahogany skin and straight hair as black as a raven's wing. Her eyes were a dark chocolate, and she was nearly always laughing. She did have confidence in her walk and a way of enticing men. I know who she is, Destiny admitted. She has a lover, a sweet man, John Paul. A great big bear of a man. A teddy bear, Inez explained. Destiny had seen them together, Helena, a short woman with a ripe, curvy figure, and John Paul, a huge, burly man who looked at her as if she were the sun and the moon and everything in between. They held hands everywhere they went, and John Paul was always touching Helena, a small, stroking caress on her hair, on her shoulder, on her arm. John Paul seemed a gentle giant, well pleased that he had managed to capture Helena's attention. They've been together for years, Velda said. Always in harmony, a perfect match. Helena is a flirt, she added. A terrible flirt, Inez affirmed. But she never goes home with other men. She talks and laughs, but it's always John Paul. She adores John Paul, really adores him. And he's wild about her. Destiny knew they were speaking the truth. She had been watching the residents of the neighborhood for months, was a silent observer of their lives. John Paul lived for Helena. His every waking thought was for her. Helena was crying a few weeks ago, wandering around at night. She came over to us, and her face was swollen and bruised. John Paul had struck her several times. She said it wasn't like him at all. He came home from work and was different. The nape of Destiny's neck prickled in alarm. A shadow crept out of the darkness, slid along the street toward them. Overhead, a sudden gust of wind carried swirling black clouds to obliterate the stars. John Paul is incapable of hurting Helena. She made it a statement. She knew his thoughts, knew his gentle nature. She knew how much he loved Helena. He would never risk his relationship with her. Helena was not a woman who would put up with a man striking her. Are you certain? Velda nodded. Helena believes him to be ill. She was planning to ask him to go to see a doctor. She thought he might have a brain tumor or something. It's just so out of character. The next day, when she confronted him, he didn't seem to remember what he'd done. Not at all, Inez affirmed. He was horrified by Helena's injuries. He didn't remember yelling at her or hitting her or... She trailed off, glancing at her sister. Rape. The ugly word was unspoken, but it shimmered in all of their minds. Destiny's stomach churned in protest. Helena loved John Paul. And John Paul was incapable of such acts. What would cause such bizarre behavior? She held her breath, waiting for the answer, waiting for Nicolae to confirm her worst suspicions. Do not jump to conclusions. Our minds are always on the undead, but not all crimes are committed by vampires. Humans are capable of great atrocities. She didn't want to be reminded of that. She wanted to think a vampire was responsible. How could a human be responsible for changing John Paul's entire personality? That didn't make sense to her. How is Helena? She doesn't come out of her house much, and when she does, she is quiet and subdued. Not at all like her. And John Paul is upset and afraid of losing her. He told me he honestly doesn't remember anything about that day. It's sad, Velda said. And, of course, there are other things. The door to the bar opened, spilling light and loud music and laughter into the street. The three women turned to watch Mary and emerge with a man beside her. He was holding her elbow. Neither glanced toward the women, but rather turned toward the small alleyway leading behind the tavern. Destiny's heart nearly stopped beating for a moment, then began to pound fearfully. Chapter 5. Velda, Inez, I know this is important, and I do believe you. I want to hear everything you have to say about what's happening, but unfortunately, I have to go right now. Her breath was rushing into her lungs. Don't you touch her. There was no pleading, just a very real threat in her sharp command. She leapt to her feet, began jogging toward the alley, blurring her figure so that she could put on a burst of speed and the sisters wouldn't be able to see. The wind picked up, rushed down the street in a gale, pushing loose paper, sticks, and leaves ahead of it, swirling dust eddies into towers of turbulence. Her body moved with grace, with power, a lethal machine rushing to stop the inevitable. She tried to use the blood bond between them, reaching for him, attempting to immobilize him. She should have known he would never have given her his blood if it would give her complete domination of him. He was a true ancient with more power and strength, more battle-savvy than she could hope to muster in her short years as a hunter. It was too late to stop him. She knew exactly the moment his teeth sank deep into Mary Ann's vulnerable neck. Destiny hissed softly, a promise of retaliation, the taste of betrayal bitter in her mouth. Why had she allowed his voice to deceive her into believing he was something different? She burst around the corner, skidding to a halt as she saw them. Mary Ann was turned toward her, a small frown on her face. Nicolae's arms were around the woman, holding her in front of him like a shield. He lifted his head slowly, almost lazily, his gaze drifting over Destiny in a kind of challenge. Destiny halted a few feet from them. Mary Ann was in terrible danger. Nicolae might easily kill her. Destiny was very aware that one wrong move on her part could be the deciding factor. What do you want? She would give him almost anything for Mary, and she prayed she wouldn't have to kill Mary and to keep her from falling into his hands. Tell me what you want. She was moving in a slow circle as she stalked him. The air between them vibrated with tension. Overhead, the darker clouds began to boil. Small veins of lightning arced from cloud to cloud. The wind began an eerie moan, rising every now and then to a shriek of anger. Nicolae smiled, revealing his immaculate white teeth. He looked the predator he was. I am no fledgling to be tricked, Destiny. Back away and listen to reason. She is under my protection. And mine, he said gently, his gaze steady on hers. Destiny's soft mouth formed a straight line. She inched closer, angling toward the left of the couple. She was on the balls of her feet, ready for his single mistake, a single opening. Without warning, a shadow dropped from the sky. Silent. Deadly. A wicked beak and razor-sharp talons flew straight at Mary Ann's face. Destiny leapt to put herself between them, but the owl was already climbing, and Mary Ann looked terrified at the near miss. The beak had driven straight for her eyes. Don't move, Destiny cautioned Mary Ann. Call him off, Nicolae. Call him off now. He is only protecting me, Nicolae explained gently. He knows your intent and knows I will not hurt you. It is his warning to you. Should you harm me, he will kill her. I cannot stop him, and you know that, Destiny. He is my brother and seeks only to protect me. Think before you act. Nicolae kept Mary Ann firmly between them. Mary Ann frowned. Destiny, are you angry with Nicolae? I asked him to do this. I wanted him to take my blood. Destiny winced visibly. You have no idea what that means. You didn't want it. It isn't reasonable to think that you would. His voice is a weapon. It can deceive you into doing anything. His voice holds compulsion. Do you know what that is? It means you'll do anything he asks, anything he commands, anything he wishes. You think he gave you a choice, but he didn't. There was never a choice. You would have said yes to putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger. Lightning slashed the skies, nearly striking the owl as it circled above them, but the raptor dissolved in midair, leaving behind a trail of vapor. A shower of sparks scattered like gems, seeking a target, but just as quickly a fine mist blanketed the night, snuffing out the hot points of light. Do not do that again, Destiny. The warning was a low growl. For the first time there was a distinct threat emanating from Nicolae. Wait, stop this right now. Mary Ann shook her head decisively. This was my idea. I reasoned it out every step of the way. Nicolae wanted to remove my memories as a protection for you, for his people, and even for me. He said that my knowledge made me more vulnerable to a vampire. That revelation penetrated Destiny's red haze of anger. The terrible pain of betrayal. There was truth in what Mary Ann said. A vampire could easily skin Mary Ann's thoughts and learn she had knowledge she shouldn't possess. Destiny took a breath, let it out slowly, trying to be calm while the wind whipped at her and lightning split open the sky. The crash of thunder reverberated loudly, shaking the ground, shaking the buildings. The owl had settled on the rooftop above their heads, its dark eyes fixed intently on Destiny's face. It was silent, watching with a predator's rapt attention. The wounds in her heart felt fresh and jagged. She had allowed Nicolae to get too close to her. She had let him inside. I did not betray you, Destiny. I did what had to be done, what I knew you could not do. She is unharmed and now protected. It was her choice alone. I give you my word of honor. His voice was always the same. So perfect. She lowered her lashes, indecisive again. She had come to the alley to kill him, but hope was swirling in her stomach and crushing her heart at the same time. She loved his voice and she hated it. Destiny, Mary Ann could see tiny beads of sweat on the young woman's forehead. Only it wasn't sweat, it was beads of blood. Look at me. Please look at me. If you can do what you say you can, look into my mind and see what happened between us. I wanted this. I don't want to forget you. I'm your friend. That matters to me. Destiny's fingers curled into tight fists. I don't have friends. Yes, you do. It might be frightening to have friends, but they're there for you. You know how I feel. you know it's real. I care what happens to you. I don't want you to care. Destiny snapped the words, her vivid eyes glittering, picking up the veins of lightning so that she looked dangerous. I don't want any of this. She swept her hand to encompass all of them. The neighborhood. Marianne. The silent sentinel on the roof. Nicolae. Especially Nicolae. She wanted nothing to do with him. She hated him, hated the way his hands curved over Marianne's shoulders. Nicolae allowed his arms to drop to his sides. If Destiny made a threatening move toward him, he was certain he was fast enough to escape danger, but he couldn't control Vikernov's response to an attack on him. Do not hurt her. He couldn't stop himself from warning his brother. I am fully aware that if I attack, you will be forced to protect her from me. Vikernog was unshakable. She will not be allowed to harm you. Should she attempt to do so, I will divert her by attacking the human woman. Nicolae sighed softly. Destiny, come with me. He held out his hand to her. This situation is dangerous and belongs between us and no one else. Come with me now before something happens that neither of us can control. Destiny went pale. Her teeth bit at her lower lip. She glanced up at the owl, looked at Mary and took a reluctant step toward Nicolae. Another. Nicolae felt as if he could breathe again. He had known what she would think when he had made the decision to take Marianne's blood, how Destiny would react, but he hadn't counted on how painful his apparent betrayal would be to her. Seeing her suffer shook him more than he had ever imagined anything could. Destiny looked at his outstretched hand, wiped her palm on her thigh, as if she were afraid to be alone with him. Marianne, will you be all right walking home alone? She sounded as if she were pleading with Marianne to save her. Perfectly all right, Marianne said firmly. You go with Nicolae and talk things out. I'm certain the very interesting bird will see me home safely. She grinned at Nicolae, waved daringly at the owl. Nicolae couldn't help giving an answering grin. He liked Marianne. Who could not? There was something special about her. Her courage and loyalty set her apart. He could see why Destiny had settled in the neighborhood, drawn by this woman who worked so diligently for others. She was a woman of great compassion. Nicolae took Destiny's hand. He couldn't say she held it out to him, or even met him halfway. He had to reach out, shackle her wrist, and bring her hand to him. Lace his fingers through hers. But she didn't pull away from him. A small victory, but one that he treasured. Her fingers were ice cold. And she was trembling. He didn't make the mistake of tugging her to his side. He went to hers, standing close so that his larger frame sheltered her body from the wind. So that she could feel his body heat. So that electricity seemed to arc between them, crackling and snapping with a life of its own. The owl flapped its wings, took flight overhead. The movement seemed to calm the wild winds. Even the white-hot whips of lightning faded from the dark clouds as Destiny began to relax. Marianne reached out and, to Destiny's horror, hugged her briefly before walking determinedly away. Destiny simply stood frozen in place, as still as a statue, unaware her hand was gripping Nicolae's so hard that he was afraid she would pulverize his bones. She watched Marianne walk out of the alley with the owl flying just above her as if guarding her. Or stalking her. He won't hurt her, Nicolae said. It was in her mind to try another attack on the owl. Knock it from the sky so she could be sure Marianne was safe. He only threatened her to stop you from attacking me. Nicolae stepped closer to her. You have not fed. It was an invitation. I don't trust myself yet. She looked up at him then. Studied his face with its dark sensuality, its sharp angles and planes. The eyes had seen too many centuries. Faced too many battles. He was a man who had been alone for far too long. I can't be what you want me to be. She had touched his mind often. She knew his thoughts. Life mate. She understood all the word implied. Everything. Life mate. Something she could never be. His hand framed her face. Exquisitely gentle, his fingers trailed over her cheekbones, lingering with tenderness. You are everything I want you to be. There is no need to worry about such things. You do not know me. How can you decide? His touch wreaked havoc with every cell in her body, caused a small rebellion of her senses. A mutiny of blood and bone and nerve endings. He confused her. Every time he came near her, she felt different from normal. Restless. Needy. His voice found its way into her body, wrapped itself tightly around her heart and lungs, so that each time he spoke, he robbed her of breath, of life, of the ability to hate. Him. Herself. What she was. It was easier without you. You have never been without me, he pointed out. He curled his fingers around hers, brought her knuckles to his mouth. Her heart jumped at the touch of his lips against her skin. A whisper of velvet. A stroke of heat. He was so beautiful there in the night. Tall and strong and alive. Too real. Too masculine. Too strong. There was a lump in her throat that made it almost impossible to speak. You are, you know, too strong for me. Her voice came out husky, strangled, so unlike her. His thumb feathered along her cheek, traced the path of an imaginary tear. His palm cupped her forehead, removed every trace of the tiny beads of blood. You were honed in the fires of hell, destiny. No one will ever be as strong as you are. I know you fear you will lose yourself by being with me, but that would be impossible. I am not asking you to join with me. I am not asking anything of you other than for you to grow accustomed to my presence. I have shared your mind for many years, shared your fears and every unspeakable evil that was done to you. I shared your battles, and I know your every secret. It is my physical presence that is unsettling to you. He leaned closer, so close that his lips skimmed over the corner of her mouth. Her blood heated and her stomach clenched. I need you. To live. To save my soul. I am willing to wait as long as it takes. Her eyes met his. She flinched away from the dark sensuality she saw there. From the tremendous intensity. I know that you're willing to wait. But you can't really wait, can you? I've read your mind. I know that this thing you call life mate is essential to keep you from turning vampire. He didn't even blink at the accusation. He nodded, his gaze drifting possessively over her face. I can wait, Destiny. If it is difficult, that is not your failing but mine. Let me worry about how I will manage it. I can't be intimate with you. Her chin rose slightly, her soft mouth trembled. I could never be intimate with you, and that's a big part of what you want from me. We are already intimate, Destiny. Sex is not necessarily intimacy. We have shared far more than other couples shared. Intimate. Details of our lives. He tilted her chin, studied her vivid eyes. Come with me. Let me show you what you are, not what you imagine yourself to be. Why does everything you say sound like a temptation? A faint smile gleamed for a brief moment in the depths of her eyes. Can't you just be dull and uninteresting? He laughed softly, brought her hand once more to his astonishing mouth. His teeth teased the pads of her fingers. At least that is a start. I would much rather be a temptation than dull and uninteresting. Where are we going? She moved backward, a subtle retreat. I haven't spent so much time with people in my entire life. She searched for the right word, uncomfortable. At least she was willing to come with him. He couldn't ask for more than that. When he was near her, his pulse pounded and his head throbbed. His body was hard and full, aching for her. The ritual words beat in his mind, and deep within, the crouching beast lifted its head and roared for release. Nicolae didn't flinch from the knowledge in her eyes. He had deliberately given her an advantage. She needed to be able to touch his mind at will, to feel she could know his true intent. He had no intention of hiding his difficulties from her. It was the Carpathian way of life, the male struggling to keep darkness at bay. It was a fact, and finding his life mate created its own complications. Nicolae dissolved without another word, streaking through the dark clouds, a heavy mist mixing with the fog and moving determinately over the city. He didn't hesitate, once again giving Destiny a choice. She had to want to take the steps, want to give them a chance. That's not what I'm doing, she replied, responding to his last thought. There was no chance of there being a couple. Together. Life mates. Destiny leapt into the air, bursting into the sky like a rocket. Her body dissolved into a prism of colored molecules, tiny drops that slipped lightly through the veils of fog. She knew what his response would be, and she braced herself. His laughter slipped into her mind. Nothing could rob her of breath the way the sound of his laughter did. There was something incredibly sexy about his laugh. Destiny followed the streaking comet through the sky, away from the city, toward the mountains and the forest some distance away. She allowed the joy of flying to absorb her completely, to block out her every worry. There were certain undeniable pleasures the dark gift had given her. More than a few. Nicolae pointed out. Each species has its drawbacks and incredible wonders. I do not think you have fully appreciated what you are. Destiny tried not to flinch away from his words. She knew what she was, what she had worked to become. She hunted the undead and she was becoming very good at killing them. How is it you can read my mind when my blood does not call you? I'm not in pain, I didn't connect with you. We've created a path over the years. That is my best answer. We are two halves of the same whole. I think we would be able to find each other however far apart we are, no matter what the circumstances. The answer both pleased and frightened her. Even without the ritual words that were always in Nicolae's mind, they were already sealed to one another. She could not imagine her existence without him. There would be no sanity. There would be no reality. Her mind would fragment and crumble until there was no substance, no thought. The idea terrified her. It terrified her even more that she relied on him for her sanity. Nicolae's heart contracted as he read her thoughts. He stayed a quiet shadow in her mind, just as she was a shadow in his. She clung to him without being aware of it. He was very much aware that he clung to her. He found what he wanted, a small secluded spot in the heart of the forest. The richness of the trees and foliage beckoned. He settled to earth, taking his true form, a tall, wide-shouldered man with a wealth of rich black hair, a dangerous mouth and compelling eyes. He leaned lazily against a broad tree trunk, watching intently as the colored molecules began to mesh together to form Destiny's curvaceous figure. She remained some distance from him, a lost, wary look on her face. Her vulnerable mouth was very much at odds with the warning in her vivid eyes. She paced back and forth with quick, restless steps. Why am I here? Nicolae regarded her with his cool, serene gaze. He could feel the need for solitude beating at her. Have you scanned this place? She looked at him, impatience swirling in the turbulent blue-green of her eyes. Of course I scanned. Did you think I would allow you to lead me into a trap? He could see that she was ready, expectant, her body in a good defensive position. He had taught her well. What do you find here? Destiny glared at him. As the fog swirled in long white streamers, darker clouds drifted across the moon to obscure its radiance. Heat and fire glowed and reflected red and orange in her eyes. Tiny flames seemed to burn there. She blinked and the illusion was gone. Keeping her wary gaze on him, Destiny inhaled slowly, deeply, taking the crisp, clean air into her lungs. Wind rushed through the trees, rustled the leaves, and whispered to her. What do you hear? So much. You know that. I hear animals and the stories of their lives. There are no humans close, not even in camps. This part of the forest is little traveled, he agreed. Carpathians are a species of people in harmony with the earth. The soil here is rich, and when it embraces you, its healing properties rejuvenate you. The healing soil of our homeland is beyond anything you can imagine. Like this, but 1,000 times richer. I miss it. His white teeth flashed briefly in the night. Especially after a particularly long battle. What are you trying to tell me? She ran her hand over the bark of a small branch. She could hear the sap running in the tree. Insects swarmed over her head in the canopy above. An occasional owl flitted to branches near them out of idle curiosity. A few miles away, a cougar hunted with hunger rumbling in its belly. I want you to know our world. It is not the depraved world of the vampire. We are not all evil any more than every human is evil. We have wonderful gifts and many problems to overcome. We have longevity, yes. We appear immortal, yet we can be killed. Not easily. A wound that should be fatal can be healed with our saliva and good rich soil. The blood of an ancient has healing properties. We use the herbs and plants that abound in our world. We can command the weather should we have need. But we must rest in the hours of the sun. We have limitations. Destiny regarded him carefully. Tell me more. I have told you these things often, Destiny. Are you finally ready to listen? I thought they were fairy tales. I needed something to live for, and you gave it to me. You turned me into a hunter of the undead. For the first time he looked sad. Nicolae raked a hand through the dark silk of his hair so that it spilled around him like a halo. I know I did, Destiny. I could not think of another way to stop the things the vampire was doing to you. I could not find you. You would not speak to me. I had to use you to kill him. She lifted her chin, her eyes stormy. Don't you dare feel sorry for that. It's the one thing I don't feel sorry for, and I don't ever want to. He did things I still can't face. With your help, I found the strength to defeat him. Don't you take that away from me. I deceived him, and I managed to rid the world of something evil. I was only 14 when I did it. She averted her face, but he caught a glimpse of hell in her mind. I did not want death ever to touch you. I never wanted that for you. It touched me the day I first heard his voice. She turned back to him, her gaze moving moodily over his face. Studying him. Looking to see beyond the mask he wore. A voice like yours. Beautiful beyond belief, but so dangerous. Compelling and intense and filled with promises. You have that same danger in you. The power to crush another with your voice. To lure someone to you and compel him to do your bidding. He nodded slowly. That is so. It is a two-edged gift that can be used for good or evil. You have that same gift now. You have employed it, Destiny. His gut clenched. On the young man you used for sustenance. You called him to you, kept him calm with promises of paradise. Destiny couldn't deny his charge. She knew her voice held enthrallment. It was easy to lure men to her, to hold them compliant while she fed. It was easy to leave them with pleasant memories, and somehow that lessened the guilt she felt. Nicolae stirred, a rippling of muscle, of menace, instantly drawing her full attention back to him. He struggled to keep the demon leashed and under control. Jealousy was an ugly emotion. It had no place in his life, in his relationship with Destiny. She feared intimacy and the sharing of her body, and he knew why. He knew her darkest secrets. Jealousy was beneath him, and he refused to allow it to grow into a cancer when they already had so many obstacles to overcome. Thank you, she said simply, watching him with her careful eyes. His grin was sheepish. It is a male thing. Her eyebrow shot up. I thought jealousy was universal. I didn't like seeing your arms around Mary but I thought it was because I was afraid for her. She shrugged her shoulders, the movement strangely elegant. Nicolae found everything about her intriguing and tempting. She touched him on so many levels, not the least of which was his instinct to protect. Destiny did not want a protector, didn't believe she needed one. But he saw the vulnerability around her soft mouth, saw so clearly the torment in her eyes. He could see the terrible struggle for sanity that she endured at each rising. Every cell in his body roared at him to take her into the shelter of his arms, to shield her with his body from every hurt. She stood there so bravely, admitting to him that it had bothered her when she saw him with Mary and in his arms. And she had confessed in order to make him feel better. His grin widened foolishly before he could resume his customary mask. Warmth spread through his body and tugged at his heartstrings. Mary is quite a woman. She has a gift or two of her own. He was careful in choosing his words. Destiny nodded. I think that's what drew me to her. Mary isn't even aware of her psychic ability. I felt the small surge of power each time she connected with a woman to counsel her. I spent a lot of time standing on the balcony of her office listening to her. Even her group sessions touched me. She was admitting something to him she hoped he would comprehend. She recognized she couldn't live a normal life and had tried to find a way to heal herself. You are not a monster, Destiny. Our people face many problems. Our men lose their ability to see in color, to feel emotion after 200 years. Everything fades. In the old days, when our people were plentiful and our life mates were close, it wasn't so. Now we feel the scarcity of life mates acutely. With no women to give us children, there was no hope for our dying race. Many of our males have chosen the momentary rush of power, the high of a kill over honor and a barren existence. That forces us to hunt them despite the fact that they are often family and friends. Each kill we make spreads the darkness until it consumes us. It is not an easy life, tormented by fading memories of color and laughter, and what it was like to have genuine emotion. Destiny rubbed her temples. She didn't like to think about his life or touch on his memories. A barren life of gray and white, an endless desert stretching out in front of him. Until she had connected with him. She saw clearly his worry for Vikarnov. She saw clearly his need of her. Some human women with psychic abilities are capable of being converted to our species. You are obviously one of those women. We need children. Our women, our children, are precious to us, true treasures. We protect them with everything in us. Our women and children are our only hope. And that's what the vampire did to me, right? He converted me. How? It takes 3 blood exchanges, but with a life mate, it's not painful or terrible in the way you experienced. When we make love, it's natural to share each other's essence, to want our blood to flow in each other's veins. It's almost a compulsion. When we're with our life mates, kissing them, skin against skin, exchanging blood is a beautiful need. His voice seemed to whisper over her, a soft temptation she couldn't think about. I see what you're trying to say to me. I look into your mind and heart, and I can see that you mean what you're saying. I only wish this were all true, Nicolae, but it can never be for me. I believe that what you say about Carpathians is fact. I sense goodness in you, along with the crouching beast. But you and I both know I wasn't converted by you. Or by a Carpathian male. I can smell tainted blood miles away. The stench is disgusting. Do you believe I can't smell it on myself? In the cave, they called me to join them. You heard them calling me. Even the undead recognize what I am. Perhaps if one of your kind had converted me, I'd be all that you say, but it was a vampire, and his blood runs in my veins. You can be healed. Can you heal my memories? Can you remove the things that were done to me? You think you made me into a killer, Nicolae, but it wasn't you. It was never you. I taught you to kill, Destiny. No matter how necessary I deemed it, killing was foreign to your nature. It is not to mine. He was not going to allow her to feel as if she were born a monster. I touched your mind with mine. I still do. The shadows there are of a vampire's making, not yours. Already my blood has lessened the burning in your veins. With time we can overcome what he has wrought. Destiny shook her head. I've lived with this forever. If there had been a way to fix it, I would have done so already. I may be partially in your world, but I'm also in the world of the undead. I'm unclean. I know it before I open my eyes, before I take my first breath on rising. I've killed so many times, I can never remove the blood from my hands. She looked at him, unaware of the terrible sorrow on her face. Nicolae saw it, and it turned him inside out. I examined your memories, Nicolae. I've had so many years of studying your mind, the battles and techniques used to kill. You don't feel anything when you attack. You don't know hatred. And you don't know rage. You don't know satisfaction and joy in killing. I do. Is that what you want in the mother of your children? She turned away from him, hating him for making her confess her failings aloud. Making her see herself so clearly. You never felt. I felt too much. I wanted to kill. You had no choice. He glided closer, his heart breaking for her. You didn't have a choice either, Destiny, he reminded. He didn't give you choices. There's always a choice. You said yourself that the males can give up their lives rather than become vampire. I see in your mind the steadfast resolve to do so if it becomes necessary. And yet I didn't make that choice. His hand swept down the line of her hair, caught the nape of neck, and held her still. You were not made vampire, Destiny. You are Carpathian. Then why do I feel hatred and the desire to kill? Why am I like him and not like you, Nicolae? Do you think it makes it easier to have you near me, knowing what I am, what I've become? She placed her palm on the wall of his chest, fingers splayed wide, and tried to push him away from her. He was as solid as a rock, unmoving despite her insistence. You are not like the monster who stole a child from the safe haven of her home. You are not like the creature who destroyed a young girl's right to a world of innocence. You are nothing like the depraved one who reveled in torturing and killing others. I see into your mind just as clearly as you see into mine. I know who you are, Destiny. I will always know. Intimacy. She murmured the word, and there were tears in her eyes. You look into my mind and call it intimate. I call it hell. He drew her into his arms. Your hunger is beating at me. I feel it deep inside me, an endless, empty ache. His fingers bunched in her hair, and he turned her face into the hollow of his throat so that his pulse beat strongly beneath her lips. I feel how his blood burns like acid in your veins. Let me replace it with my blood. Let me give you that small gift. That is true intimacy, Destiny, knowing what you need and providing it. And what of your needs? Almost helplessly, she rested her head there against his throat. Her mouth was already moving over his skin, the temptation far too great to resist. She could remember the exact taste of him, the feel of his arms, his skin, the power flowing into her body. What if I can never provide you with what you need? The thought of a man touching me is... She trailed off, inhaling his scent, taking it deep into her lungs. It could never be. It was too late for the things in his mind. She didn't want a man touching her, yet every nerve ending was on fire for him. An unfamiliar heaviness had settled in her body. Her breasts felt swollen and ached for his touch. Not a man's touch. His touch. Only his touch. Tears burned, threatened to consume her. If she cried, she might never stop. She might drown the world with her tears. I don't need pity. I never asked for pity. She said it with her lips tasting his skin, his heat, absorbing him into her. She actually felt his body hardening, his muscles taut against her softness, his heavy erection pressed tightly against her. I am not giving you pity, Destiny. This is love. He said it tenderly, coaxing her. Yours for the taking. This is unconditional love. Nothing more, nothing less. His arms were strong and warm, her body fit perfectly into his. Your body wants my body, she whispered, the terrible sorrow welling up in her like a fountain. Her voice was husky and ragged. She was damaged for all time, a broken thing, forever contaminated by evil. His hand clenched in her hair, pushed it aside to expose the vulnerable nape of her neck. He ached for her. For himself. Of course my body wants you. That is only right and natural, Destiny. You are my true life mate. There is no other for me, nor will there ever be. Look beyond my body to see into my heart and my soul. See yourself the way I see you. Courageous and beautiful. You are everything. Look into my mind and see that I want only to be what you need. She couldn't look into his mind. Or his heart. Or his soul. She was afraid she would find just what he said. Happiness and hope. A glimpse of what might have been. She knew exactly what she was. She lived with her body and her mind and her scarred soul every rising. Dreams had no place in her world. Destiny closed her eyes and allowed her incisors to lengthen. She needed to feed. That was all. That was all there could ever be between them. He was prey like every other man. Nothing more. Never more than that. She meant to drive her teeth deep, hoping to hurt him, hoping to drive him away from her. It was impossible to hurt him. She couldn't do it. Her tongue swirled over his pulse, her breath warm and soothing. Her body moved on its own, restless and with a sense of urgency, pushing close to his, her hands moving over his chest, his back, shaping the defined muscles while his skin grew hotter and his breath grew ragged. Nicolae whispered her name softly, hoarsely, a plea for mercy, his body going up in flames. Destiny wrenched herself out of his arms. She was shaking, her expression a mixture of fear and anger. Go away from me, she said. Stay away from me. I'm afraid of what I'll do to you if you stay. She backed away from him. Please, if you really care, just go to some other land where I know you'll be safe. He watched her leave and made no move to follow her. The chaos of her mind was too turbulent. A boiling mass of violence and rage, hurt and fear. Nicolae remained where he was for a long time, his head down, breathing deeply to get through his sorrow, to get through her pain. When he touched his face, he was shocked at the blood-red tears he wept. Chapter 6. The moment Destiny placed her foot on the steps in front of the church, she felt the vibrations of violence. She had tried to leave Seattle, go back to being a nomad, roaming the world, but after several risings, she had reluctantly returned. She had deliberately stayed away from the neighborhood, determined to move on. Determined not to care about any of them. Not purple or pink-haired ladies or Mary or Nicolae. None of them mattered to her. Not a single one. But she was a woman of honor. She had unfinished business with Velda and Inez. She'd given her word, so she had no choice but to return. She told herself honor was her only reason, but it was a lie and weighed heavily on her heart. Destiny stared at the church doors. She had come back to this place, her one anchor, her last refuge, her sanctuary. Even in this holy place, something evil had followed her. She moved up the stairs cautiously, her footfalls silent, almost gliding above ground. She moved with all the stealth of a hunter. Destiny's hand was steady as she pushed open the doors to the church. At once she scented blood. The smell was nearly overpowering, a dark richness that beckoned and warned. She felt her heart accelerate and her pulse jump. The palms of her hands were sweaty as she widened the opening. Her stomach knotted, and hunger heightened into a terrible craving. She scanned the church, found no one hiding, but the reverberations of violence were strong. She lifted her foot and hesitated, trepidation filling her soul. "Father Mulligan?" She called out his name softly and resolutely stepped across the threshold. Nothing happened. Not a single lightning bolt slammed down from the sky to incinerate her for such a sacrilege. Her heart settled down to a steady rhythm as she gained confidence. She could see easily in the darkened interior. Several candles lit in a small alcove to her left were dim pinpoints of flickering lights. She spotted the priest lying on the floor near the altar. In his brown robes, he looked like a dark heap of rags cast aside on the marble stair leading to the altar. Destiny knelt at his side. "Father, not you," she whispered. "Who would hurt you?" The priest remained motionless for several heartbeats. Destiny leaned close to him. She could hear his ragged breathing. He was alive, but she was afraid to touch him. He looked so fragile, she was afraid she might hurt him. And a part of her was afraid that if she touched such a holy man, she might be struck dead on the spot. The priest groaned, lifted his fingers to touch his bloody scalp. His lashes fluttered, and then he was looking at her. "Father? Who did this?" She inched back, automatically seeking the shadows. "Child, I'm afraid you're going to have to help me sit up. I'm quite dizzy." His Irish brogue was still thick despite many years in the States. "Touch you, father?" She sounded horrified. "What if I hurt you?" He managed to smile. "I don't think you're going to do any more damage to my hard head than has already been done. Give me a hand." Taking a deep breath, Destiny put her arm gingerly around his shoulders. When nothing happened, she took a firmer grip. Very carefully she helped him into a sitting position. He felt much thinner than he appeared in his robes, his bones protruding and fragile. His body was trembling, and he swayed as if he might not be able to sit alone, so she kept her arm around him. She realized he was older than she had first thought. "When I realized he was going to hit me, I thought of you and all your late visits. I knew God would send you to me." He tried a wink and winced instead. "Just to stack the odds a bit in my favor, I sent up a little prayer to ask God to get a message to you. Well, he sent for me a little late." She was nobody's heroine. It angered her that anyone would hurt such a generous, compassionate man. God must have been sleeping when you sent him the message. He just now delivered it. She had no idea why she had come to the church, but somehow she had felt an urgent need to visit. "You're here, that's all that matters. Can you stand up?" His extreme pallor worried her. "Maybe I'd better call an ambulance." No, don't do that. Just let me sit here for a moment and rest." The priest patted her hand gently as if reassuring her. "If you call an ambulance, we'll have to explain all this, and it would be better to get to the bottom of it ourselves." Destiny frowned at him. "You're not making any sense, Father. You have to call the police. Whoever did this should be punished." He slumped closer to her, leaning more of his weight against her. "No, that's why I needed you." His voice sounded weaker. "You can't go to the police. It was one of my parishioners. He isn't like this. I don't know what got into him. He didn't need the money, there was nothing much to take, but there was no reasoning with him." He closed his eyes and sagged completely against her. "I'm counting on you." "You're really hurt, Father," Destiny pointed out. "You need medical attention." "What is your name?" "Destiny," she said angrily, feeling murderous toward the priest's attacker. "Nicolae. I need you to come to the church." She hated calling him. She knew he would be grinning like an ape when he received her call. Destiny glared at the priest. You have no idea what you're forcing me to do. Yes, I'm afraid I do, child. I know you do not wish to be in contact with others, but I have a feeling only you can solve this for me. I don't want the police involved. Promise me you'll handle this yourself. I don't believe this. Destiny threw her hands up in exasperation, then quickly caught the priest to her to keep him from striking his head on the marble step. First the sisters, and now you. You sound impatient for me. Male satisfaction purred in his voice. Destiny pressed her lips together to keep from shrieking in frustration. The world had suddenly gone insane. Well, don't puff up yet. Do you have any skills in healing humans? There was a small silence. Destiny couldn't help the small smile that flitted briefly across her face and found its way into her mind. And into his. You want me to heal a human for you? Did you think I wanted your company? His laughter came as always, wrapping her up in warmth and tugging at her heart. That is my woman, always so warm and welcoming. Is your human a male? She caught that small hint of menace flaring in him. Yes, as a matter of fact, he is, and important to me, so quit talking and get moving. You amaze me. You know I will help you, yet you still keep yourself from me. She rolled her eyes and took a firmer grip on the priest. I'm saving your life, buddy. I really want to do something violent to you. You're in my territory. A sudden suspicion hit. You're some distance away, aren't you? You were hunting the vampire. Fury accompanied comprehension. That's my vampire. He's in my neighborhood. I don't need some second-rate hunter in here mucking things up. Destiny. The priest drew her attention with his thin voice. Perhaps you could loosen your grip. You're crushing my bones. At once she complied, a blush stealing up her neck. I'm so sorry, Father. I told you I might hurt you if I touched you. I'm not good at this sort of thing, but I think you should be lying down. If you laugh, Nicolae, I will murder you right here in this church. His laughter came anyway, a low whisper of a caress. Obviously, he was not in the least intimidated by her threat. It was a stolen moment of camaraderie and both recognized it as such. If you don't mind, I'd rather not move, Father Mulligan said. My head is throbbing and I'm afraid I might be sick. Nicolae, I think he has a concussion. There was fear in her voice. At once Nicolae was soothing, all laughter gone. Destiny could face a vampire without flinching, but this situation was beyond her experience. I am on my way and I will teach you what needs to be done. Keep him quiet. Nicolae couldn't help the small dart of pleasure shooting through him that she had reached for him in her need. Counted on him. Accepted that he would be there for her. You need to stay quiet, Destiny said, hoping she sounded knowledgeable and confident. She stroked the priest's thinning hair and tried to ignore the way the scent of blood heightened her terrible hunger. Do you know Martin, right? A nice young man. Marty. I've known him since he was a child. He was always a sensitive child and so loving and kind to others. Destiny knew the man. He was Tim Salvador's lover. Wright was always the quieter of the two. Destiny had observed him many times helping the older women in the neighborhood with heavy bags. He was the one who often slipped money to the young couple living in the small house next to Velda and Inez. Yes, I know Martin, she admitted. It was Marty. There was deep sorrow in the priest's voice. I told him if he needed the money, I would give it to him, a personal loan, but nothing I said got through to him. It made no sense at all. The only thing that mattered to him was getting the box where I keep the money for the poor. There was hardly anything in it. That's completely out of character, Destiny mused aloud. And it doesn't make sense. Tim and Martin have plenty of money. They live carefully and they aren't spenders or gamblers. They don't use drugs and Martin doesn't even drink. It's difficult to believe he would do such a thing. She knew that Martin Wright and Father Mulligan were fast friends. They played chess every Saturday and Martin often worked with the priest in his garden. Whenever Father Mulligan sent out a call for volunteers, it was always Martin who headed the project. It's completely out of character, she repeated, frowning. This situation was too close to the story Velda had told her of Helena and John Paul. He has been coming late at night, working on plans for a gated community for the elderly. He's thought of everything seniors need: medical aid, access to a handyman, grocery shopping on limited means. But when he came tonight, well, it was Martin, but not Martin, Father Mulligan offered. You see why I can't go to the police. He patted her hand with shaky fingers. You find out what happened to him. I know you're the one to do it. I'll look into it, she said before she could stop the words. Another promise. Another thread tying her to this place. To these people. Thank you, Destiny. I knew this work was meant for you. After working so many years as a priest, I sense things about people. He patted her arm again. I know you're very troubled. She drew back, her mouth suddenly dry. Isn't everyone? He smiled, his eyes closed, his head resting on her shoulder. Tell me. She took a deep breath, let it out and plunged in. I looked into someone's heart and thought him a monster because he killed without emotion. I could feel darkness in him, yet he felt nothing when he killed. He did so out of duty to protect others from a monstrous being. He says I am not the monster I think myself, that I kill to protect others as well, but there is hatred in me. I hate and want to kill. I don't think he does. He kills because he considers it his duty. Destiny waited until the priest opened his eyes and focused on her. I kill because I have to kill. Father Mulligan searched her face for a long time in silence. Whom do you kill, Destiny? He asked it softly, without fear. Her gaze shifted away from his for a long moment. He caught the shine of tears in her eyes. There are things in this world you can't possibly know about, Father. Monstrous beings. Not human. One took me away from my family when I was a child. She tasted death in her mouth, the bitter, vile essence of evil. There was no hope of explaining to the priest, no way of making him understand. There were moments she herself thought she was insane, living in a world of illusion. Father Mulligan tightened his grip on her hand. Knowledge crept into the depths of his eyes. Wonder spread across his face. You're one of them. I've heard rumors about you, but I doubted you existed. You're a hunter, aren't you, from the Carpathian Mountains? At once she felt the stillness in Nicolae, his wariness, his watchfulness. He was a dark shadow of menace the priest didn't know existed. Destiny immediately tried to sever her link with the ancient hunter. Unexpectedly, it proved to be impossible. She could feel Nicolae merging with her, waiting for her answer. Where did you hear of such a thing? She asked carefully, all too conscious they might have to remove the priest's memories. It isn't right, Nicolae. He's a holy man. We must not touch him. I should never have said anything, but I was so surprised. Some years ago it was my privilege to be assigned to a certain cardinal. He was a great man, much loved by the church, his peers and his people. He was quite ill and subsequently died. In packing up his books and precious papers, his journals and letters, I found an old letter written by a priest in Romania. That priest also is dead, but in the letter he had written of a friend of his, a man by the name of Mikhail who lived in the Carpathian Mountains. That man was extraordinary, of a different species altogether. There seemed to have been a bit of a theological discussion back and forth between the cardinal and the priest on the placing of this species in the grand scheme of things. The cardinal was sworn to secrecy and methodically burned the letters from the priest. I know that because it was well known that he frequently burned correspondence from Romania. It was a matter of speculation why he would burn the letters from that particular priest. I came along some time after the letter burning and never witnessed it, but I did find the one remaining letter. Does it still exist? Destiny looked directly into his eyes. Don't you dare hurt him. Your trust is heartwarming. There was that same mild amusement, no exasperation or frustration, just a patient waiting. Destiny tried not to let his voice invade her mind, wrap itself around her heart. Father Mulligan attempted to shake his head, then groaned. I burned the letter, although I wanted to keep it, just as the cardinal had. The contents were interesting and historically important, but I realized the priest had been reluctant to reveal his knowledge even as he was attempting to solve a theological question. Don't talk anymore, Father, you're really hurt. We'll sort this out later. He's slurring his words. Destiny was already lifting him up, cradling him in her arms as if the priest's weight were no more than a child's. Meet me at the rectory and hurry up. she demanded as she ran, using preternatural speed, to the priest's home. "I am right behind you." Nicolae's voice was strong and reassuring, completely confident, and she felt some of the tension leave her. Destiny carefully placed Father Mulligan on his bed, ignoring the presence of the other priests out in the hallway. She had blurred her entry so that none of them had seen her. Nor had they seen Nicolae as he carefully closed the door and mentally directed the occupants of the small house away from Father Mulligan's room. Nicolae pretended not to notice that she let her breath out in a sigh of relief. "Father Mulligan, you have taken quite a crack on the head." Nicolae's voice was gentle, but Destiny recognized the hidden compulsion in it. "Open your eyes for a moment and look at me." It was a command, and in spite of his grave injury, the priest struggled to obey. Nicolae smiled in reassurance, but Destiny hovered protectively just to show him she was watching his every move. Nicolae's infuriating smile became a smirk. Destiny couldn't look at his confident face. She melted inside. It was that simple and that disgusting. A holy man was lying bloody and bruised from an unprovoked attack, and she was staring helplessly at Nicolae's beloved face. Her stomach clenched. She pressed a hand to her abdomen tightly, alarmed at her thoughts. Beloved. Handsome. Sensual. Male. Not. Beloved. Where had that come from? "You're so annoying," she hissed indignantly. Nicolae reached out, framed her face, and looked at her for just a moment. It was only a brief second in time, but it was enough to rob her of reason. "You will hear the ancient healing chant in your head. Listen to the words, Destiny, and repeat them with me. Allow yourself to fall away from your body. It is difficult at first. We are always so aware of ourselves, but you can do it. Become light and energy and travel with me. Hold the mind merge firmly and use my images as a guide." The pads of his fingers trailed over her cheekbones, left a trail of fire behind. Left her shaken and confused. Father Mulligan fumbled weakly until she reluctantly, gingerly found his hand. "I think you know the answers you are seeking, child. Have courage." She watched him with admiration. Here was a man who gave himself willingly to be healed by a hunter of the undead. Gave his trust to a total stranger of a different species. A man who could think to comfort her when he was so injured. Destiny was humbled by his selfless, giving nature. "Relax, Father," Nicolae said softly, his voice musical, compelling. "You should not feel pain, only warmth. I think you have a concussion, sir, but I believe I can help you if you will allow me to do so." The priest retained his hold on Destiny's hand, but he closed his eyes once again with a small nod. Destiny felt the shifting in Nicolae's mind first. A freeing of his spirit from his body. She knew the way. He had taught her how to do just such a thing to heal her own body when she had suffered injuries in battle. She had never healed another. Destiny went with Nicolae, following his lead as she had for so many years. Merging with him, becoming part of him. It seemed she had always been a part of him. Her life had really begun when she had crawled into her mind and found Nicolae with his soft, beguiling voice and his unfailing patience. Destiny had closed the door on her life as a human to help preserve her sanity. Only Nicolae had been allowed into her world. He knew everything about her, the good, the bad, every dream, every nightmare. Her own private hell. He knew her, yet he stayed. Looking back, she wondered that she'd ever thought him vampire. There was darkness in him. He hunted and killed. Yet he was unfailing in giving of himself and his knowledge to her. What vampire would do that? All along she had been afraid of what he would see when he found her. Broken. Damaged. No salvation. She breathed the words between them. "Stay with me, Destiny." His voice was steady. "Do not be distracted. You must concentrate on the priest, not on yourself." Destiny hesitated for one more minute, wavering with indecision. He was drawing her deeper into his world, into his life, into his soul. Destiny let go of the last remnant of her being and went willingly, allowing her body to slip away, feeling the freedom of becoming energy and light. This was a healing balm that was twice as strong as anything she had ever experienced. The fracture was there in the skull of the priest, a jagged crack, a dark violation of his being. Destiny heard the soft chanting in Nicolae's melodic voice and added her voice to his so that they blended in perfect harmony. Words of healing. Ancient words she didn't understand, but that were beautiful and right. She felt the peace and rightness of it, the energy flowing between them to the priest. Destiny observed carefully as Nicolae meticulously welded the edges together so that the skull was once again seamless. He paid attention to the smallest detail, removing blood clots and reducing the swelling as if the injury had never been. Nicolae did not stop there, even though she sensed his weariness. He streamed through his patient, examining his heart and lungs, every vital organ, until he was completely satisfied that the priest would awaken healed and strong. They emerged at the same time, returning to their own bodies, smiling at one another like old friends. "Thank you, Nicolae. You saved his life." It was worth every ounce of his strength to see that look on her face. Soft, accepting, happy. She was looking at him with stars in her eyes. He had not thought she would ever look at him that way. Nicolae was careful not to allow any show of emotion to betray him. His hold on her was fragile. He didn't make the mistake of gathering her into his arms and drawing her close, even though that was all he wanted to do. She was pale, her hunger beating at him, yet he couldn't provide for her. "He is a good man, Destiny. Did you have time to examine his memories to see what actually happened?" Destiny nodded. "It was as he told me. Martin Wright came in and confronted him. Father Mulligan offered money, asked him to sit and talk, tried to reason with him, but Martin attacked him." Nicolae sat on the floor beside the priest's bed. "That makes no sense." "No, it doesn't. Velda and Inez told me a similar story about John Paul coming home and attacking Helena. I am not familiar with them. I have seen Wright in the bar, but not this other couple. John Paul adores Helena. He would never beat her." Destiny tapped her fingernail against the bed frame. "Something is definitely wrong." Nicolae looked pale and drained, appearing gray in the darkness as he rubbed his shadowed jaw thoughtfully. "Do not look so worried, Destiny. We will figure it out. Are you certain Father Mulligan destroyed that letter? Mikhail Dobrinsky is the prince of our people. We cannot afford to let anything or anyone endanger him in these tense times. Our very existence as a people is threatened." She leaned toward him, needing to examine his features up close. Her fingertips moved over the angles and planes of his face, brushing at the lines near the corners of his mouth. "You need to feed." She hadn't meant it as an invitation, but it came out that way. Soft, seductive, unexpected, and it startled both of them. Nicolae's body responded to the temptation of her voice, of her invitation. A relentless, savage ache hit him hard. Heat swept through him. Lightning streaked through his veins with white-hot intensity. His eyes met hers. He was lost immediately, drowning in the depths of her aquamarine eyes. She turned her head slightly, exposing her soft, vulnerable neck, an expanse of smooth, scented skin. Nicolae reached for her, drew her close. She fit into his arms, her soft body lush and pliant. She was hot silk and satin, elevating his fever. Slowly, he bent his head to her perfect skin. "No." It was no less than a command. His brother's voice was sharp with warning. Nicolae inhaled her scent, felt her pulse jump beneath his lips. The call of her blood was potent in his mind, in his heart. "She is tainted. You are not yet bound. Stop, Nicolae, you endanger both yourself and her." Nicolae closed his eyes, wanting to shut out reason and thought. "You endanger both yourself and her." It was true. Reluctantly he drew back, away from temptation. His incisors receded. He could not risk Destiny. Would not risk her. Destiny sat very still with the warning echoing in her mind. "She is tainted. She is tainted." It played like a terrible refrain in her head, beat at her with the intensity of a horrific truth. She shoved Nicolae away from her as she leapt to her feet. "Destiny." Her name was wrenched from his heart. "Stay with me." The aching loneliness in his voice was haunting, soul-destroying. For the first time she could see how much he needed her. It wasn't just wanting, he needed. Everything feminine, everything human, in her struggled to be what he needed. "She is tainted." The ugly refrain reverberated loudly in her mind. She shook her head as she backed away from him. What do you think will happen if I stay with you, Nicolae? Do you believe in miracles? I prayed for miracles night after night when I heard him coming for me, when I huddled in a little ball in the corner of a dirty cave. She curled her fingers tightly into a fist so that her nails dug into her palms. You belong here with Father Mulligan. With these people. She gestured toward the priest with her clenched fist. I don't, and I never will. Please thank Vikernoff for his warning. I wouldn't have wanted to infect you. Destiny. The ache in his voice was raw, real, expressing a pain far beyond her own. No, someone had to have sense. Answer me. I would have infected you if you had taken my blood, isn't that right? Her eyes were glittering like rare gems, sparkling with tears. She dashed the moisture away with an impatient sweep of her arm. Nicolae thought her the most extraordinary woman he had ever seen. The most courageous. He refused to be anything less. His gaze met hers squarely, and he nodded. Yes, Destiny. And as I have no anchor to hold me to the light, it would be very dangerous. She lifted her chin proudly. That's me. Your anchor. What happens to you if I can't be what you need? Destiny, this is not necessary. You are everything I need. Everything I want. Answer me, Nicolae. What happens to you? Her voice was very soft, but very steady. Her gaze never wavered. A flicker of pain crossed his face before his expression settled once more into a stoic mask. I am a Carpathian male, an ancient hunter very close to my time. If I am not bound to my life mate, I must either seek the dawn or turn vampire. My choice is clear. She pressed her fingertips to her eyes briefly in reaction. Is there no other life mate for you? There must be another. Nicolae shook his head. There is only one. You are the other half of my soul. Destiny swung away from him, dissolving into a fine mist, streaming under the door and down the hallway into the night air. She rose fast, climbing high until she was well over the city, screaming in her mind so the shock waves wouldn't distress the people below her. Did you know all along that I was your life mate? It was an accusation, nothing less. No. If I had known, I would have told you. Come back to me, Destiny. You must feed soon. You need me. He was right. Her strength was waning quickly. She hadn't fed in several risings, and lending her strength to Nicolae as he healed the priest had drained her of what little she had left. She landed, regaining her natural form. She knew exactly where to go to find what she needed. And it wasn't Nicolae. Destiny was furious. Her entire life had been disrupted again. The world seemed to be spinning out of control. As she stalked down the narrow street, her fingers curled into fists and her lips pressed together tightly. She was looking for a fight. Any fight. A good old-fashioned fight would do. Where were all the criminals in the city? Had they all gone to bed early? Where was a vampire when you needed one? Destiny sought out every back alley she could think of, stalking the streets trying desperately to look like a victim. A poor, lonesome girl caught out all alone in the dark. Her eyes glittered dangerously as she glared into the night, looking for anyone to attack her. She huffed out her breath in a rush of indignation. She was strolling down a dirty street where it was known a person could be stabbed for a pair of shoes, yet not a single person tried anything. The buildings loomed up on either side of her, great, ugly examples of crumbling neglect. Graffiti was thick on the walls, along with other things she preferred not to identify. Stairwells and alcoves abounded, perfect hiding places for someone with larceny on his mind. Destiny was certain she was the perfect target. A woman alone, defenseless. There were no streetlights to illuminate any crime. It was the perfect opportunity for mayhem, and no one was taking her up on the invitation. She was totally disgusted with the criminals in the city. It seemed an eternity before she spotted 3 men leaning against a wall, watching her progress and murmuring softly to one another. She could hear them clearly discussing ideas on how to pass the rest of the night with her. Their conversation brightened her spirits considerably. At last, a chance to take out her frustration and aggression. Deliberately, she slowed her pace, giving them plenty of time to make up their minds. She had stayed away from the neighborhood for 3 risings and she had not fed. Hunger was a living, breathing entity crawling through her body with a relentless demand. The pull of the neighborhood was incredibly strong. Mary Ann's gentle voice, the church, Velda and Inez. She shied away from thinking the word. Home. She had no home. She was a nomad. A loner. Why wouldn't Nicolae get out of her head? She had no reason to worry about him or feel guilty. Nicolae probably was making the entire thing up. Except she'd never caught him in a lie. She'd spent a lifetime looking for his lies to prove to herself he was a vampire. She glanced briefly at the men, then down at the ground, continuing her steady pace. She needed physical action. One of the three men straightened, took 2 steps toward her as if to intercept her. Destiny let her breath out in a hiss of anticipation, eagerness coursing through her body like adrenaline as she turned toward him, waiting. Waiting. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath with her. 2 rats scurrying near trash cans sat up on their hind legs, motionless, waiting expectantly. She felt him then. Nicolae. Real, not imagined. Close. There was no beautiful voice, no soft words to turn her from her intended path. But when she swung her head, her gaze meeting her would-be attacker, he stopped dead in his tracks. Destiny knew immediately that the hungry flame burning deep in her belly betrayed her, glowing red-hot in the depths of her eyes. "What kind of idiot are you?" she taunted him, then glared at the others, daring them to attack her. She heard Nicolae's soft laughter then. "You should have lured them with sex." Something in his voice made her shiver, an underlying menace that told her it wouldn't have been a good idea. "Call me to you." Her breath escaped between her teeth, a hiss of anger. Before anything else, she should have asked Mary and if all men were such pains in the butt. She was not going to call him to her. She would not be enticed, lured, tempted. She would have left Seattle for good to escape him, but she had unfinished business. She had promised Inez and Velda she would check into the problems in the neighborhood. Cowards, she sniffed with contempt and turned her back on the 3 men, who were staring in outright alarm at her. Had there been a small surge of power in the air? Had Nicolae interfered in some way, enhancing the fire burning in her, allowing the 3 men to see the danger they were in? Destiny whirled around, her vivid gaze seeking out every nook and cranny. The rats. They had hunkered down closer to the trash cans, staying small in an attempt to keep from being noticed. She glared at them until they hid in the midst of the trash. "Are you following me?" "Don't you dare try to follow me." Nicolae wouldn't dare. Destiny paused at the entrance to the narrow street, tapping her fingernail against the wall. Of course he would dare. He was a hunter. Her anger was fading. All she could think about was the aching need in his voice, the stark hunger in his eyes. Despair was a sharp knife piercing her heart each time she remembered the flicker of pain crossing Nicolae's face. She leaned her weight against the wall and looked up at the stars. The wind was blowing stronger now, shifting a blanket of gray fog so that it spread across the night, blotting out stars and muffling sound. A fine drizzle began to rain down on her. She glanced at the rats scurrying for cover. Something in the way one of them moved caught her attention, the way it kept her in sight, the round, beady eyes shining with far too much intelligence. At once a chill went down her spine. She went still inside, her senses flaring out to discover the others. And there were others. This time she had been truly drawn into an ambush. Chapter 7. Destiny moved slowly, carefully positioning herself as she examined every inch of her surroundings. The wind was kicking up paper and small leaves and whirling the debris down the street. Her wary gaze slipped over the buildings, took in every detail, every shadow. She had come looking for a fight. She was in for an all-out war. She needed room to maneuver. Smiling sweetly at the little rat, Destiny glided swiftly into the open, out from between the towering buildings into the middle of the street. "I see you are in your true form, Pater. Ever the nasty little rat. And you have all your little friends with you this time, running in packs the way ratty little creatures tend to do. What is it? A reunion? Old home week? A vampire seminar and no invitation for me? I feel left out." She used her most compelling voice so that those listening would reveal themselves, if only for a moment. At once she saw them in their true form. Tall, gaunt figures with jagged, stained teeth and gray skin stretched tight over their skulls. The illusion of physical beauty was projected by their minds, while their bodies had decayed to match their rotted spirits. There were two beside the trash cans. One on the roof of the nearest building, one in the shadows of the alley itself, and the last one clinging to the side of the building, looming just above her, hidden as a dark splotch, a spider waiting at the center of the web, to attack when the net was drawn tight. Destiny's heart thudded wildly, then settled into her normal rhythm. She moved easily, casually, saluting the macabre figure crawling up the side of the building. He bared his teeth at her, his fetid breath fouling the cool air, so that she was grateful for the fine rain dispersing the odor of corruption. Pater folded his arms, calmly regaining his illusion of beauty. "Indeed, my dear, we have an invitation for you. We have come to ask you to join us. What is the sense of fighting amongst ourselves?" His voice was soft and persuasive, so that deep in her heart she cringed, remembering another voice calling to her, summoning her. And she had followed him. Her gravest sin. Why hadn't she confessed to the priest? Told him the truth while she had the chance? Destiny shook her head to rid herself of guilt. She needed absolute concentration now if she were to have a chance of defeating the undead. "Why would I want to serve you when I can choose my own path?" The vampire on the roof began a low chant, his feet pattering a rhythmic dance. The vampire beside the trash can to the right of Pater took up the sing-song refrain, and the flash of his feet moving in the silver threads of rain was mesmerizing. Destiny gritted her teeth and resolutely pulled her fascinated gaze away, blocking out the sounds of the chant as she did so. It was an old trick, but one that often worked on the unwary. "Do you think me such a fledgling to be caught so easily?" Her eyes flashed at Pater, a glinting promise of retribution. He bowed low, in no way perturbed. A simple hand motion stopped the refrain and the dancing pattern. Once again the vampires were still and watchful, waiting their chance. Watching for an opening, a mistake on her part. Just one moment of inattention. "You are a curiosity. You know much for one so young. You are a woman, yet you combat us successfully. You share our blood, yet you are a hunter. How have you not heard the news spreading throughout the world? We are emissaries of the Strong One. I am one of his most trusted commanders. We are at war with the hunters, and yet you do not know this. We have entered a new era in which we band together and fight our enemy." There was movement within the fog. She sensed it more than saw it. Nicolae. Of course he would come. And his brother would be guarding his back. She felt herself relax a little. Fight for whom? For what? "You make no sense, old one. Why would I fight to bring power to an evil one? My death is nothing to him. Your deaths are nothing to him. We are cannon fodder while he hides and gloats and waits for us to bring the hunters to their knees. I see no sense in dying for someone else. But we will defeat the hunters, attack in packs. He is wise, our leader. He will make the world ours." The voice held compulsion. She could feel it working on her mind, undermining her confidence, dragging her closer to the net of outlaws. There was something different in the compulsion, something elusive she could not quite assess. The cadence should have been recognizable, yet it wasn't. It was almost as if his voice were tuning itself to her personally, finding what tone would be the most pleasing. Destiny lifted her hands, palms out, wiping away the intriguing sound of Pater's voice. Tilting her head to one side, she smiled again, a slow, sexy come on, her small white teeth perfect and gleaming. "Why would anyone as powerful as you follow another?" Her tone was flirtatious, flattering, admiring. Her hands fluttered gracefully as she talked. Destiny noted Pater's chest swell visibly. Like all vampires, he was susceptible to flattery. "You look like a leader to me. You survived 3 hunters the other day. How many others could accomplish such a feat? Could your leader? He's hiding behind you, cowering, afraid, while you face the hunters. He has vision," Pater told her. "Have you even seen him? Has he dared to show himself to you?" She sounded curious, feminine, filled with admiration. Her hands were flowing as she spoke, a graceful swaying that matched the beautiful allure of her voice. She smiled, a conspirator's smile, lowering her pitch. Her voice was husky, sexy, tempting. "You. Join with me. We don't need an alliance with others. This is my territory. All of it." Share it with me. We can defeat the others. At once the snarls and rumbling began. The vampires shifted tensely, fangs exposed, talons curling in anger. It didn't take much to drive a wedge between unholy allies. They were deceivers, betrayers, preying on each other as well as on human victims. Peter again waved the others to silence, a sign of his leadership among the worst of abominations. He held out his hand to Destiny. Come to me now, join us. You are weak with hunger. You cannot possibly defeat us all. Let me give you my blood to sustain your life. Join our family. His words cracked open a door in her mind, spilled out a memory. A small, dark-haired girl crawling in the dirt, dragging herself along a damp cave floor, weeping useless tears and trying to drown out the sounds of begging, pleading. The horrible screams, the river of blood. The monster dropping his latest victim and turning to look at her in slow motion. He always turned in slow motion, his teeth still black from his victim's blood. A dark shadow looming over her. Maniacal laughter. Take my blood to sustain your life. Hands roughly squeezing and probing her small body. The slaps, the fetid smell, the teeth tearing at her tender skin. A brutish savage pounding into her, ripping her body in two, while burning, coppery-flavored acid poured down her throat. Destiny couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. Her throat closed, her lungs seized. She began to choke. The violation of that child was more than she could endure. Sweat broke out on her body. A terrible trembling took over, one she couldn't control. She was no longer standing in the streets of Seattle, a full-grown adult, a powerful hunter. She was trapped back in that cave, mindlessly dragging her little torn body along the damp, blood-covered floor. I am here with you. The voice came out of nowhere, was simply there in her mind. Calm. Steady. A rock that always anchored her. When there was nothing left, when there was no sanity and no reason, there was always that voice. I will always be with you. You are hunted, Destiny. They are closing in from above and below. Come back to this time and place. Come with me now. She followed him out of the labyrinth of her nightmares. Out of memories that would never go away. Nicolae. Her sanity. Her life. When had it happened? Why hadn't she known? The wind hit her face. The clean rain was soaking her clothes and hair. She became instantly aware of her surroundings, of the vampires facing her, moving swiftly toward her. Knowing how vulnerable she was at that moment, Destiny dissolved into mist, abandoning her attempts to weave a holding spell on Peter. She was certain he was the strongest of the band. He would orchestrate the battle. He was the one she must defeat if she were to succeed in ridding her neighborhood of the undead. At once she became part of the weather, mixing with the gray fog. Peter snarled as he grasped empty air, his talons scraping at the mist all around him. At once he began chanting a spell to lure human victims to him. His voice was powerful, a call for blood. His followers took up the words, sending their call into the buildings and along the narrow streets. A retaliation for losing the female they had been so certain they would acquire. Do not panic, Destiny. Nicolae's counsel was gentle and calm. He is using this to draw you out. It shows he has studied you. He knows you will protect the populace here. I am not going to trade their lives for mine. Vikarnov will go in first. The two in the shadows are mine. You must remove the vampire from the side of the building. Do not worry about Peter. He is smoke. We are not going to get him unless we are incredibly lucky. If possible, keep Vikarnov from having to kill any of the beasts. He has reached his limit and will only kill to save our lives. To Destiny's horror, doors began to open as human prey answered the collective call of the vampire. She could see the red flames blazing in the sunken eyes of the undead, the grimaces of joy at the prospect of a blood feast. The humans' adrenaline-rich blood would give the vampires a rush of power and a tremendous high. The creatures were leaping at victims, determined to kill as many as possible and gather strength for the coming battle. Overhead the storm clouds were roiling, spinning a witch's cauldron of black threads. Veins of lightning lit the edges of the brew, momentarily lighting up the grim scene on the ground. Below her, Vikarnov cut off one of the undead, a large, bulky monster who was growling continually. Vikarnov glided in with such grace and elegance, the vampire appeared clumsy and stiff in comparison. The two seemed to explode into action, one moment performing a ritual ballet of shadowing steps, the next moment erupting into violence, lethal and ugly. Nicolae waved his hand to calm the screams of the victims as they became aware of the imminent danger, immediately removing the chance of a false high for the vampires. The vampires might be able to get the blood they sought, but not the high of adrenaline. Two vampires rushed a couple of people standing in the doorway of an apartment. Nicolae was there before the vampires, thrusting the couple inside, out of harm's way and turning to face the snarling undead. The two monsters closed in on him, eager to finish off the hunter and claim their prize. Nicolae exploded into action, a blur moving so fast that Destiny couldn't follow him, fluid and powerful and extraordinarily dangerous. Destiny caught a glimpse of Pater as he slipped into the shadows, retreating to allow his minions to fight the hunters while he waited for an opportunity to attack without risk. It was the tactic of a smarter, more experienced vampire. She would have followed him, but there was movement on the second story. A young woman wandered out onto the fire escape just above where a vampire clung to the side of the building. In answer to the creature's summons, her face was lit with rapture, her arms outstretched as if embracing death. Destiny saw the eagerness on the vampire's face, the triumph as it slithered up the building rapidly, a dark spider bloated with power and the need to inflict pain. Destiny was already attacking, shooting out of the fog like an arrow, dropping down from above as the vampire reached the fire escape, certain of his victim. The creature turned at the last moment to face Destiny, his face hideous, his teeth bared, his eyes red-rimmed and blazing with hatred. He leapt at her, talons digging deep into her skin as he attached his reptilian body to her, raking with claws and sinking his teeth into her throat. They tumbled through space, raking and clawing, the vampire sinking his teeth deeper and deeper and tearing at her body with his claws. He was much stronger than he looked, ripping through her skin to weaken her. Destiny proceeded without faltering, driving her fist deep through muscle and bone, her hand clenching the blackened organ that provided life for the creature. His scream was horrible, even muffled by her own throat as he gnawed off a great chunk of her flesh. They fell together, bounced off a projection of the building and hit the pavement. Destiny held on grimly to her prize. Nicolae. She tossed the heart out onto the street so the jagged bolt of lightning Nicolae was conducting could incinerate it into black, foul-smelling ash. The creature gripping her went limp, talons still dug deeply into her side and arm. Teeth still sunk into her throat. Destiny threw him off her and with her remaining strength staggered out of the alley toward the open street. Her legs went out from under her, and she sat abruptly on the pavement. Destiny tilted her head to look up at the sky at the white lightning and the clouds spinning madly above her. It really was beautiful, but cold. Surprisingly, she was very cold. For some reason, she couldn't regulate her body temperature, and she was shaking. She attempted to focus on Nicolae, to see if he needed help, but it was too much trouble to turn her head. She was shocked when she found herself lying flat on her back, her body heavy and feeling strange. She should have been afraid, but she was only mildly curious. Mostly she worried about Nicolae. Far off, or maybe in her own head, she heard his voice. "Do not let go, Destiny. Do not let go." She was unclear what he meant. She wasn't holding on to anything, but there was desperation in his voice, a tone she'd never heard him use, so she tried to stay focused on him. Pater loomed over her, his gray features grim, a hint of his terrible anger showing in his red-rimmed eyes. "You should have joined with us. You are going to die a hideous death." He hissed the words at her, spittle ruining his civilized facade. "That's no surprise. I lived a hideous life." She tried to say the words to him, but her throat was torn and raw, and no real words emerged. When she blinked to clear the haze from her eyes, Pater was gone, perhaps never really there. Nicolae and Vikarnov materialized on either side of her. Nicolae had a red streak down the left side of his face and an angry-looking wound on his chest. He lifted her into his arms as Vikarnov guarded his back. She wished she could wipe away the anxiety on Nicolae's face, but no sound would come out of her throat, and she couldn't find the strength to lift her hand to smooth away the lines of worry. She sighed softly, recognizing that something was terribly wrong, but it didn't matter to her. Destiny simply closed her eyes and let Nicolae take her away as he had always done, soaring high above the city into a dream world where there were no more monsters. Nicolae kept his mind numb, blank, streaking through the sky toward their lair. If the undead gave chase, Vychrnov would protect Destiny and him, guarding their back trail as they hurried to safety. He should have known she would do such a thing. He should have known she would not be able to deal with the idea of being responsible for his life. Or his death. She had no such thought in her head. Vychrnov was the voice of reason. Anger flooded Nicolae's body, took over his heart and head. How would you know? Why do you think you know her better than I do? Because I do not think of her day and night, my every waking minute. I saw her defend the human. She was hunting as she believed she should. Nothing more. Nothing less. Vychrnov was not in the least disturbed by Nicolae's outburst. Nothing seemed to provoke him these days. Do not take that away from her. Nicolae was immediately ashamed that he had taken out his fear on his brother. I am sorry I was harsh. Were you? I had not noticed. Nicolae glanced at his brother's impassive face as they settled to ground deep within the earth. There was no humor nor hint of reprimand. Vychrnov really hadn't noticed his momentary anger. And that worried Nicolae. He packed Destiny's wounds with his own saliva and the healing earth, chanting softly as he worked. She's lost far too much blood. He examined the wounds, nasty rips and bite marks, great gaping holes. The vampire had sought to destroy her as painfully as possible. That is good for our purposes, Nicolae, Vychrnov said. Instead of killing her outright, they tried to prolong her death, to torment her. He was collecting herbs from a small cache they had stored in the underground chamber. It took only seconds to light the flames of aromatic candles. Her enemies do not know her. Nicolae's voice was soft, filled with emotion held tightly in check. She has lived with pain every moment of her existence. This is nothing to her. He blinked back unexpected tears as he carefully wiped her face clean. The wounds on her throat and shoulder were horrible to see. This is nothing to her, he repeated. His hands were gentle on the gaping wounds in her throat. He leaned close to her, put his lips to her ear. Stay with me, Destiny. I will follow where you lead this time. Let it be here in this time and place. Stay in this world. Nicolae allowed his body to drop away from him, transforming himself into an immaterial instrument of light and energy. It was much more difficult to shed the emotional storm that whirled within him. He needed to be calm and steady to save her, to heal her wounds. This was the most important task of his life. Her torn, mangled flesh was a mess, and, as always, the vampire had left behind a poison that would quickly destroy the cells around the area of the bites. The decay was spreading quickly. Nicolae was meticulous in his work, fast and efficient, but steady as he repaired the damage to her arteries and muscles and tissue. He paid attention to the smallest detail, ferreting out every drop of the vampire's poison. It wasn't an easy task. Her tainted blood made his job especially difficult because of the damage it had already done to the inside of her body, damage that tormented her continually. Twice Nicolae thought something moved in her bloodstream, something microscopic, a shadow darting away from his healing energy, but when he went back to inspect, he could find no more of the bacteria. He came to himself swaying slightly, his face pale from concentration and from expending so much energy. Pale with the knowledge of what she endured on a nightly basis. His eyes met Vychrnov's. I do not know how she has survived, he said softly. Vychrnov held out his wrist to his brother. We are Carpathian. We endure. She is Carpathian and has honor and instincts as old as time. It matters little that a vampire converted her. He could not have done so successfully if she were not of the light. You think with your heart, Nicolae. And it is breaking. Nicolae bent his head to his brother's offering, drinking deeply to replenish his strength, to be able to pass the gift on to his life mate. Vychrnov shook his head. One of you must be whole. She searches for a way to you. Do not make the mistake of failing her because your compassion is too great. Nicolae allowed the rush of ancient blood to fill his being. What could one say to Vikarnov? His words were a double-edged sword. Painful but logical. Full of wisdom. As long as Nicolae could remember, Vikarnov had spoken so. When he had carefully closed the wound on his brother's wrist, using his healing saliva, he gathered Destiny to him. Cradling her on his lap, he opened his shirt and pressed her mouth to his skin. "You will take what is freely offered, that we both may live," he commanded her, using the strength of an ancient, of a life mate. And she obeyed. Her lips nuzzled him. Gently. Almost sensuously. He closed his eyes as a white-hot pain sent lightning whipping through his bloodstream, tightened every muscle in his body. Instinctively, he held her closer, his arms protective. Nicolae glanced up at his brother. "How do we remove the taint of the vampire? In all your years, have you ever encountered this problem?" Vikarnov shook his head slowly. "Destiny is not vampire, so there must be a way. I can only think to dilute the blood as you are doing. She has lost more than she can afford. We will both give her ancient blood and call to the healers. Perhaps the soil of our homeland would be of help." Nicolae rested his brow gently against Destiny's. "She is a fighter, Vikarnov. If anyone can beat this, she is the one. You do not object to my giving her blood?" The question was put mildly. Nicolae shrugged his powerful shoulders as he looked down at the face of the woman he loved. "I will give her all I can. You will have to replace my blood as you have done so many times. It is one and the same. She has a need, and we can do no other than to meet it." His fingers flexed in Destiny's hair, crushed the silken strands in his fist. He wanted to take her away from this place, back to his homeland, where the healers and the soil would have a chance to work their magic on her. "You have always been my magic. I have no need of others." Her voice came out of nowhere, brushed at the walls of his mind like gentle butterfly wings. His gut clenched in reaction. His heart rolled over in his chest. "It is about time you admitted it." "Well, don't get a big head or anything. I still think you're annoying." That sounded so much more like his Destiny that he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the sweep of her tongue, closing the pinpricks on his chest. "You have not taken nearly enough to replace the blood you lost, Destiny. I feel you growing weaker. Go hunt. I can wait." A ripple of pain went through her body, a certain sign that she was waking. Her eyelashes fluttered, two thick crescents that lay like feathery fans against her pale skin. Nicolae bent over her, brushed his lips across her eyes. He trailed a series of kisses along her cheekbone, down the line of her small nose, then lingered by the corner of her soft, curving mouth. "You're taking advantage. I'm too weak to resist." "No, you're not. You do not wish to resist. Maybe you're right. But if you are, it's because you mesmerized me while I was unconscious. It has nothing to do with the way you smell, or the sound of your voice, or the way your mouth is so perfect." Nicolae teased her lips with his, rubbing gently, persistently until her lips moved under his. Softened. Accepted. He took her breath. Gave her his. Destiny gasped, muffled a groan of pain, buried her face against his chest, and held herself very still. "I'm sorry," it slipped out. "It isn't that bad." The weakness was almost worse than the pain. His hand stroked gentle caresses through her hair. "I know it hurts, Destiny. You need to go to ground and allow the earth to heal you. Vikarnov and I will take care of your people. You're not at full strength. You gave me too much of your blood." Her voice was barely audible, even with his acute hearing. She opened her eyes to study his pale face. "Go feed." There was too much pain in the depths of her eyes. "I thought I would just hold you for a while. I am not certain I will ever get the chance again. For once in your life you are being cooperative." A small smile lifted her mouth. "Is that what I'm doing?" She winced as she shifted to get a better look at him. "I bet I look great." His eyebrows shot up. "You look beautiful." "I knew you'd say that." "You're such a liar." "Please go feed. I don't want to have to fight any more vampires tonight, and you're not in any shape to kick butt." "You could not fight your way out of a paper bag," he pointed out. "Hey." "I destroyed my vampire," she said softly, her hand going to her raw throat as if it hurt her to speak. "What did you manage to do?" "I bagged 2 of them." Baikarnov took out his, although he should not have done so. Nicolae spared a quick glare for his brother. Do you have to do that? Is it a man thing or something? I'll admit I don't know much about men, but it's so annoying. Nicolae leaned closer, took her hand away from her throat because he couldn't bear to see her fingers fluttering helplessly there. She looked so vulnerable with her pale face and her torn body. Have to do what? One-upmanship. I kill one, you have to kill two. The big bad hunter flexing his muscles. It's annoying. You are not going to whine simply because I have superior hunting skills, are you? He rubbed her knuckles along his jaw, wanting the contact. Needing to show her what he felt too deeply to say. It did not occur to me you would whine. It's hardly whining to point out how annoying you are. And you aren't superior, just luckier. Her voice was husky, sounding far away, but she was grateful she could talk. I hesitate to mention I am not the one in need of healing. You don't seem all that hesitant to me. You pointed it out just fine. I'm sure your brother heard you. Her impossibly long lashes drifted down to cover her uniquely colored eyes. She turned her face toward him so that her lips brushed the back of his hand where he was holding hers. Did you know that there are laws against stalkers? He felt the jolt of her soft mouth through his entire body. It was an accidental brushing, nothing more, not even a real caress, but his heart did a somersault anyway. I know you are not about to accuse me of stalking you. You came after me. I merely followed wherever you led. He sounded reasonable. His fingertip traced her sculpted mouth, her full lower lip, sending a shiver through her body. Through his. You have the most fascinating mouth I have ever seen. What's so fascinating? It's a mouth just like any other. I think it is your pouty lower lip. Now I know you're crazy. I never pout and neither does my lip. I beg to differ. The sheer pleasure blossoming inside him spilled over into his voice. She was alive, his courageous destiny. She opened her eyes again to look directly at him. So, what do we do now, Nicolae? I did my best to protect you, but you just don't mind very well. He brought her knuckles to his mouth, his teeth scraping back and forth, gently, insistently, over her skin. Is that where I went wrong? I should have been obeying. At least listening. Her fingers touched the shadow along his jaw, a weak, trembling movement that conveyed more to him than her words ever could. I want you safe, Nicolae. It's important to me. I am safe, Destiny, he assured her. The lump in his throat was threatening to choke him. As long as I have you, as long as we are together, I will be safe. Baikarnov cleared his throat, drawing her attention to him. He was looking at his brother. You are not bound together, Nicolae. You will never be safe if you do not bind her to you in the way of our people. Swift impatience crossed Nicolae's dark, sensual features. Before he could react, Destiny laid her hand across his mouth and looked up at his brother. Those words always beating around in his head, the "you are my life mate" words. Secretly, she thought the ritual words as beautiful as they were terrifying. How would simple words bind us together or make Nicolae safe? His strong teeth nipped at her palm so that she yelped and glared at him. You are not to think about that, Destiny. We have plenty of time. I don't believe I was speaking to you, she responded huffily. There's no talking to you when you're in your ridiculous alpha male He-Man mode. Sheesh. All you think about is protecting the little woman. I'm talking to your brother right now. She attempted to lift her chin, but it hurt too much, so she suppressed a squeak of pain and had to be content to challenge him with her eyes. Nicolae's heart melted beyond repair. She was so brave, so filled with courage. She lay in his arms, beaten, torn apart, her flesh shredded. Pain coursed through her veins and the taint of the vampire stood between them, yet she met Baikarnov's gaze without flinching. It mattered to her that Nicolae was safe. He read the determination in her mind, her complete resolve, even as he read her fear of what Baikarnov might say. He must bind you to him so that you will act as his anchor. Once the words are said and the ritual is complete, he cannot turn vampire. Unless you die, you will provide the light to his darkness. Destiny stared at Baikarnov for several heartbeats. A singe sound escaped her. Muffled. Strangled. Somewhere between humorless laughter, hysteria, and tears. Are you crazy? I'm supposed to be the light to his darkness? Do you have any idea what you're saying? Nicolae is my light. My only light. Destiny. Vikernoff's voice never changed. It was soft, calm, reasonable. You have dedicated your entire existence to the protection of others. You think first of Nicolae even as you lie broken. Those are not the acts of someone who lives in darkness. Nicolae lives for the protection of others. He was bred to do so. It is his right and his honor. It is his way of life. It was not so with you. You can't see what's inside me. She turned her face away from him, only to find Nicolae. Always Nicolae. He was there in her mind. There in her heart. He held her safely in his arms. Nicolae sees what is inside you. Nicolae is no easy man to be twisted around a woman's finger. He is an ancient hunter of the undead. A dangerous predator who is capable of destroying more than you could ever comprehend. You could never fool him. Never, Destiny. You are exactly as he sees you. His light. Have you forgotten that you had to warn us I was tainted? Your blood is not who or what you are. It merely runs in your veins. If a human has cancer growing in his body, does that make him a tainted being? Do not allow this vampire to run your life any longer. He does not own you. He is long gone from this world. Let him stay dead. Destiny let her breath out slowly. Her gaze met Nicolae's, and she felt instantly lost. He had to stop looking at her like that. He just had to. Before she could stop herself, her fingertips were rubbing away his frown. She could bear pain better than she could bear his frown. You know he is right, Nicolae said gently. She rolled her eyes. You just had to point it out, didn't you? Couldn't stay quiet. Totally annoying. If she didn't joke, she would cry, and that would be too humiliating to be borne. This man had already seen her at her worst. She didn't need to have tears running down her face and her nose all red. For the first time, something made sense. Vikernoff actually had given her something to hold on to. Her blood didn't dictate who she was. Or what she was. She looked across the cave at Nicolae's brother. Thank you for what you did, Vikernoff, battling the vampires with us. I know it is hard for you to kill. Had you not been with us, they would have destroyed many people. You look a bit on the pale side, too. Did you give me blood? Vikernoff nodded toward his brother. In a way. I gave to my brother. It was easy to see that Destiny was holding on by a thread. Pater seems to be losing all his little children. They're dropping like flies. I doubt if he can father enough to come looking for us. Both of you go hunt and regain your full strength. I'll be fine while you're gone. Destiny attempted to shift herself out of Nicolae's arms. The movement wrenched a groan from between her teeth. Ignore that. It slipped out without permission. She hadn't managed to move more than an inch. She felt like a wet dish rag held up only by strong arms. Above her head, Nicolae glanced at his brother. Some communication clearly passed between them, but Destiny was far too tired to read Nicolae. The pain was almost more than she could take. Her injuries were severe this time, and the wounds burned, as always when inflicted by a vampire. Vikernoff bowed from the waist toward her in the elegant way of the ancients. I will leave you so that I may hunt. He vanished into a stream of mist, already on the move, streaking upward toward the narrow chimney leading out of the cave. Destiny looked up at Nicolae's set features and managed a hesitant smile. You're just spoiling for a fight, aren't you? I don't have the energy. I'm not going to complain if you want to stay. Well, not too much. I won't mention how pale you look. Or that I can feel your hunger. Or that you're being silly. He stopped her easily, stealing the air from her lungs. Robbing her of speech. Of thought. Of reason. Leaning forward, he locked his gaze with hers. She read the desire there. The absolute need. He took his time, slowly lowering his head to hers. Watching her. Drinking her in. His long hair, wild from the battle, tumbled around his shoulders and skimmed her bare shoulder. Her heart flipped, her insides turned to mush. Liquid heat rushed through her bloodstream, pulled low and throbbed for recognition. None of it mattered. There was only Nicolae in her world. In her mind. His arms tightened, nearly crushing her to him, yet all the while he was careful of her injuries. And then his mouth fastened to hers and her world turned upside down for all time. Chapter 8. Time stopped. The world dropped away, simply disappeared. He tasted wild. She tasted exotic. The mix was a form of perfection, creating a powerful addiction. His mouth was firm and certain, her mouth was velvet soft and trembling with uncertainty. Nicolae was infinitely tender, murmuring to her as he gathered her even closer so that his body was imprinted on her softer one. Claiming her. And she melted right into him as if made for him. Her heart was beating with the rhythm of his. Electricity seemed to arc between them. Whips of lightning danced in her bloodstream. Destiny was vaguely aware of the steady roar that thundered in her ears as his mouth took possession of hers. His gentleness was her undoing, the exquisite care he took with her. It was his tenderness that enabled her to merge with him completely. Nicolae allowed the need to wash over him, through him. How did one survive when the body went up in flames and burned so cleanly? So completely? When the mind roared with need and every muscle was swollen and hard with a craving beyond bearing, colors danced behind his eyes, fireworks burst through him, shooting sizzling sparks into his bloodstream. He deepened the kiss, feeding on her exotic taste. Possession and obsession were intertwining. It was her small wince of pain that brought him to his senses. Reluctantly, he lifted his head, needing her, craving her, but mindful of her terrible wounds. He rested his brow gently against hers, struggling to regain control of his breathing. Destiny's long lashes fluttered and lifted. She regarded him with a dreamy, unfocused gaze. Her breath was coming in ragged little gasps. Nicolae deliberately slowed his breathing, coaxed her into following his rhythm. His white teeth flashed in a small, smug display of male arrogance, of satisfaction. Her palm skimmed his jaw, framed his face. You learned a few things in all those years hanging around on Earth, didn't you? His smile widened, his eyes glinting with humor. I do not believe I ever experienced anything quite like this. Believe me, I would have remembered. It was rather like stepping off a cliff and free-falling through the heavens. Destiny was pleased in spite of herself, but too exhausted to keep her hand up. It slipped away from him, and she snuggled against him, shifting her hips to a more comfortable position in his lap. At once she came into contact with his fully aroused body. Her blue-green eyes went wide with shock. Do not panic, little one, he soothed gently. I am not asking for anything. The pat of his thumb slid over her lower lip to trace the perfection of her mouth. Destiny's gaze drifted over his face for a long moment, lingered in the dark depths of his. You don't ask for anything, yet you're asking for everything. In your time, Destiny, he answered gently. It will happen. We have all the time in the world. A faint smile curved her mouth. Do we? You'd like me to believe that, wouldn't you? This isn't the first time the life mate ritual has come up. You know, if what you say is true, it won't matter one way or the other if you say the words and bind us. You're already fixated. There was faint humor in her voice. His eyebrows shot up. Nicolae found he wanted to kiss her again. He was fascinated with the way her mouth curved and tempted him when she smiled. I wouldn't say fixated. Sticking to me like glue, then, Destiny insisted. A soft laugh escaped and immediately was choked off as pain slid over her fragile features. Just do it. Get it over. Otherwise that idiot brother of yours will sit around glowering at me. Vikarnov does not glower. Oh yes, he does. He has those eyes and he gives me the get-it-together look. It's annoying. What is annoying is that you are noticing his eyes. I do not think there is any need for you to be noticing his eyes. He scowled at her. She stared up at his face, a slow grin spreading. You are jealous. Oh my gosh, you are totally jealous because I noticed your silly brother glowering. I am not jealous. And it is not that you noticed his glowering, it is that you noticed his eyes, which is an altogether different thing. You are so jealous. That's too funny. As if I'd look at the silent caveman. It's bad enough that I have to put up with you. Just say the stupid words so I can go to sleep. Destiny, Nicolae sighed in exasperation. You are missing the point. This is supposed to be romantic. There seems to be something lost in the moment. Romance? We are definitely, absolutely not having a romance. She looked panic-stricken. This time he couldn't resist. He leaned down and kissed her very gently. His lips lingered over hers, teased, feather light for just a moment or two. Not long enough to get him slapped, just long enough for her eyes to go dreamy again. "What are we having?" There was amusement in his voice. She looked confused, staring up at him with a kind of hunted look that made him gather her closer. "Just say the dumb words, Nicolae. Let's see if it works." "Well then, if you insist, I can do no other." He was very obliging. "But I must insist on a little romance." Destiny narrowed her gaze. "I'm not always going to be lying here helpless," she warned. "I should hope not. Once was enough to give me heart trouble." His hands stroked her face, caressed the jagged tears in her throat. His voice was so tender, it sent liquid heat coursing through her body and little butterflies winging in the pit of her stomach. His arms gathered her even closer, cradling her in his lap. She closed her eyes as his face came closer, as his breath warmed the cold of her skin. Destiny felt her body turn to liquid heat. That warm breath felt like something she'd never thought she would find, not even if she lived for centuries. His lips were velvet soft, feathering down her cheek to the corner of her mouth. She felt tears burning behind her eyes. He was stealing her heart, and he wasn't stopping there. Her soul was craving him. Truly craving him. She hadn't thought she would ever have anything worthwhile for herself. Destiny. Her name shimmered in her mind. The way he said it was musical. He always made her feel beautiful even though she knew she wasn't. But he made her believe, whenever he was with her or when he was speaking to her, that she was beautiful and worthwhile. That she could dream and hope. That she could belong. That someone saw her as a woman and not a monster. Her hands were shaking as she placed her palms against his chest to push him away. She couldn't handle this. She couldn't be with people after being alone for so long. She couldn't do it. But her hands just lay there helplessly. Her fingers curled into the silk of his shirt. For a moment his breath caught in his throat. She was giving herself into his keeping without a thought for herself. Nicolae felt humbled by her generosity. "I am not people, little one, I am Nicolae, and I belong with you. You have been sharing your life with me for many years now." The kisses trailed to her ear. "I claim you as my life mate." His teeth teased her earlobe, sent a shiver through her body, heated her bloodstream. Left her breathless. Without words to protest. "I belong to you." Destiny's stomach somersaulted. Nicolae did belong to her. She knew he belonged to her. He was her sanity. Her savior. His mouth slid along her neck, gently, tenderly, to linger over the vicious wounds in her throat. "I offer my life for you. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours." She felt it, the difference inside her, the sudden wrenching deep within, turning, forming, completing something that had long been torn in two. Fear shook her, but she still didn't push at his chest or loosen her hold on his shirt. She clung to him instead, digging her fingers into his shirt, holding him close to her. "Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care." His lips settled on hers, robbed her of air, gave her his own breath. Took her heart and gave her his. His mind settled into her mind. His teeth teased her bottom lip until she opened to him. Yearned for him. His tongue swept inside the sweet recesses of her mouth, teased hers into an erotic duel. He gave her no time to feel the ties strengthening between them, drawing them closer so that they became one soul. Two halves of the same whole. It would only panic her. Nicolae took his time, making a thorough job of kissing her. His body was hard and painfully full. The demon roared for release, roared to continue the ritual, to claim her fully, make her irrevocably his. His fangs threatened to lengthen, wanting to taste her blood, wanting a true exchange as it was meant to be. His heart and soul sang with complete joy. "Nicolae." There was a faint ache in her voice, betraying her own deep needs and cravings. He felt her strength ebbing. "You need to go to ground. Once more, Destiny, take my blood." He murmured the words against her lips. "You're weak." It was a faint protest, but her mouth left his and traveled along his neck to his throat. His entire body clenched as her teeth teased the spot over his pulse. "Will you have time to hunt before you go to ground?" "I will feed." The anticipation strained his muscles till they were rock hard, defined clearly beneath his thin shirt. His breath slammed out of his lungs as her fangs sank deep. White-hot erotic pleasure. He closed his eyes and let it happen. Fire spread through his blood straight to his heavy erection. The heat threatened to be his undoing. He shuddered with the effort to maintain control. Destiny was careful to take only enough to sustain her through recovery. Her tongue swirled over the tiny pinpricks, lingered for a moment before she lifted her head. She was all too aware of his discomfort, the terrible need gripping him. She gave him the only thing she had to give. "Put me in the earth and set the safeguards, please, Nicolae. I am very tired." Nicolae went very still. He had been certain he would have to force her compliance, but she surprised him. He didn't make the mistake of allowing her to think too long about her request. He seized control immediately and sent her to sleep. Nicolae held her for a long time, staring down at her face. She looked young and vulnerable, an angel with features that were far too seductive for his peace of mind. Or for the peace of his body. He felt humbled by her trust. He had never supposed she would trust him enough to sleep in the same chamber with him, no matter how severely injured she was. He sighed softly and lowered her into the rich bed of soil. Destiny. His world. She lay so still, her breath stilled in her lungs. His hands lingered on her as he surveyed her injuries. The air in the chamber stirred gently, and he whirled around swiftly, a dark, dangerous predator, menace in every line of his body. His eyes flashed a hot reprimand at his brother. "You did not warn me. It is good for you. You have spent so much time sharing her head. I think it best to test your skills now and then." Nicolae relaxed slightly. "Very funny. Your sense of humor has warped over the centuries." "I did not know I had a sense of humor." Vikarnov studied the lines of strain in his brother's face. "You are arrogant, and you do not even realize it. You do not even seek to hide her resting place from me. I trust you." "You do not trust me with her life, Nicolae. I am in your head just as you are in mine. You know how strong you are. You believe I am not a threat to you because you know you can protect her." Nicolae raked a hand through the black silk of his hair, leaving it more disheveled than ever. "I believe in you, Vikarnov." Vikarnov shook his head. "You believe in yourself. She has no idea how dangerous you are, how strong you are. After you connected with her, you shouldered part of her physical pain, lessened her emotional pain, all the while going from continent to continent hunting for her. You battled the undead where you found them and avoided all contact with our people as Vladimir requested. You went on her hunts with her, helping orchestrate them, feeding her your own strength and power from great distances, and shielding her from that knowledge. I know of no other Carpathian who has accomplished such a feat. Why do you hide your strength from her? And why do you allow this?" His hands gestured toward the bed of soil where Destiny lay, bruised and torn. "Why do you not forbid this behavior and simply put an end to your suffering? You are a Carpathian male. This is hell for you." There was no reprimand in Vikarnov's voice. There never was. He was mildly curious about behavior he couldn't fathom. Vikarnov clearly found it incomprehensible that a Carpathian male would allow his life mate to live in constant danger. Nicolae shrugged his broad shoulders. The simple movement sent a ripple through his powerful muscles, a subtle warning to those who might see only his unfailing elegance. "She is my life mate. I will do what is necessary for her, no matter what the cost. Destiny needs to be in control of her life more than she needs my protection." "That makes no sense. We have few women." "She is needed, alive and capable of giving birth to a female child. Why would you allow such unnecessary danger to her? Take her to our homeland where she belongs." A vampire robbed her of her life, forced his domination on her. "Should I do the same?" Nicolae shook his head. "You know she would never stand for such a thing. You can take control of her. Once she is healed." "Vikarnov, she will never be completely healed, you know that. What was done to her is there in her mind for all time. She must come to me of her own free will. The cost to you does not matter, will never matter. The physical danger to her is nothing in comparison to the danger of losing her to her own demons. They are more real and more lethal than any vampire she chooses to fight. I know you cannot understand, but you and I have stood together for centuries. You know me. You know my strength. There is no danger of my failing her by turning vampire. If she chooses another world, another time and place, I will follow her. Do you remember all those years ago when our prince called us to him? We were already aware our life mates were not in the world with us. Most of us had already fought battles and had seen brothers and friends turn to a corrupt existence. We accepted that we would not have our life mates, that something had happened to prevent their birth, or that they had died before they had a chance to grow. Vychrunov casually tugged at his wrist with his teeth. Nicolae would never leave Destiny unprotected while she lay helpless in the healing sleep he had commanded. Not even with Vychrunov to guard her. Nicolae accepted the offering just as casually, nodding before bending his head to his brother's wrist. I have given this situation much thought, Vychrunov said. We accepted our lives as guardians of the world. We asked for nothing in return, and we did our duty and upheld the honor of our people. Vychrunov glanced at the woman lying so still, her body battered and bruised, the tears in her skin still ragged. This is not right. She should never have suffered like this. It is the very thing we gave our lives and our hopes to prevent. Of all people, it should not have happened to your life mate. The undead should never have touched her. And yet he did, Nicolae said with resignation, closing the laceration in his brother's wrist. Thank you for your help in this difficult situation. It is easier to continue when I see your life mate, and I know there is hope for our race. That there is hope my brother will live on and continue our line. Perhaps Prince Vladimir knew that some of us would find our life mates in this century rather than in our own. He did have precognition. If there is hope for me, surely there is reason for you to continue your existence, Vychrunov. Perhaps that is why he chose certain ones to stay and others to go. Our prince was a great man and saw far into the future. I thought at first he was wrong not to tell his son of our existence, but Vlad was right. Mikhail drew our people together as no other could have. They were few, and they fought hard for the preservation of our race. Nicolae nodded his agreement. Our people would have become divided had we not remained hidden. Vlad foresaw much, and that is why it is so important that all of our males continue to hold on. How is it that one who is so strong, so skilled a hunter, and so intuitive, did not know the child he communicated with was his life mate? The question was casual, but Nicolae's gaze immediately sharpened, focused on his brother. There was a hidden significance to this question, but when Nicolae touched his brother's mind lightly, it was close to him. He thought over his answer carefully, choosing his words. I believe I could not know she was my life mate, Nicolae replied candidly. Had I had that knowledge, I would have lost my sanity knowing she was being tortured and raped and forced to witness his murders. I tried, once or twice, to use her sight, to kill the vampire, but there was no blood bond between us, and it was not possible. I was too far away to help her. The knowledge that I could not protect my life mate would have sent me over the edge. Because I did not know for certain, I could still function, protecting her as best I could. It has occurred to me that on some level she knew the truth. Oh, not as we know, but still, she protected me in the only way she could, by not speaking. I might have found her sooner, but maybe not. She was so frightened that she kept moving all the time. She is a strong woman and very courageous. But she is in constant danger fighting the undead. She does not value her life. But she values my life. She has always valued my life, and she knows our lives are intertwined. She will not willingly give up her life in a fight, and she is not careless. I cannot force my will on her. She will find her way to me in her own time. I am in your mind, Nicolae. The only emotion I can feel is yours. The battle for her weighs heavily on you. Take her to our homeland. You are far stronger than she is, far stronger than most ancients, most hunters. She would have no choice but to obey, Vychrunov urged. She might be upset for a while, but at least she will be safe. Nicolae shook his head. She would not be safe. She would not tolerate such behavior on my part. In her eyes, I would be no better than the vampire, forcing my will on her. My comfort is not important to me, only her life and her sanity. You have bound her to you. You live or die together. We lived or died together before I said the words. She agreed to the ritual to protect me, anchoring me to the world of light. Vikarnov leaned his hip against a rock and studied his brother's face. You insist, then, on remaining here in this place overrun with the undead? I know what is in your mind, although you are attempting to close it to me. You cannot sacrifice yourself by hunting the vampire here. We both know you are too close to turning to continue killing. Go to our homeland, and we will follow as soon as we are able. Vikarnov shrugged, the gesture very close to his brother's mannerism, a casual display of sheer strength. One of us must continue our line. I believe you have a life-mate somewhere, Vikarnov. I think Vlad sent us into this century with the foreknowledge that we had a chance of finding our life-mates. Why it has taken so long, I do not know, but this is no time to choose the end. We had no hope, no belief that it was possible, yet we hung on. Now that there is hope, you cannot give up. Vikarnov regarded Nicolae for a long moment in silence. He shook his head slightly. She will eventually find out that she only thinks she can read what is inside of you. That you hide what she cannot handle. What then, Nicolae? If she chooses the dawn for the two of you and I have waited too long, then I have nothing to anchor myself to the world of light. You sentence both of us if she is not able to overcome these terrible scars on her soul. Nicolae reached out, laid a hand on his brother's shoulder. She will survive. Vikarnov was silent again while water dripped continually from the walls of the cave. Finally he nodded once, then swept his hand over the earth to open it a short distance from where Destiny lay surrounded by rich soil. The undead has gone to ground. I suspect he will flee the area or at least pull back to regroup. Her friends are safe for a time. He floated across the chamber to lie in the earth. Nicolae watched the dirt pour over his brother, watched as the surface smoothed and settled as if undisturbed for eons. He set safeguards at the entrances to the cave and up along the steep, narrow chimney. Nicolae would take no chances with Destiny in his care. He set an intricate safeguard over his brother's resting place, one that for the first time would alert him should Vikarnov rise first. Nicolae lay in the dark, rich soil beside Destiny's body. Still uneasy over the shadows in Destiny's blood, he decided another thorough inspection was warranted. Once more he shed his own body to become light and energy, entering hers to check the repairs he had made, to meticulously go over the cells where the vampire had injected his poison. He inspected her blood, wanting to see if his ancient blood was slowly fighting off the vampire's tainted sludge. Her blood was different. He felt it, sensed it, but no matter how carefully he searched, he could not find the poisonous bacteria. At times he had the sense that something was there with him, aware of him, but he found nothing to substantiate the feeling. He was gratified to see the blood flowing much more freely in her veins. Some of the long-term internal damage had been healed. It gave him hope that there would be a way to cure her completely. Finally, he gathered her close to him and allowed the soil to pour over them, his lips brushing her cheek as the earth enfolded them into its care. Destiny woke fighting. She knew she wasn't alone the moment awareness came to her, still deep beneath the earth as the soil opened above her. Her heart began to beat, and air found space in her lungs. She felt the body next to hers hard, muscular, male. Strong. Too strong to fight, but she tried anyway. She was on her side, and the instant she became aware she turned, the edge of her hand slamming down with the force of a hammer toward the throat she knew was close to hers. But it was no longer there. As her hand passed through empty air, Nicolae shackled her wrist, brought her hand gently to his throat to rest over his pulse. You are safe, Destiny. Always safe with me. Each rising from this night until the end of our days, you will never wake alone or at risk. I will be here. Destiny wrenched her arm free and launched her body out of the earth, her heart pounding so loudly it sounded like a drum in the confines of the cave. She landed some distance from him, fully clothed, her hair neatly braided and her gaze moving continually, restlessly in all directions. Where's Vikarnov? He has not risen. Nicolae took his time rising, deliberately pausing before he clothed himself so she could get a good look at his sinewy body. He swept his hair back, using human means, securing the thick mass at the nape of his neck with a leather thong. Are you nervous, Destiny? Surely not. You cannot be nervous with your life mate. Destiny tried not to stare at the perfection of his masculine body, but she couldn't stop. He had incredibly broad shoulders, a narrow waist and hips, long, lean legs, and well-defined muscles. He was fully aroused and quite casual about it as he dressed. She began pacing, quick, agitated movements that betrayed her inner conflict. I can't be with someone all the time. I need space. There is a world waiting outside this chamber, Destiny. Nicolae gestured toward the entrance. The night is waiting. Her hand went to her throat. The ragged tears were healed. Her skin was without a single blemish. Her heart was beginning to settle down again, finding the exact rhythm of his. She forced a small smile, a brief curving of her mouth, yet her blue-green gaze continued to jump around the cave. I think this might feel like my first one-night stand. One-night stand? I am offended. You planned to use me and throw me away after one night, did you? I am not that kind of man, Destiny. I am in for the long term. Eternity. You slept with me. It would be wrong of you to toss me out. A reluctant smile touched her mouth, gleamed for an instant in her eyes. I've watched a lot of movies. I don't think we slept together. He grinned, a slow, teasing grin that swept away the lines etched into his darkly sensual features and managed to give him a boyish look. We definitely slept together, Destiny. And as you can see, it was sleeping, not making love. He brushed his palm over the thick fullness stretching his trousers. She blushed. She felt the color rising steadily, and no matter how hard she tried to stop it, it swept up her neck and into her face. She had been looking, speculating, maybe even admiring. I was naked. You were lying beside me, and we were both naked. That is common practice, I believe, when one goes to ground, especially to heal wounds. He looked totally unrepentant. I told you there would be none of that. She gestured with her chin toward his erection. He laughed softly, pure male amusement. I do not think we have much chance of controlling certain portions of my anatomy. You will just have to be understanding and pretend not to notice. Her eyes widened. How am I supposed to not notice? That? Well, fine then. He sighed heavily. I guess you can notice, but there will be no touching. His voice lowered an octave. Or stroking. For some insane reason her breasts ached and her body throbbed. It was his voice. The thought of his hands moving over her body, cupping her breasts. She could picture his thumbs teasing her nipples into hard peaks, could feel it. Her mouth was unexpectedly dry, and her incisors threatened to lengthen. Destiny backed a few steps farther from him. She wanted to feel the weight of his erection in her palm, the thick hardness of his desire for her. She wanted to kiss him, to see the desire flare in his eyes. She wanted to stroke him. Stop it. His voice was husky. I mean it, Destiny. I am your life mate, not a saint. You cannot have erotic images in your head and expect me not to react to them. She did have images in her head, her hands moving over his body, her mouth trailing kisses. She closed her eyes, wanting to shut out the pictures, but they were still there and her body was still in need. Hot and heavy and burning for him. What did you do to me? She glared at him accusingly. I healed your wounds. I did not take advantage. You know that. I've never felt this way before in my life. That is a relief. I doubt I would be happy if you had wanted many men, Destiny. There was the merest trace of laughter in his voice. I'm glad you're finding this amusing. Come here. He held out his hand to her. Let me feed you. You have been to ground for 2 risings and have not fed. Her chin went up. Neither have you, and you gave me blood before we went to ground. I can find my own prey. She felt strange. Divided. Wanting to be close to him. Wanting to run from him. He made her feel out of control. And vulnerable. She hated feeling vulnerable. Why would you prefer to feed from humans when you can have the blood of an ancient to sustain you? Can you not feel the effects of my blood? Your suffering is far less on this rising. Don't tell me my suffering is far less. Her eyes flashed at him, glinted a red fire in the darkness of the chamber. I can handle that kind of pain. I know what to do, how to cope with it. I don't know how to cope with you. She didn't wait to hear what he had to say. She bolted from the cave, fleeing as if pursued by demons. She knew exactly where she was going. To the church. Where she always went before feeding. Where she could find some semblance of balance. Of peace. She had entered the church, and it hadn't fallen down. A bolt of lightning hadn't come out of the sky to incinerate her. She had touched the priest. And she wanted to look into a mirror again. "You look fine. I do not think you need to become vain. You have enough bad habits." Nicolae was laughing at her again, but she didn't care. There was something new and unexpected in her life. She found she was looking at the world differently. The stars were glittering like gems over her head, and she couldn't help noticing and appreciating them. The wind blew gently over her body, like the whisper of a lover's voice. It cooled her body, ruffled the silk of her hair, lightened her heart. For the first time in years, her blood wasn't burning her from the inside out. For the first time in years, she hadn't awakened with the thought of killing. She was wide awake, and her mind was filled with Nicolae. As hard as she tried, she could not extinguish the tiny ray of hope growing deep within her. The church doors were unlocked, and she knew before she pulled them open that Father Mulligan was inside, hearing confession. With her acute hearing, she could distinguish soft words and the strangled sob of a woman as she spoke with her priest. In the pew close to the confessional was a big bear of a man. John Paul. His head was bowed, and Destiny could see his big shoulders shaking. Tears slid down his face. Destiny entered the church, suppressing a small shiver of trepidation as she crossed the threshold and slipped into the poorly lit interior. Candles flickered in the alcove and cast strange, shifting shadows on the stained glass window above it. She studied the depiction of the Madonna and Child, the sweet face and the way one hand held the infant to her while the other was outstretched toward Destiny. John Paul didn't look up, didn't seem to notice her, so Destiny slipped closer, wanting to get a feel for the man. Had he been touched by a vampire? Was that the explanation for his bizarre behavior toward Helena? Destiny scanned his mind, looking for the blank spots that would reveal the presence of the undead. John Paul was filled with sorrow and confusion. He feared losing Helena, and he believed he might be losing his mind. His thoughts were jumbled and mixed with wild plans of carrying his beloved off to a secluded place until he could convince her he loved her and would never harm her. Father Mulligan and Helena emerged from the confessional, and the priest put his arm around her shoulders. Even in the dim light, Destiny could see Helena's swollen eye and cut lip. The damage was fresh. She was still crying softly. The priest helped her to a pew and beckoned solemnly to John Paul. The huge man hunched his shoulders as if struck, but like an obedient child, he rose. His tremendous bulk made the slight priest look small and thin and very frail. Destiny waited until the two men disappeared into the privacy of the confessional before gliding silently to the aisle near Helena, scanning the woman's memories as she did so. Helena certainly had memories of John Paul attacking her. He was terrifying, a tremendously strong man with ham-like hands and a body like a solid oak tree. Helena believed John Paul was insane. She planned to leave him, fearing for her life, yet she loved him fiercely, protectively. Her heart unexpectedly twisting in sympathy, Destiny laid a tentative hand on Helena's shoulder. "Velda and Inez asked me to help you, Helena. I hope you don't mind." She wished she were Mary and with her gift for saying what Helena needed to hear. Helena shook her head without looking up. "No one can help me. I've lost John Paul. I can't stay with a man who would do this to me." Destiny gently took her chin and lifted her face on the pretense of examining it. She waited calmly until Helena was caught and held in the depths of her eyes. She saw the relationship clearly. Helena and John Paul were nearly inseparable. Two people wholly devoted to one another. "I didn't know anyone could feel as strongly as they do about one another. You just did not want to know, Destiny." Destiny scowled, wishing Nicolae were standing in front of her. She sent him a visual just in case he didn't get the fact that he was annoying. Destiny sighed. She couldn't let Helena and John Paul lose something so rare and precious. Continuing to look deep into Helena's eyes, she planted the idea of working things out with John Paul. Helena needed to allow Mary and to put her in a safe place until Destiny could figure out what was going on. Destiny would make certain John Paul understood and agreed with her plan. "I don't detect a vampire," she told Nicolae. "Are you certain? John Paul is a simple man." Perhaps he is so shaken, you are not receiving a reliable brain pattern. Destiny frowned. Does that happen? It is possible. If the vampire had a soft enough touch and made the suggestion from a distance, you might not encounter the blankness they leave behind. Destiny tapped her finger lightly on the back of the pew. Is there a possibility that there is no vampire? Is there an illness that would cause John Paul to become violent? I don't know much about illnesses. I was only a child when I was converted, and I haven't spent much time around humans. She could feel Nicolae weighing his answer carefully, thinking it over. Do you detect a tumor or a brain bleed, something physical that would affect his behavior? No. His brain patterns seem normal enough. He is very focused on Helena. I don't think he is capable of hurting her this way. Why? Nicolae prompted. Everyone is capable of violence. Destiny sank into the pew. Nicolae was right. John Paul was a huge bear of a man, quite willing to indulge in a brawl if the opportunity presented itself. But not violence toward her. Never to Helena. He loves her. A wave of warmth flooded her mind. Her heart. Her very bloodstream. I understand how he feels. I believe you, Destiny. We will figure it out. Chapter 9. Nicolae couldn't miss the purple-haired woman waving at him as much as he would have liked to. She was flapping her arms and jumping up and down on the sidewalk while the small, pink-haired lady beside her shouted out a welcome to him. He found himself returning to the small neighborhood near the bar, seeking out Mary Ann. The counselor for battered and abused women meant much to Destiny. Mary Ann also had some psychic ability. He wanted to know more of her. Destiny might have run from him physically, but he could feel her, a quiet shadow in his mind, sharing her fears, talking over the puzzling problems of her humans, laughing with him. She didn't give him any sympathy as he deliberately shared the embarrassing vision of two elderly ladies in neon colors, jumping up and down on the sidewalk and making frantic noises and wild gestures. Their antics were drawing undue attention to him, something no Carpathian desired. Resigned, he turned away from Mary Ann's office to saunter down the street toward the two older women who obviously wanted his attention. He heard Destiny's muffled laughter brush at his mind. It lightened his heart. They would always be connected. There are times when being invisible comes in handy. You could have warned me. I think a good dose of Velda and Inez is exactly what you need. He gave an exaggerated groan just to hear the sound of her laughter. After so many years of pain, it was a miracle to hear the amusement in her voice, to feel the lightness in her heart. She was slowly coming to terms with what she had become, slowly accepting that she might not be the evil creature she had been led to believe. I am uncertain what I did this rising to deserve such punishment. Flashing his most charming smile at the two women, Nicolae bowed low over Velda's hand, skimmed Inez's knuckles with brief, old-world courtesy. Both women fluttered their eyelashes and giggled like schoolgirls. What can I do for you? Stop with the voice. Do you want to give them heart attacks? Destiny was really laughing now. She sounded so carefree, he felt a strong burst of emotion. The women introduced themselves and patted the chair waiting between them, gushing over his name, his foreign accent, and wonderful manners. What brings you to our neighborhood, Nicolae? Velda asked curiously. We saw you with our dear Mary, and Inez added. I have come courting, he announced, devilishly sharing the conversation with Destiny. The beautiful woman you were speaking with the other evening. Destiny. I am doing my best to make her my wife, but she is attempting to resist my charm. I do not suppose either of you would have any suggestions to further my cause, he added hopefully. The women made cooing noises and Destiny hissed at him. Nicolae settled back to enjoy himself. Turning the tables on Destiny was no easy task, and he was determined to make the most of the opportunity. Go attend to your business, little one, and leave me to mine. I think these women might have invaluable insight into the female psyche. I think that's so romantic, Inez burst out, clasping her hands. Don't you think so, sister? Romance is just about gone from today's society. But romance is what you need to court her. Velda clucked, shaking her head in disapproval. We have to be practical in this day and age. She leaned close to Nicolae, pinned him with a sharp gaze. You can't get by on good looks and manners, young man. You need substance. What kind of a job do you have? Destiny's laughter heated his blood and robbed his lungs of air. It was not only musical, but also held a latent sensuality that whispered promises of hot, silken nights. Sheesh. Do you have a vivid imagination? Keep your mind on the business at hand, Nicolae. Tell them you hunt vampires and see if they think you're a safe bet as husband material. Nicolae smirked. A predatory, smug, superior smirk guaranteed to set Destiny's teeth on edge. I am in law enforcement, a special branch, but I am also independently wealthy, so she would never want for anything. His long fingers stroked his jaw, drawing attention to the singular masculine beauty of his face. I have searched the world for her. I know we are meant to be together. The two sisters exchanged a long look, as if well pleased with his answer. It was Velda who took charge while Inez sighed over the sheer romance of true love finding a way. Why is the girl dragging her heels? You're an attractive man. Oh my, yes, Inez agreed, earning a fierce scowl from her sister. Well, he is, she defended indignantly. She patted Nicolae's thigh. You are, dear, just the type of beau I had in my heyday. She leaned close. I was a wild thing, you know, she whispered in confidence. He removed her hand by simply raising it to his lips. Thank you, Inez. That is a true compliment coming from a woman such as yourself. I would be grateful for direction with my wayward bride. What BS you're shoveling, Nicolae? You should be ashamed of yourself. There was her laughter again, winding his body tighter and tighter until he was afraid Inez was going to have something to grab hold of if he wasn't careful. He shifted his position in the chair. The sound of Destiny's happy voice was a powerful aphrodisiac. Flowers, Velda said firmly. You must find out her favorite flower and give her as many as you can afford. Don't forget chocolates. No woman can refuse a man with chocolates, Inez added. And you can do so much with chocolate, all warm and melting. Pay Inez no mind, Velda said. But it is important you court Destiny properly. Let her know you have strictly honorable intentions. Sweep her off her feet. Take her to a dance. There's nothing like a man holding a woman close to him and dancing with her. She raised an eyebrow, pinning him like an insect with her steely stare. You do know how to dance? Not that rot the young kids do today, but dancing like a real man. There's nothing sexier than a good waltz or tango. It is a large part of my education, Nicolae assured her. You have made some wonderful suggestions. I will follow them to the letter. And report back immediately, Inez reminded him. Isn't that right, sister? We need a report to know how it is going. Absolutely, Velda agreed. Oh, look, there's Martin. Have you noticed he's been looking a bit down lately, so unlike him? Poor dear must be working too hard. She stood up, waving so violently, Nicolae was afraid she might fall over. Martin, there's a good boy, do come over and talk with us. It's that project of his. He and Tim work night and day on it even though they have regular jobs, Inez said. Those boys work much too hard. Nicolae watched the man approach, noting the pale skin and dark circles under his eyes. This was the man who had so viciously attacked the priest. Nicolae scanned Martin's memories and found no remembrance of the assault. Only the recollection of sitting on his bed holding the wooden box from the church and turning it over and over in his hands in complete bewilderment. Nicolae could find no malice within the young man, only a heavy sorrow and utter confusion. Exactly what John Paul was feeling, Destiny pointed out. Can you find the blankness of the mark of the vampire? Nicolae was an ancient, far stronger than Destiny, one well-versed in the arts of the undead. He was certain he would detect the presence of a vampire had the creature touched Martin in some way, but there was no evidence of such a violation. Nicolae stood up, drawing instant attention, holding out his hand as Velda introduced him to the young man. Martin did his best to be polite in spite of his distraction. Nicolae could see he was naturally a friendly and outgoing person. His affection for Velda and Inez was obvious, as was their affection for the young man they had seen grow to adulthood. I have heard such good things about you, Martin. You are an advocate for the elderly and have a new project you are working on with Tim Salvador. Father Mulligan tells me it is a wonderful opportunity to provide independent living in a safe environment for people on limited means. He believes you to be quite brilliant. The two of you must be great friends. Deliberately Nicolae used the priest's name, kept his voice soft and friendly and engaging. He knew the power of such a weapon. Few could resist the invitation to talk. Martin's shoulders sagged. Father Mulligan's a great man. I've known him all my life. He lifted his head and looked directly at Nicolae, anguish plain in his eyes. Did he also tell you someone assaulted him? Struck him over the head repeatedly and stole the box of money for the poor right out of his hands? Velda gasped. Inez shrieked. Both women crossed themselves, lifted a silver crucifix each wore, and in perfect synchronization kissed the cross. That can't be, Martin, Velda protested. No one would hurt Father Mulligan. There's never any money in the poor box, is there, sister? Inez added, wringing her hands. What is this world coming to that someone would attack a priest in God's own house? Maybe Inez and I will have to move to your community after all, Martin, Velda said. If things have gotten so bad in this neighborhood that a thief would harm Father Mulligan, no one is safe. Is the poor man going to be all right? Inez asked. Sister dear, we must make some of our famous chicken soup and take it to him immediately. She tapped Nicolae's arm. No one can make such perfect chicken soup as dear Velda. Of course I have to remind her what she's doing or she wanders off on one of her research projects. Velda hunts for proof that vampires and werewolves exist. That snapped Nicolae to attention. He had been watching Martin closely for any reaction, barely registering the conversation flowing around him. His dark gaze found Velda, settled there thoughtfully. Velda patted her hair and smiled at him. An old hobby of mine. I dabble a bit in magic spells, but I'm not very good at casting. Inez is much more accurate than I am. Martin, dear, do sit down. You look like you could use some feeding up. I'll make a double batch of my soup and give some to you. We'll have you fixed up in no time. Martin, still partially under the thrall of Nicolae's voice, slumped heavily into the chair Nicolae had occupied, frowning up at him. He thinks I did it. Father Mulligan thinks I bashed him over the head and took the poor box. The confession came out in a rush, ended on a choked sob. Velda and Inez instantly turned their attention to him, patting and stroking his hair soothingly and making clucking noises. Father Mulligan must have suffered a concussion. He knows you would never do such a thing, Marty. I'll go talk to him at once, Velda said supportively. Oh yes, sister, we must go at once, Inez echoed. Father must be hurt badly to accuse poor Marty of such a thing. Martin Wright stared at his hands. What if I did do it? Father Mulligan would never lie to me, and Tim said I came home covered in blood that night. He said I had the church box in my hands and I wouldn't talk to him. That I just sat there, staring at the box. He looked up at Velda, tears shimmering in his eyes. I don't remember. Could I have attacked Father? I've never hurt anyone in my life. Martin. Nicolae hunkered down so he was eye to eye with the man. Distress was emanating from Wright in thick waves. What do you remember about that day? Before the assault on Father Mulligan. Where did you go? Who were you with? What did you do? Do you remember anything at all? I did all the usual things. I went to work, I met Tim for lunch. We discussed the project like we normally do. He had his astronomy class, so I went down to the project site to talk to the contractor. I was there a long time. I remember thinking I wanted to show Father Mulligan the plans again because I was worried about a series of steps and a ramp leading to the gardens from the west side. I was afraid some of the residents might have a difficult time maneuvering them. The contractor insisted that the slope wasn't that steep, but Father Mulligan knows a great deal about the hardships of people using walkers or canes because he talks with the elderly on a daily basis. I wanted a second opinion. Oh, sister. Inez caught at Velda. He did go to see Father Mulligan that night. You are right. There is something going on in the neighborhood. Velda nodded grimly. Something evil is afoot. We should activate the neighborhood watch immediately. Nicolae winced inwardly. He had visions of little old ladies with shocking hair marching up and down the streets with magic potions and garlic wreaths. Martin, before you went to the church to see Father Mulligan, do you recall going anywhere else? Did you stop to speak to anyone, even casually, or eat dinner? Did you drop by the neighborhood bar? Martin frowned, rubbed his temples. I must have. I left the work site just after 6 o'clock. Father Mulligan was assaulted much later than that. He always goes to the church around 8:30 or 9. I wouldn't have tried to catch him before that. When did you discover Father Mulligan? Nicolae asked Destiny. It was close to 10, between 9:30 and 10. Nicolae turned once more to Martin. The sisters were fussing over him, leaving Martin somewhere between amusement and tears at their staunch support of him. Sister, you must make him a talisman, Inez insisted. Something to ward off evil. Martin, Velda can give you a powerful totem to wear around your neck. Do you think vampires are involved? Nicolae asked Velda with a straight face. Velda glared at him. Mock me, I don't mind. I've lived with the knowledge of the supernatural world for years, and the unbelievers who insist on making light of it. I know my duty. Velda, Martin interrupted. It had to have been me. Tim wouldn't lie, and neither would Father Mulligan. Tim says it isn't the first time I've acted oddly and not remembered. I promised him I'd go for a checkup at the clinic. Velda. Nicolae's voice was impossibly gentle, completely compelling. I am so sorry you misunderstood me. I have no idea if vampires exist or not, and I would never make fun or mock you. I was asking your opinion. Velda blushed a bright shade of scarlet. I thought. She trailed off, her hands fluttering helplessly. I'm so used to someone making fun of my beliefs, I jumped to conclusions. I think Martin should go to the clinic, and I think we should do a little investigation into this matter. I do not mind looking into it for you. After all, I am in law enforcement. Father Mulligan prefers to keep this as quiet as possible. He believes something happened to you that night, Martin. He doesn't want the police brought in. He is a personal friend, and I am here to help out. And, of course, Destiny asked me to help. That sweet girl, Inez said. Sister dear, isn't she a sweet girl? Velda's attention was on Nicolae. Yes, I believe you've been sent here to help us. She continued to stare at him, her eyes glazing, her expression becoming dreamy and far away. Her gnarled fingers, clearly damaged by arthritis, moved in a complicated pattern before his eyes. Nicolae felt his breath slam out of his lungs. Destiny's heart skipped a beat, then began to pound far too hard. Nicolae lifted his hand toward Velda, palm out. No, don't stop her. You can't stop her. Let her see you. It was the sheer desperation in Destiny's voice that stopped Nicolae from preventing the reading Velda was so obviously capable of. Her talent was deep and well hidden and thinning with age, but it was there nevertheless. Velda gasped aloud, staggered backward, and shook her head as if clearing her vision. At once her trembling hand went to the silver crucifix around her neck. I'm not well, sister. Take me inside. Her voice shook, and she avoided looking at Nicolae. Look at me, Velda. It was a command, and the woman turned to face him, looking her age for the first time. She seemed to have diminished in size and was frail and sunken in. You know you will never have anything to fear from me. I have come to this place to help you and your friends. You believe that? Velda nodded solemnly. Yes, I know, she murmured. She knew too much. Nicolae suddenly realized that nothing was what it appeared to be in this quiet neighborhood. The ground shifted and rolled beneath his feet. Destiny, come to me now. The command was made by an ancient in full power. It was a compulsion impossible to resist. He didn't even think about the repercussions of bending her to his will. He couldn't think about it. There was a strand of evil woven into the very fabric of the neighborhood, and he needed to find its root. The preservation of his race could very well be at stake. Nicolae released Velda from his enthrallment and watched as Inez helped her sister into their home, leaving him alone with Martin. She looked ill, Martin said with genuine concern. Do you think we should call Dr. Arnold? He supervises the clinic, and I know he'd make a house call for Velda or Inez. They're sort of an institution here. I think she just needed to rest. Nicolae's glittering gaze moved broodingly over the man sprawled out in his chair. Where did you have dinner that night, Martin? You never said. Martin frowned and rubbed his head as if it pained him. I always go to the bar. I must have gone there. I knew Tim wasn't going to be home, and I always go to the bar for company when he has classes. I don't remember. How could I lose an entire night? We will figure it out, Martin, Nicolae assured him, using a soothing voice. At once, some of the anxiety eased from the man's face. It will be easy enough to ask at the bar if you were seen that night. Everyone knows you. Tim is upset. He doesn't know what to think or believe, and I can't reassure him, Martin said wistfully. Velda and Inez seem to know what they're talking about when they give advice, Martin, and so does Mary Ann. Maybe you should talk it over with someone you trust and see what they have to say. He could feel the surge of power as Destiny flew swiftly through the night sky toward him. Destiny. Martin pushed himself up out of the chair and thrust out his hand toward Nicolae. I was feeling pretty hopeless until I talked with you. Thanks, man. I think you're right. I saw Mary Ann going in the direction of her office. Maybe I'll go hash this out with her. You summoned me? The words were bit out. Destiny wasn't happy with the way he had drawn her to him, or the fact that he could draw her. His blood ran in her body, yet he was the one who commanded her. Excellent idea, Martin. Nicolae lifted a hand in farewell and sauntered around the corner out of sight. He knew exactly where she waited for him, seething and determined to pick a fight. Destiny glared at him when Nicolae appeared next to her, shimmering into solid form on the highest rooftop above the neighborhood. Would you like to explain your arrogant behavior to me? Her eyes were smoky green, with turbulence swirling in their depths. She looked wild and unpredictable. Her body was poised and ready to fight, coiled like a spring, yet as still and as watchful as a tigress. The wind was ruffling her hair like the touch of fingers, and her mouth was tempting. His gaze dropped to her full lower lip. Its slight pout didn't mean she was sulking. It meant trouble for someone. His entire being reacted to the sight of that pouty lower lip. His arousal was swift and hard, accompanied by a punishing ache that wouldn't quite leave him even when he was away from her. Destiny was furious. Not just furious. She was frustrated and restless and strung tighter than a bow. Anger roiled in the pit of her stomach, mixed with an age-old excitement she couldn't contain. It was a reaction to the way he was looking at her, his hooded gaze hot with desire and an intensity of need and hunger he didn't bother to try to hide. Was my behavior arrogant? His gaze never lifted from her mouth. The power of his voice sizzled in her stomach, throbbed lower. She recognized need for what it was, and it frightened her that she could be so caught up in the force of his power. His voice stroked her skin like a velvet glove, making her intensely aware of every inch of her skin. Are we going to talk about this? Her own voice sounded husky, strangled, as if she couldn't catch her breath. You used your power against me. That's entirely unacceptable. She had to look away from him. Up close, he was stealing her very reason, putting erotic ideas in her mind that should never have been there. Destiny closed her eyes and inhaled, hoping the cool, crisp air would clear her head. Is that what you think I did? Used my power. Against you? When has anything I have ever done been against you? I have lived for you for more years than I care to consider, Destiny. You have to meet me somewhere, if not halfway, then at least make a few concessions, take a few steps toward me. She inhaled his scent. The beckoning call of male to female. Her breath exploded out of her. Nicolae. His name came out in aching whisper. I have tried. I swear to you, I have tried. He reached for her, unable to prevent himself when there was raw pain etched into her face and such urgent need in her eyes. Come here to me. Nothing can be done until we resolve what is between us. His hands settled around her, gathered her into the shelter of his body, and he took to the air. She knew she should protest. Wherever he was taking her was a place in which they would be alone. She couldn't afford to be alone with him and the temptation he represented. Her hand was already splayed over his chest, feeling the heat of his skin through his thin silk shirt. She reached around his neck to loosen the mass of his long, thick hair so that strands blew around her face and over her arms. Nicolae felt the shiver that ran through Destiny as he took them far out away from the city to one of the larger underground chambers he had found in his explorations of the area. His lips skimmed her throat, lingered for a moment over her frantically beating pulse, feathered up her neck to press against her ear. We need a private place to speak on this matter. I do not altogether trust what is happening within the neighborhood. Anything could be listening to us. He placed her on her feet, waving his hand so that flames leapt to life in the carved urn he had left behind days earlier. Golden light flickered and danced on the walls of the cave, illuminating gems buried in the rock so that the chamber seemed to sparkle. A ring of boulders captured a pool of shimmering water that bubbled up from the ground and fizzed like a jacuzzi. Destiny moved away from the sheer potency of his larger, masculine frame. What happened back there with Velda? Is she like me? Her eyes were begging him to give her the right answer. Nicolae touched her mind very gently as she shared with him that first, dangerous memory. The little girl with a mass of ringlets falling around her shoulders and eyes too big for her face, smiling up at a handsome man. The stranger bent down to her level, speaking softly, and her smile widened. She nodded her head several times, took his hand, and walked him back to a small house. A woman stood on the porch, frowning a little as she watched her daughter speaking animatedly to a tall, rather beautiful man who slowly took on the form of a monster. His perfect skin became gray. His thick dark hair grew white and hung in strings. The slash of his mouth revealed jagged teeth stained black with blood, and long, sharp talons bit into the child's arm. Immediately, Nicolae realized he was looking at the vampire through the eyes of the child Destiny had once been. How could a child of 6 recognize a vampire? How could she know that one even existed? A child is innocent of such things. I drew him to my family. You can't say different. Velda is in her 70s. In all this time, why hasn't she drawn a vampire to her or her family? And what of Marianne? She is also psychic. We've destroyed several vampires in this area, yet none of them were drawn to these women. Nicolae could feel the tears burning behind her eyes, although she held her chin up and her blue-green gaze was as steady as ever. A better question might be, why are all the vampires congregating here? That disturbs me immensely. 3 women with varying psychic talents are here together. Is that really a coincidence? And Father Mulligan knows about our people, and he just happens to be here too. In this city of so many, we just happen to meet him and become involved in his life. Does that not disturb you? And we have 2 men, John Paul and Martin, behaving in a manner totally out of character for either one of them. I examined Martin. He has no darkness in him at all. He is incapable of harming another human being, yet he must have assaulted the priest. Or someone pretending to be him did so. How could one person play the part of John Paul, a large, muscular man, as well as Martin Wright, a slender, much shorter man? A vampire could. He could assume any shape, any role, Destiny pointed out. And play the part well enough to fool Father Mulligan? Nicolae's eyebrow shot up. A man of the church? A man of such wisdom. Of course, a vampire could fool Father Mulligan. I could do it. I could take your shape and make anyone believe I was you. She shrugged her shoulders with casual disdain. Well, almost anyone. Maybe not Vikernoff. There was a small silence while Nicolae watched her closely with his unblinking stare. He saw the moment she understood what he was getting at. A vampire could fool any human. There was no way that she, an innocent child of 6, could have recognized the monster who'd destroyed her family. I see what you're saying, Nicolae, and I know you're right. In my head, I know you're right. I tell myself to stop placing the blame for my parents' deaths on my shoulders, but my heart doesn't listen. At least you're hearing me, he said quietly. It was not a vampire that entered the church. No vampire would do so, nor would one of their ghouls. They're unclean and would not dare to enter a sanctified place. I know that. He had trapped her very neatly into admitting to herself that she was not unclean, for she had entered the church. She wanted that truth to sink into her heart and soul and live there, freeing her from the weight of guilt and self-hatred. She lived. It mattered little that her life had been a form of hell. She was alive, and the vampire who had murdered her family and countless others was dead at her hand. Nicolae's face was hidden by the shadows recess of the cave, but she could see his eyes. Hungry. Intense. Needful. Burning with desire. He robbed her of every protest. Robbed her even of self-preservation. She tasted his desire in her mouth. It spread through her bloodstream and pooled into molten liquid, pulsing and throbbing for release. Her body felt strange, not her own. Heavy and aching. Nicolae's gaze locked on hers. He could smell her beckoning scent. He could read the confusion in her eyes. It didn't matter how much his body was screaming at him. His heart was melting, even as his body craved hers with an obsession he couldn't overcome. You have not fed, Destiny. Why is that? His voice was a whisper of sound in the confines of their underground chamber. A husky invitation that nearly brought her to her knees. Destiny went weak at the sound of his voice. She watched his fingers slip the buttons of his shirt loose. Watched in complete fascination as he tossed the silk aside to reveal his powerful chest. His muscles were subtle, but well-defined. She couldn't tear her gaze from the wide expanse of skin, the breadth of his shoulders, the thickness of his chest, his narrow waist, the strength in his arms. I can't breathe. She lifted her gaze to his face. I can't breathe, Nicolae. Destiny looked so fragile, so vulnerable, so lost. Nicolae stepped toward her and caught her face in his hands. He bent his head to hers, taking possession of her mouth, breathing for her, sharing his air, sharing his strength. At once the fire raged. Deep, hot, elemental. It flashed between them, in them, burning from the inside out. She simply surrendered to his dominance, her tongue dueling with his, a wild tango of mating. Of its own accord, her body went soft and pliant, molding itself to his, her breasts pressed tight to his chest. Her hands moved over him almost helplessly, as though moved by a compulsion to feel his skin beneath her fingers. The kiss went on and on. Neither could get enough. Each wanted to crawl into the other's soul, into the other's skin, into the other's body. It was sheer possession. A wild branding. Lust and love rising up swift and fast, intertwining, spinning out of control to create a firestorm, turbulent and white-hot. A soft sound escaped her throat, a keening mixture of fear and need. When he heard, Nicolae reluctantly began to exert his control, pulling back slightly to allow her to escape. Her arms circled his neck and brought him back to her hungry mouth. He had been alone so many centuries, searching, waiting, needing her. She had been cut off from the world, yearning for him, clinging to him, pushing him away at the same time to protect him, to save him. Her mouth was wild, fanning the heat up another notch. There was no saving either of them. She was helpless under the onslaught of his mouth, needing to be closer, demanding to be closer. I am not going to be able to stop. There was a plea for mercy in his voice. His hunger for her consumed him. He fed on the honey of her mouth, taking rather than asking, a dominant male in the full grip of passion, yet there was a tenderness in the way he held her that only added to his appeal. Don't stop then. Never stop. She whispered the words into his mouth. I don't want you to stop. And she didn't. She was beyond being afraid. She was terrified. But that was nothing to her in the firestorm of her need. It consumed her, this obsession for him. Her body burned and throbbed and pulsed for his, pleaded for his. And when he was kissing her, there was nothing else in her mind. No monsters. No deaths. No guilt or memories of wailing victims. There was only pure feeling. There was only Nicolae. His hands slipped from her face to follow the smooth line of her neck. Are you afraid of me, Destiny? His teeth tugged at her lower lip, the one he found so intriguing, so impossible to resist. I feel your heart slamming so hard. His hand lay over her heart, fingers splayed wide so that her breast ached and her heart pounded into the very center of his palm, as if he were holding it. I do not want you to fear me or to fear our joining. Coming together in love is a beautiful thing, not an act of despicable violence, but something unbelievably wondrous. Do you trust me enough to join your body with mine? Before she could answer, his mouth took hers again, his hunger ravenous. His hands slid lower, cupped the weight of her breasts, his thumbs caressing her nipples into hard peaks right through the material of her shirt. Destiny gasped as the sensations plunged her body into a volcano of need. Her legs threatened to give out. Her clothes were too tight, too heavy on her body. Nicolae. Raw sensual hunger was in her voice. She opened her eyes to look at him, to search his dark gaze. Passion stamped an erotic sensuality into the perfection of his masculine features. He was no boy, but a dangerous, powerful being, yet she saw his vulnerability. Say yes to me, Destiny. Let me make you mine. She was drowning in need. In hunger. In what had to be love. If it wasn't love, why were tears shimmering in her eyes and clogging her throat? Why was she fighting to save him? You know what will happen. You know, Nicolae. You'll want to take my blood, and I would let you. I would never be able to find the strength to stop you. She whispered the words while his hands slid over her ribcage to find her waist. His hands tugged at the hem of her shirt, his knuckles skimming bare flesh. She burned and pulsed and waited for his rejection. It was the only answer for them. His enduring strength. Chapter 10. The sound of water dripping mingled with the accelerated rhythm of their hearts. The flickering flames in the stone urn danced over their bodies and bathed them in mystical light. There was a heartbeat, too, while his eyes locked with hers. His fingers bunched the hem of her shirt into his fists, and he drew the light material over her head in one swift motion. Destiny heard the hitch in his breath as his gaze dropped to her body. His hands went to her waist, a burning brand that seemed to melt through her skin. She reveled in the intensity of his gaze, the way it moved over her body, hot, possessive, claiming her very soul. She knew his mind was firmly entrenched within hers, allowing her to experience the extent of his hunger for her. He hid nothing from her, not the way she made his body feel, and not the way he wanted to touch her. Not the way he needed her so desperately. So urgently. Destiny felt an answering wildness rising in her. Clothes seemed a foreign intrusion, a heavy weight she could no longer bear against her sensitive skin. The thin lace of her bra chafed her skin, prevented his heated gaze from caressing her. Even as his hands caught her waist and he bent his dark head, dragging her body to him, she reached behind her to undo the tiny clasp. His mouth closed over her breast, wildly hot and moist, suckling right through the thin lace, his teeth scraping gently, expertly so that she cried out and cradled his head to her. Destiny's knees nearly buckled. The sensation was so strong, so overwhelming. Her fists clenched in the thick silk of his hair, holding him to her while his tongue danced and stroked and his mouth pulled strongly, creating a burning, throbbing pool of need in her deepest core. The friction of the lace and the heat of his mouth drove her crazy. She arced into him, giving herself up to sheer pleasure. When he lifted his head to attend to her other breast, the scrap of lace floated freely to the ground. His lips found bare flesh, ravishing her with his mouth alone. His tongue lavished attention on her, teeth teasing until she cried out, her fists tugging at his hair. She really was going to fall. There was no way to stand up, all strength had drained from her legs. Only his arms held her up. He bent her back slightly, teasing, lapping, suckling, loving, lusting after her. Going up in flames. His hands shifted, tracing the contours of her body. She had full breasts, a narrow waist, and flaring hips designed to be cradled by his body. "How can it be like this?" she gasped. "I never knew it would be like this." A wildfire out of control. A fierce firestorm neither could ever put out. They had started it, and it burned bright and hot and perfect. She was melting, her body soft and pliant with need. She wanted his touch more, needed it. There was never going to be enough time for them to be together. She was in another world, another time and place, far from the realities of what her life had become. She heard her own gasp as his tongue lapped the underside of her breast. Her stomach clenched. There was only feeling, wonderful, pure feeling. "My clothes," he said against her flat belly. "My clothes are killing me, Destiny. Take them off for me." It was his voice again. That perfect sensuality. That urgent need. Destiny found it impossible to resist him. Her gaze dropped to the front of his pants. The material was stretched far too tight. Her heart leapt. In fear or anticipation. Destiny wasn't certain which emotion was predominant, but that thick bulge drew her attention immediately. She couldn't resist brushing her hand across the hard evidence of his need. When he jumped, she closed her hand over the bulge, pressing into him. He was hot, throbbing. He grew larger, swelling into her palm. Keeping her hand in place, she removed his clothing in the manner she had grown accustomed to, using her mind, rather than her hands. Her palm found hot flesh, hard, iron and velvet. Nicolae sucked in his breath, murmured something against her soft skin. His teeth scraped erotically, tugged and teased, his tongue swirling to ease every ache. "Your clothes." His voice had dropped an octave, was huskier, a little rougher than before. The touch of his mouth on her stomach left behind a trail of fire everywhere he touched. Get rid of them. His hips were pushing forward, thrusting deeper, filling her palm. I need them off of you. His hands were pushing at her clothing, trying to be gentle when he wanted to tear the offending material from her lush body. Her fingers squeezed, danced, played lightly over the hard length of him, taking pleasure in what she was doing to him, feeling the bursting fire in his veins through their mind merge. Colors seemed to sparkle around them. There were tiny sparks behind her eyelids. She allowed herself to drift further into the world of sensuality, into Nicolae's world of heat and passion. Destiny felt the heat of the flames, watched the shadows they cast on the wall. A man bending over a woman's body. Her breasts thrust upward in invitation, his head down as he explored her offering. It was an erotic image, a shocking one when she considered she was part of it. Watching the shadowy figures, she allowed her cotton jeans and scrap of lace underwear to slide away from her body, watched them simply disappear, leaving her skin to skin with Nicolae. His hands moved possessively over her hips, her buttocks, smoothing, kneading, exploring. His fingers nestled in tight curls, causing her to gasp, her body tightening in anticipation. The need was building to a terrible urgency. Destiny had no choice but to circle his neck with her arms. Her knees buckled as his finger dipped lower with a long, caressing stroke. Nicolae. He waved his hand toward the earth and flowers sprang up, thousands of soft petals to cushion her body as he floated them easily to the waiting bed. She could feel the petals on her skin, velvet soft, rubbing against her body. Nicolae's weight settled over her, his mouth once more fastening to hers. At once they were melting together, fusing with heat and fire. Somewhere between love and lust. His hands were everywhere, claiming her body for his own. She felt helpless under the onslaught, nearly sobbing with the urgency of her body's need. It was an unfamiliar, alien feeling, as if someone else were in her skin, in her mind, and she was going along on this journey of erotic sensuality. His mouth hardened, taking command, driving out all thoughts until she was back to feeling. His hands skimmed her body, rested between her legs so that she throbbed and pulsed and shifted restlessly, forever seeking more. She needed more. Destiny was in a world of feeling and love. It surrounded her, embraced her, a perfect paradise. But the snake began an insidious attack, slithering into her perfect world and bringing images she couldn't stop, the feeling of being held down, locked beneath another, much heavier body. Her soft cries of pleasure were drowned out by the agonized scream of a child. She forced her mind away from the nightmare images, determined to recapture the perfect sense of sharing with Nicolae. Nicolae was in her mind, heightening her pleasure when her heart began to pound too hard and fear thrust its way back into her world. When the nightmare images strayed too close, he kissed her again and again, pushing the memories back. He kissed her, his hands gently exploring until she was hot and moist with wanting him, her body accepting of his. Still he was careful, taking his time when the beast inside roared for more, roared for possession. Very gently, he pushed his finger into her, slowly, careful of her tightness, not wanting her to experience discomfort. Her small muscles clenched around him and her body shuddered with the intensity of pleasure. Her hips pushed against him instinctively. Nicolae bent his head and kissed her stomach as he slowly, inch by inch, slid 2 fingers deep inside her. She gasped, caught at his silken hair as it slid over her sensitized skin. Her hips began a slow rhythm, following the lead of his hand. Sizzling heat swept through her. She wanted to grind her body against him. And when he withdrew, she cried out, needing him to fill her. His hands pushed her thighs apart, his hips took their place between hers. At once her heart jumped. She felt vulnerable and open. His weight as he stretched out above her pinned her in place. Instinctively she shifted out from him, but his legs stopped her sudden movement. He was strong. Far stronger than she'd first thought. His leg pinned her thigh, holding her down. The strange roaring in her mind became louder. The mouth on her was tender, loving, but it couldn't prevent the memories of teeth puncturing her flesh, biting unnaturally, the all-powerful man ramming something far too large into her tiny body over and over, slamming her to the ground, throwing her over a boulder, taking her from behind, uncaring of her screams, reveling in her pain and humiliation. She recalled the blood she'd slipped in, lain in, all around her, the dead body with the open eyes staring into hers as he took her over and over again. She gasped, cried out, stiffening in shock. Her breath was coming far too fast. "Wait, please, I'm sorry, just wait a minute." Destiny tunneled her fingers in his hair. "Wait, Nicolae. We're going too fast. Slow down." She didn't want to slow down. She was burning up. Even as she pleaded with him, her hips moved against him, a blatant invitation she couldn't prevent. She needed him buried deep inside her. That was the only solution for the terrible building pressure she felt. But the images in her mind were tenacious. She wanted Nicolae's hands and mouth to remove the images for her, not invoke them. She wanted the ecstasy of his body to take away every nightmare memory. Nicolae felt the disturbing images of death and madness moving through her mind, moving through his. He felt her partial withdrawal, felt her tremendous physical need so at odds with her mental hesitation. At once he lifted his head, moved his leg to allow her freedom. "We can slow down. I could spend hours just touching you. Or holding you. Or kissing you." He found her mouth with his, blazing his brand of possession straight on her heart. Destiny was stiff beneath him, but his mouth held familiar heat and his hands were gentle as they wandered over her body. He was patient, starting over, kissing her until she was breathless and kissing him back. Until her body slowly began to relax. Until she was hungry for him again. Until the brush of his fingers on her skin sent tiny flames dancing and singing through her body. Nicolae shifted once more, his knees sliding between hers, nudging her legs apart so that he was pressed tightly against her. She could feel him there at her entrance, where she was ready with a moist invitation, beckoning and tempting him to her. A small sound escaped. She couldn't find enough air to breathe. "What is it, little one?" His voice came out of the darkness, velvet soft, his hands skimming her body with exquisite tenderness. "Where are you going?" She was tensing up beneath his hands, and he couldn't bear it, couldn't bear to let her go. He fed her his heightened awareness, his own desire, slowing his own heartbeat to aid her in accepting him. He moved his body away from hers to give her time to accept what was between them. Fighting his instinctual need to exchange blood, he feathered a trail of kisses from her throat to her abdomen. His mouth was on her flat stomach, his tongue swirled around her belly button, that intriguing sexy dimple he had so greatly admired. Her hands stroked his back, her body softening slightly, once more preparing to surrender to him. Destiny was determined to give herself wholly to him, to take him for herself. She had been alone too long, needed him too much. He was everything she had ever dreamed about. She would do this. Laughter hissed in her ear, evil and taunting. The monstrous creature was dragging her by her hair as she fought him, pounding into her, heedless of his size and strength. Uncaring of her broken bones. Uncaring of tearing her body in half. The pain was beyond anything she had ever experienced, and it was endless, trapping her there. She felt the taste of blood in her mouth as he forced her to drink from that dark, corrupt well. It was an acid burning her throat, her stomach, a blowtorch burning her from the inside out. "You will be like me." The stench was overwhelming, part of the madness of her existence. Evil permeated her pores, seeped into her from him. Abruptly she pulled her mind away, tears leaking out of her closed eyes. She wanted this. She ached for Nicolae, with every fiber of her being. He was as necessary to her as breathing. She wanted him, but darkness was descending and her lungs refused to work. A heavy stone was crushing her chest, hands seemed to be gripping her throat, strangling her. She could have stopped Nicolae long ago, but she had insisted. She was unclean. She would always be unclean. Nicolae's love couldn't make her whole again, pure again. She would only disappoint him, hurt him, risk his becoming as she was. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry," she whispered, turning her face away, jamming her fist into her mouth to keep from screaming. She was humiliated beyond imagining. To tease Nicolae, bring him to this point, and not be woman enough to give him what he needed, was intolerable. She tried to pretend, to recapture the intensity of her desire, but the walls of the chamber were shrinking, threatening to suffocate her. She knew she could not be what Nicolae so desperately needed. I can't do this. Destiny shoved hard at the wall of his chest, panic-stricken, fighting just to breathe. I tried to tell you I wouldn't be able to be intimate, but you wouldn't listen. She shoved again, desperate for space, desperate to breathe. Nicolae shuddered with the effort to control his body, to contain his passion. Her blue-green gaze shimmered with tears, darkening with turbulence, a foreshadowing of her rising instincts to fight her way out of a situation she couldn't handle. He felt her resistance in his mind, in his body. She was rigid, straining away from him, trembling. And there was fear, waves of fear swamping her, clouding the air between them. The childhood memories of atrocities were sharp and terrible, poised like a knife over her heart. Over his. He forced air through his lungs, through hers. Nothing else mattered to him but that she be comforted and reassured. Her eyes, enormous and shadowed with memories, held so much sorrow it nearly broke his heart. Destiny, slow down, take a breath. I am not going to do anything you do not want. We are intimate each time we look at one another. Each time we draw breath. That will never change between us. You think yourself tainted, but there is no greater light for me than you. If we can only have what we have right now, it is enough. Sensing that the feel of his body pinning hers down was a large part of the problem, he rolled off her onto his side. She felt helpless against his enormous strength, and he knew that emotion was triggering her fight responses. Nicolae's arm circled her waist firmly, possessively, his body curving protectively around hers. He made no move to hide his erection, thick and hard, hot and rigid, pressed against her buttocks. I do not expect the memories of things done to you in violence to disappear. But that was not making love. It was an abomination of what is meant to be. Here, between us, we are only expressing with our bodies what we feel in our hearts. Lovemaking may be rough or tender, may be fast or slow, it may be many things, but it should always be an expression of love. She lay curled beside him, taking comfort from the heat of his body when hers was so cold. Listening to the sound of his voice, Destiny closed her eyes. She loved his voice, the one anchor she could cling to in every storm. Do you think I don't know that, Nicolae, that I don't feel the same things you do? I know making love with you is the most natural thing in the world. My body, she trailed off, was on fire. A liquid cauldron of heat and fire spinning almost out of control. She wanted him more than she had ever thought possible. Her fist clenched. Tears burned her eyes and clogged her throat. She felt completely out of control when she so desperately needed to be in control. He lifted the heavy mass of hair from the nape of her neck and pressed his lips to her skin. Why did you withdraw from me? I could have aided you when you were panicking. Don't use the word panic. It's so humiliating. She was very aware of his hand at her waist, his fingers splayed wide over her skin. His palm was a brand, burning into her stomach, right through to the hot, wet core of her desire. She shifted so that his fingers came in contact with the underside of her breast. The slight brush of sensation shook her, left her trembling for more. She wanted him. Wanted him with every fiber of her being. Her very cells were crying out for him. Yet there was that terrible knot in her gut, that block in her mind. I want to disappear. She murmured the words softly. Just disappear so I never have to face you again. Destiny. Do not say that. Do not ever feel that way. His teeth grazed her neck, a small punishment, a seduction of already drugged senses. I do not need the physical expression of love as much as you seem to think I do. I can wait. Come on. You are not going to lie here crying and shatter my heart into a million pieces. That I cannot take. It was the first time he had ever deliberately told her a lie. He hoped he would never again need to do so. He needed the physical expression of love more than he needed to breathe. His body was hot and uncomfortable, so hot he was afraid he might spontaneously combust. His features remained impassive, his mind serene, while his belly nodded with frustration. Nicolae was on his feet, easily lifting her so that she had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. Her vivid gaze met his. "What are you doing?" They were locked skin to skin. Her awareness of him heightened immediately. There was a small silence while their hearts beat out a rhythm of hunger. His gaze roamed her face possessively, dropped to view the lush enticement of her full breasts. "A woman's body is a miracle. You're embarrassing me." Her breasts were embarrassing her, jutting up at him, aching for attention. Her nipples were hard peaks, so sensitive his breath alone sent desire spiraling through her body. "It is a miracle. You can carry life in your body." He bent his head to her, giving her no choice but to meet him halfway. She lifted her face to his, drawn by shared desire, drawn by need beyond her knowledge, as elemental as time. His mouth fastened on hers. He said there was life in her body. If it were so, he gave it to her. She wanted to be everything he needed. She had been inside his mind so many times in the past. She'd lived there, sought refuge there, and she knew him inside and out. Nicolae. She sent his name fluttering like a butterfly through his mind. A whisper of sound, of aching love, of commitment. Just the touch of his mouth, his hands, weakened her, sent her soaring. Dreaming. "Why do you feel such sorrow, Destiny?" He kissed her chin, his teeth scraping gently over her skin. "I feel tears in your heart." Because she carried death in her body. Disease. A corruption not meant for the earth. How could she say that to him when he was looking at her with such love? Instead, she swallowed the words and buried her face against his throat to prevent him from reading her expression. "I want to be what you need, Nicolae. I want to be your life mate." His lips were on her hair. "You are my life mate, Destiny. We are bound together, two halves of the same whole. You feel it. I know you feel it." She lifted her head to look into his eyes. "I know it, yes, how could I not? But what kind of life mate would do what I've done to you?" She wanted him to see her. Really see her, not what he wanted to see. He waded out into the pool, cradling her in his arms. "What have you done to me, little one?" "Everything I have asked of you and more. You share my mind. Do you see me thinking I have been cheated? I share your mind and what you think is nonsense." She tightened her hold on his neck and reached up to feather a line of kisses along his jaw, grateful for his unrelenting loyalty. His absolute faith gave her hope, melted her heart, made her feel beautiful. "I don't think you'd ever ask anything for yourself if you thought it would make me uncomfortable or unhappy, Nicolae." He laughed softly. "I am not the wonder you are making me out to be, Destiny. I want you with everything I am. I can afford to be patient. We have eternity. I may feel the urgency of wanting to unite physically with you, but if we wait, I know it will happen eventually." "Total confidence in yourself?" Her eyebrows shot up. She attempted to tease him, wanting to find a way to salvage something of their time together. "Total confidence in you," he corrected, slowly lowering her feet into the pool. The water felt amazing. Warm and wet, with tiny bubbles bursting and fizzing over her skin. She sank down into the depths immediately, delighted with the sensation. "This is fed from underground, isn't it?" Nicolae was very aware of her eyes on him, drinking him in shyly, warily. In the clear bubbles of the pool he could see her body, enhanced by the shimmering water. She looked more seductive than ever, a water nymph bent on bewitching him. His body hardened to the point of pain. He had thought that being in the pool would relax him, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. The bubbles felt like tiny fingers caressing his erection, bursting and fizzing over him until he couldn't think straight. Tongues. Destiny swam closer to him, her body stretched out so that her shapely buttocks flashed through the water. She ached for him all over again. Just looking at him made her restless and edgy with need. And more than that, she wanted to please him, to do something to express the way she felt about him. Something to show him how much he meant to her. Nicolae remained unmoving, still as a statue, watching the water caress her skin. The flickering light of the flames cast shadows across the pool, heightening their awareness of one another. "Tongues," he echoed. The word came out a husky blend of need and urgency. She nodded, swimming very close to him. It feels like tongues on your body, not fingers. On my body too. She stood up. Water ran off her body, ran down the valley between her breasts to the tight curls just below the waterline. His hungry gaze followed the beads of water like a man parched and thirsty, greedy for moisture. Nicolae realized that she was right. If it were possible, his body swelled even more at the thought. He became conscious that she was reading his mind again, that she caught every erotic image, every sensual thought. You know what I want to do, Destiny? What is it you want? Just tell me. Say it out loud. There is no one here but the two of us. Tell me what you desire most at this time. He wanted that much from her. He wanted the words even if he couldn't have the action. She blushed, the color delicately staining her cheeks. I want to touch you, to feel my hands on your skin. The need is as strong as any compulsion I've ever been under, but it isn't coming from you. His fingertips traced the line of color in her face. Need between life mates is strong, Destiny, as it should be. We live long in this world. If what was between us were a weak thing, it would never last. I have given my body into your keeping. What you choose to do with it is always right. It is good. If you feel the desire to touch me, to learn to know me physically, it is not an intrusion or a violation. I would welcome it. She turned her face away from him. It can't be, Nicolae. His hands framed her face, gently turned it back to him. You are in control of this, Destiny. What we do is with both our consent. It is not for me, not to satisfy me alone. You have to have the courage to take what you want. Stay merged with me as you are touching me. You will always know what I am feeling, whether you are heightening my senses or making me uncomfortable. There was a small silence while the water lapped at their bodies, the tiny bubbles bursting against their skin. Now that she had put the image in his mind, the feeling definitely reminded Nicolae of tongues stroking and caressing every inch of him, and he nearly groaned under the strain of erotic sensation. He wasn't altogether certain he was going to live through this experience with her. Destiny might have nightmare images and memories struggling to break free, but she didn't lack courage. She wanted her time with Nicolae. She refused to allow a monster to rule her life, to rule Nicolae's life. She wanted to be able to enjoy fully what was her right. She wanted to have the complete freedom of exploring her life-mate's body. And she wanted his hands and mouth on her body. She wanted all of it, the complete fantasy. She allowed her gaze to drift slowly over his body, to dwell on his defined muscles, his powerful chest, his narrow waist and hips, to drop lower and study the thick, heavy erection he had never once attempted to hide from her. A sound escaped his throat. A small groaning plea for mercy that produced a leaping fire in her body. Destiny smiled. So if I tell you to keep your hands on the rocks and off of me while I see if I can do this, you won't touch me? She was going to kill him for certain. Nicolae thought his body couldn't get any harder. Or any hotter. Yet it did just that at the sight of her teasing smile. At the images in her mind. He stepped back so he could rest his hands obligingly on the large boulders slightly behind him, leaving most of his body exposed and out of the water. There was a heartbeat of time when she didn't move, while she summoned her courage. The only sounds were the lapping of the water at their bodies and the pounding of their hearts. She lifted her eyes to his face, found him waiting, saw his terrible hunger. He didn't move, didn't attempt to persuade her, allowing her complete freedom of choice. Destiny chose Nicolae. She stepped close to him. So close her nipples brushed his chest as she lifted her arms to circle his neck. Her fingers plunged into his hair. I love your hair. It was thick and long and it slipped between her palms, caressing her skin like fine silk. Her body slid up against the cradle of his hips. She was slick from the pool, water beating on her skin, as she rubbed against him like a purring cat. Her lips trailed over his eyelids, followed the line of his cheekbones, found his mouth. It was far easier to express her love, her hope, when she was standing free, making all the moves and decisions. When he was keeping his promise not to touch her. Her body ached for his, and what she was doing only deepened her desire. There was joy in locking away demons, in not allowing them control. She reveled in giving Nicolae pleasure and in doing so, allowing herself that same pleasure. Her tongue slid along the seam of his lips, teasing, testing, licking delicately. Each stroke of her tongue sent an answering fiery throb straight through the head of his shaft. Nicolae groaned, his fingers digging into the rocks as he opened his mouth to her. They melded together, fused, devouring one another, each ravenous for more. While her tongue dueled with his, her hands slipped from his hair to find his shoulders and then moved down, her fingers stroking every inch as if committing his body to memory. Her mouth left his so she could nibble at his stubborn jaw. Her tongue swirled over his throat, found his pulse. The breath slammed out of his lungs, his gut clenched and his erection throbbed and swelled until he was afraid he would burst. "Not yet," she whispered, as if to caution herself. Her tongue lapped at his pulse a second time, her breath warm with promise. "You taste so good, Nicolae." His entire body shuddered. "Are you with me, Destiny?" His voice was husky, evidence of his terrible need. "Do you feel what you are doing to me? Stay merged with me. Stay with me." If she merged with him, felt what he felt his hunger and his overwhelming love and admiration for her courage, she would not be able to stop. She would give herself completely to him. Destiny hesitated only a moment before she did as he asked. Her mind merged completely with his. The intensity of his pleasure robbed her of breath, of the ability to do anything but shudder with need. The depth of his love and respect for her lodged in her soul, allowed her to see herself through his eyes. It was a view she had never expected, entirely different from her own. Courageous, honest, compassionate, beautiful, seductive. She held his heart in her hands. He was incredibly vulnerable to her pain, to her fears, to her rejection. Her mouth left his pulse, her breath swirling over his skin as her palms slid along his chest, her fingertips smoothing the lines of his muscles. She tasted his skin, lapped at the ridge of his collarbone, found his flat nipple, flicked it experimentally. The air left his lungs in a rush. His body went rigid. Destiny, merged deep within his mind, could feel the fire coursing through his bloodstream, the whips of lightning burning from the inside out. That same fire was burning deep inside her, a conflagration she wanted to lose herself in completely. Her hands wandered lower while her mouth feathered kisses over his chest and along his ribcage. She found his back, each defined muscle. The dip at the small of his back was intriguing. His buttocks were firm and hard as she kneaded and explored. Nicolae shuddered with pleasure. Her fingers were driving him insane, as was the occasional brush of her body, skin to skin. He was all too aware of her mouth as it wandered over him, a slow torment he never wanted to end. He was grateful he'd had centuries to learn control, otherwise he would yank her to him to do his own exploring, to bury himself deep inside her. He also wanted to fist his hands in her hair and drag her head to him, thrust deep into her mouth to end his torment. Instead, he held himself very still, allowing her total control, allowing her exploration. Her tongue lapped at the crease of his hip, her hands sliding around him to cup his sacs, squeezing gently. Her breath was on the head of his shaft, a merciless torture. Nicolae dug his fingers into the boulder. "This is dangerous, Destiny." He managed to get the words past his clogged throat. She was in his mind. She could feel the bursting pleasure. "I don't think it is, Nicolae. You're enjoying this." Her tongue lapped at the salty moisture experimentally. He jumped, every muscle straining and locked. "I know. I am." There was pure seduction in her voice. The fear had been pushed aside by intense pleasure. Every nerve ending in her body was alive and pulsing. She could feel the welcoming moist heat dampening her body in anticipation. Her mouth was a silken cavern of heat and moisture as it closed tightly over him. Nicolae's head fell back, and he gasped out her name. Wave after wave of pleasure swamped him. Swamped her. He tried not to move, tried to stay still under the onslaught of her clever mouth, but it was asking the impossible. He was losing control, his hips thrusting helplessly as her mouth tightened and withdrew, then tightened again, drawing him deeper and deeper under her spell. "Destiny." Her name burst from him, a plea for mercy. She lifted her head, smiled as she licked her lips to remove every drop of his essence. Her mouth found his belly, her wet braid sliding against his far too sensitive shaft so that he cried out, catching her arms to give her a small shake. I am not going to live through this. Oh, I think you are. Her hands circled his neck, and she slid her wet body over his, rubbing like a cat. Because I want you deep inside me where you belong. There was absolute resolve in her voice. Nicolae didn't wait. He lifted her to the rock he had been hanging onto for his life, his body wedged between her legs. His hands positioned her on the edge of the small shelf just at the waterline, so that water continued to bubble over their most sensitive parts. You are ready for me, Destiny? He needed her to be. He was so ready for her, he didn't know how gentle he could be. Already he was pushing into her, the head of his erection meeting the tight resistance of her body as he inched his way into her channel. She was so fiery hot, velvet soft, tightly gripping him, that he wasn't prepared. He shared his penetration with her, the pleasure pain of it, the white-hot ecstasy bursting through him. Destiny shifted, drawing up her knees, allowing him better access, watching his face as he slowly buried himself deep inside her. The magic was almost too great, too intense. She had never experienced anything remotely like it. There was resistance from her body. He felt too large and she was too tight, but there was also such beauty and wonder and fire that she wanted more. She wanted much, much more. He stopped several times to allow her body to adjust, to accommodate his length and thickness. Each time he pushed deeper into her, she felt silk and steel sliding against each other, the friction lashing them with whips of dancing lightning. She heard herself laugh, a small, happy laugh of acceptance. She wanted him, she had taken what she wanted, and he was deep within her. Nicolae bent his body over hers, his hands gathering her bottom to him. Are you all right, Destiny? Are you comfortable? There was still a plea in his voice. Need. Hunger. Lines of strain were etched there. But it was her choice. Even with him buried deep inside her. Even with his every cell and nerve ending screaming for possession of her, even with the demons roaring in his head, it was her choice. Absolutely. I want this. I want you. She gave him acceptance, tears shimmering in her eyes. Tears of gratitude that Nicolae was her life mate and not some other who would never understand her needs. Or her inadequacies. And then he began to move, robbing her of breath, of the ability to speak. Or think. There was only Nicolae, his body surging in and out of hers, pulsing with fire and life and absolute pleasure. She felt his love so strongly, warming her from the inside out, filling her mind and heart as his body filled her emptiness. Destiny looked up at his face, the lines etched there, and she knew she had put them there. He would have little signs of aging but for her. And she loved him for that. For always being there, a breath away, a heartbeat when she needed him. He was driving up. And up further, climbing fast and high, taking her with him until her body was wound tight, the pressure building with the force of a volcano. She gasped and clung to him, afraid of coming apart, afraid she would never be the same. Still he went on, driving deeper into her until she felt him touch her soul. His chest was looming over her, close and tempting. Instinctively she reached for him, lifting her head the scant inches that separated them. Her tongue tasted his skin, flicked his pulse. His fingers sank deeper into her hips, holding her still for his body to drive into hers. She felt his need, his silent pleading, as she put off the inevitable, heightening his awareness, his pleasure. Her own pleasure. She knew how he would taste. She sank her teeth deep. At once lightning flashed, arcing through their bodies, through the chamber, sizzling and dancing and snapping. Colors burst like fizzing bubbles all around them. He took her up further, higher, to some place where she teetered on the edge of a cliff overlooking paradise. His blood was ancient and contained the very essence of him. Tasting him, she made them one. Sharing the same body, the same heart and soul and mind. Let go, Destiny. Come with me. Stay with me. An enticement. A temptation. His voice luring her as it had always done. And she trusted him. Her small tongue closed the pinpricks on his chest. She caught his arms firmly and gave herself up to him, her body wound so tight it was a coil, gripping his. And then they were both exploding together, destiny safe in his arms, soaring together, shattering, free-falling through time and space. She lay staring up at his face, his perfect face. Her lungs were searching for air, her mind at peace. Perfect peace. How had he done that? Her fingers trailed over his mouth in wonder. "You are the miracle, Nicolae," she whispered. Still locked to her, he bent his dark head toward her throat. Her body clenched around his. Small aftershocks shook them both. What little air remained in her lungs rushed out of her at the first touch of his mouth on her skin. His tongue swirled over her pulse. Felt her heartbeat there. So frantic, matching the rhythm of his. His eyelashes drifted down as his teeth teased the small, throbbing pulse. His hand found her breast, claimed possession, his thumb feathering over her nipple. Each stroke sent shock waves through her body and into his where they were so intimately connected. Destiny reached for him to draw him closer. White-hot pain lanced her throat. Ecstasy showered her body with dancing flames. Suddenly she hit him with every ounce of her strength, palms flat on his shoulders, knocking him back into the bubbling water. "No," she cried. "What are you doing? What are we thinking?" "Nicolae." Blood trickled down her throat and across the slope of her breast, mingling with the beads of sweat and water. Her insides ached and throbbed for the loss of him. She felt empty, bereft, without him. Nicolae sank beneath the surface of the water, the bubbles closing over his head. He pulled his mind firmly from hers. Not wanting to think. Not wanting to feel. Bereft. Destiny reached for him anyway. She found terrible loss, the pain of heartache. It swamped him. Swamped her. Threatened to bury them both. "Nicolae. I'm so sorry. I had to get you away from me. Don't you see? You can't take my blood." She was pleading with him for understanding. "I wasn't rejecting you. My blood is dangerous to you. Please don't be angry with me." She was choking on a sob, and it was breaking his heart. He surfaced, shook his head to clear it, flinging water across the pool as his hair flew back. She sat on the rock, naked, her knees drawn up, her hands clasped around them, tears glittering in her eyes. She was watching his every move, judging his mood, feeling totally inadequate. With a small oath, Nicolae waded through the pool to crouch low in the water so that his head was the same height as hers. "How could I be angry with you when you were protecting me, Destiny?" He tugged at her hands until he freed them, drawing her into the depths of the pool with him. Drawing her out into deeper water, where he could stand, but she had to cling to him to stay above the surface. "I withdrew my mind because it was necessary. The intensity of my emotions was overwhelming, and you did not need to experience them. I did not mean to hurt you." Nicolae bent his head and followed the trickle of blood from her breast to her throat, lingering over the pinpricks to close them. "Wrap your legs around my waist." He murmured the words against her ear as he gathered her closer, fitting her bottom into his palms. Destiny found that when she did so, she was positioned over his waiting erection. She could feel him nudging her entrance, eager to join with her. Circling his head with her arms, she laid her cheek on his shoulder. She closed her eyes as he lowered her over him, fitting into her like a sword into a sheath. He was gentle, loving, taking her again with more care than ever. He kissed her breathless, his mouth wandering over her face and throat. His teeth nipped occasionally, but he held a tight rein on that particular need. "I love you, Destiny. The way you are. With or without your blood. You will always be mine. You will always be everything I need and want. Do you understand me? You are everything to me." It was his apology for wanting more. Maybe needing more. But it was also the truth. He wanted her to see that, deep inside his soul where it counted, it was the truth. Destiny threw back her head, riding his body with a long, slow rhythm of delight. She heard his declaration, read it in his heart and soul. He meant it. What they had was enough. But it wasn't everything. It wasn't the way they were meant to be. He could give it all to her, but she would never be able to provide for him. He accepted that shortcoming. She could not. And deep inside she wept for him. for both of them.